What's up, my friends in film fandom and sports fandom, specifically in football? Today is round one of the NFL draft, the one day where everybody is hopeful that their team is going to do something great, except, of course, for crappy teams like the Cleveland Browns and the Dallas Cowboys. What is happening, everybody? Thank you for coming to hang out with us, wherever you may be, however you may be watching. Thanks for coming and kicking it with us. A bit of a different show today. There's going to be a couple of people coming in and out, as I once again forget to mute all of my electronics that I have around. A bit of a different show today. Some people are going to be coming in and out. I am starting with my good friend J-Man from KC, as he is a fellow football fan. But no movie news today. It's all about the NFL draft. So, hopefully have fun. Hang out. What's going on, TSS? What's up, Mikkel? Mikkel, I've got everybody added onto the call that I'm going to add tonight right now. Maybe later on in the night, I'll add some more people, but for right now, I've already got it all set up. And I'm having a few computer issues. It's acting a little slow today. But I am confident that we're going to be able to make it through, especially since everything looks good right now. But yeah, it's going to be a busy day today, and here to have some fun with me is J-Man from KC. What's up, my brother?
What's going on, man? It's time for the NFL draft. Probably our team's probably going to be sitting out tonight, but, we can hope for a surprise, but I'm not feeling it. I would have thought it would have been done already if we were going to be in the first round. But
I don't think so. Drew, just see you in the chat. Hey, I added you to the call as well. If you get a chance to pop on, just pop on. I know that you probably got stuff going on tonight too. But, yeah, I'm going to be here from now until the draft is over, until the last pick of the first round is over. That is, I won't get a chance to cover all 7 rounds of the draft. That's just way too much time over the course of 4 days. But it just so happens the first round usually falls on a Thursday, which is the day that I'm usually streaming anyway. So I usually take that Thursday night to get together and have some fun talking football with all of you awesome people. So, yes, Skype, like I said, I've invited a bunch of people. Some people are going to come and go, but I think me and Jay will probably be the ones carrying through this for most of the night. And I don't know. I think this is going to be a fairly eventful first round. I feel like at some point very, very soon, and I am trying to keep one eye on my laptop while I'm watching the stream and everything, because I feel like there's a couple of big trades that are going to happen in the next couple hours. I feel like it's going to happen.
I don't know. I think that we're past the time for a Debo trade, because included in the trade's got to be a new contract, and wherever he goes. So no team's going to pick him up, especially a first round draft pick, if he's not going to re-sign with them.
True. I don't know.
And that would have.
But
I think that all would have had to been done already. Huh?
Wouldn't the Jets do it though?
Well, I don't know what if he doesn't want to play for the Jets either?
Well, he could. The Jets may be on the come up a little bit. I don't really follow the Jets all that much. I know that they're historically not good, but they've got Salah, who knows him because he was a coach in San Francisco up until a couple years ago. Maybe there's a system there that he likes more. I imagine the reason why he wants to leave San Francisco is because he doesn't like the system. I don't think it's the money. I've heard that they made him a contract that monetarily was pretty close to what he wanted. So it wasn't like he wanted X amount of dollars. They wanted to pay him like $5 and like a bus pass to get to and from the stadium just to be insulting. And he was like, screw you guys, it's not enough money. I've heard that the money was there. There's something else, and I think it has something to do with he just doesn't like Shanahan's system for whatever reason. So he wants to go to a system that he thinks is going to help him a little bit more. And that's my only guess as to why you would turn down the kind of money that San Francisco was giving him.
Yeah, but the Jets have a similar offense now because Salah's the head coach and the offensive coordinator's LaFleur.
I don't know. I just don't know. Like I said, I don't. There's so much unknown about this, and even when Debo has talked to anybody in the media about it, he's remained kind of vague. So I don't know if he's just like, I'm just tired of playing in San Francisco. You know what it could be, and I haven't heard a whole lot of people talk about this, but this is something that has come up a couple of times the last 10 or 15 years with a lot of professional sports teams in California. It could be taxes.
Yeah.
It really could be. They tax people above a certain income level so much there that, look, Bryce Harper, he wanted to go to play for the San Francisco Giants a few years ago, and him and his agent both came out and said one of the things that stopped him from signing was the taxes. That he's getting a better tax rate playing in Pennsylvania. He gets to keep more of his money. And that's happened a couple of times.
I would imagine that New Jersey's probably not going to be much different
I don't know New Jersey's tax rates. I just don't know. That could be something. Like I said, I don't know. But I think it's probably he's, for whatever reason, he doesn't like the system and what's going on in San Francisco, and he feels like it's time to move on. And that's perfectly fine. Whatever. But
I think that if there was going to be a trade done with Debo, it would have been done today already.
I don't know.
I can't imagine that.
I feel like
I can't see that being a last minute.
I feel like if he goes, well, I mean, a lot of stuff happens in the last minute of the draft. I mean, how many times have someone been on the clock and then they come up and say, Roger Goodell goes up there and says, so and so has traded this pick to whoever. So
yes, but that's usually involving picks, not players. It's very, very rarely are players moved when it's last minute like that. It's usually like, oh, this team decided to pick, finally throw its. Here's 4 picks to move up to your spot or whatever. It's not player involved.
Well, we're going to find out because the draft officially kicks off, I think, right now. And again, I'm looking at my laptop to try to find a place where maybe I can watch it on my laptop. Let's see here. Beast Incarnate says Debo will return. He just wants more money. John List wants to hold on to him. Yeah, but like I said, I don't think money was the issue. They said they made a good offer for Debo that was in his range that he wanted. So now I don't know what the incentives are. I don't know what the other stuff is. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he also wanted a private plane and they got hung up on that shit. I don't know. I mean, that's not unheard of. But draft. Sorry, I'm still trying to get my laptop caught up. Samuels isn't going anywhere yet. I think they will try to convince him to come back, or he will sit out the season. I don't know. I don't think he sits out the season. I don't think that looks good for anybody. D. Well says Washington 11 takes Drake London, Jameson Williams, or Kyle Hamilton. Yeah, it's possible. Let's talk about the first.
Most of the mock drafts have said.
Yeah. Let's talk about the draft order real quick. The top 5 are as such. Number 1 is Jacksonville. Number 2 is the Detroit Lions. Number 3 is the Houston Texans. Number 4 are the New York Jets. And number 5 are the New York Giants. And then after that comes the Panthers, Giants again, the Falcons, Seahawks, and Jets rounding out the top 10. The Niners with my 49ers, Jay's Niners without a first-round pick. For now, I don't believe the Raiders have a first-round pick.
No, actually, there's 8 teams altogether in Chicago, Miami, the Rams, us.
Yeah, no first-round picks.
Raiders, yeah, none of them. Yeah, there's 8 teams that don't have first-round picks. There's 8 teams that have multiple, which includes Philadelphia, who has 3 first-round picks. So that's why I've always felt this was going to be a madhouse draft, which is what I've always wanted. I hate boring. Oh, yep, I expected that pick. I want the madhouse.
I kind of would like it. I like the chaos of it all. It's fun. But yeah, the last several drafts have been kind of by the books. Beast Incarnate says, I missed when the draft was held at Radio City Music Hall. It was good, but I actually like the idea of moving it around from city to city. I think that's good.
Yeah, I think it gives more NFL fans a chance to go to the draft. Most people didn't want to go to New York City all the time.
Well, that, and if you think about it, it's like the Super Bowl, even though it travels around, it's only really in like 3 or 4 cities on the regular basis. San Diego, Houston or Dallas, Miami, and then maybe Indianapolis, and then
New Orleans,
something dumb. And those are pretty much the cities that it always rotates in. I mean, every once it's like, I know they had it in San Francisco a couple of years ago, but I mean, yeah, they might try to keep it to the warm weather places or the places that have domes. But I mean, it's not like they're ever going to play the Super Bowl in Detroit. So why not go to Detroit like they did, I think, last year or year before last, and have the draft there? Why not go to Cleveland like they did last year before last? One of these places. It's like I don't think Seattle is ever really in the running to host the Super Bowl. So maybe go to Seattle and do something there. Maybe I don't know. Maybe
they're doing it.
Yeah, they're doing it.
It's in my home city next year.
Yeah, I mean, and they're doing it in Vegas this year. Obviously, it's kind of a thing because, the Raiders just moved there.
Well, it was supposed to be last year, or 20.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be the draft of 20, but because of the COVID, they had to move it. But yeah, it's going to be in Kansas City next year. So, there's a lot of my friends are looking forward to that.
Yeah, I like the draft moving. I think it's fun. I mean, like I said, the Super Bowl's only ever really played in like a handful of cities. So, let's see. Start time order. NFL draft. And you guys will be able to see across the bottom of the screen, that is the live ticker from NFL.com. So as NFL.com puts up the picks, they will be popping up on the bottom of your screen as well.
I wondered about that. I'm not surprised we don't have a pick yet, because they were talking today about how Jacksonville had been trying to trade out the first pick, and nobody wants it. Because there's really not a overall number one.
Yeah, there's nobody you want to pay number one money to.
Exactly. There's a shitty year for quarterbacks, so why move up to one?
And I've heard it's a really good year for like edge rushers and some defensive backs and wide receivers, but even then it's like, do you really want to draft an edge rusher and pay him $25 million a year on his rookie contract because he was the number one pick?
Well, not only that, but there's actually only like 18 players that are considered day one or round one drafts. The rest are 2 or 3 or whatever. 18 players. We have 32 picks in the first round, but there's only 18 players that are even first round talent, according to most of the draft experts. So it's like, if you ain't got a top 15 pick, you're basically picking up a second round draft pick on round one. That's scary. Maybe it's good we're not in the first round. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, if you trade Deebo Samuel for a first-round draft pick this year, let's say that happens. There's a couple of wide receivers you could get that could kind of fill his spot. You would obviously turn him into not just another wide receiver in this year's draft, but you would obviously get like a high-value pick, a second-rounder this year, and then probably a first-round next year or something for anybody who wants to pay the premium for him. But, I mean, that might make it logical, but it's like, there's so little first-round talent. Like you said, no quarterback. They're not even thinking a lot of running backs are going in the first round this year. They think this might be the most defensive-heavy first round that we've had in years.
So TSS says, the Jaguars, it all but confirmed that Walker will be the number one pick. I can tell you Detroit Lion fans are really hoping that's the case, because they'll take Aiden Hutchinson number 2.
Oh, yeah.
Easy.
Oh, yeah.
Keep the home state product at home.
Let's see. Pat McAfee draft spectacular. Aaron Rodgers joining the show. Tom Talasco from the Chargers War Room. God, I wish I drew the kind of numbers that fucking McAfee drew.
Right? A whole 6 people watching, but we appreciate all 6 of you.
I appreciate every one of you guys. You know what? Here's what I'll do. I didn't think about this till just now. I wish I had thought of this yesterday. I feel like giving away some movie tickets tonight. So here's what I do. There's 6 people watching, so only 6 people are going to know this right now. There is a Stream Elements link down there for you to donate. Any donation over $5 puts you in the running for $25 in free movie tickets. Let's do that. And I will do it, and I will do that tonight before we get done with the stream. I will give those away tonight before we get done with the stream. That sounds like fun. What do you think?
You should tweet that out. Maybe we'll bring some more people in.
I really should tweet that out.
Definitely should.
When you get to the
NFL draft is now open. The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. I don't know if he said that yet, but I'm saying it.
That's pretty much what he says.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he said it yet. That's what I'm saying. Because I can't see the live draft. Stupid damn. Nothing will show it to me.
Yeah, I know. I'm basically just at the whim of whatever they update on the NFL website at this point. Because my laptop's being stupid fucking slow. Actually, it does say right there in the NFL network. It says live 2022 draft. So maybe the NFL, or NFL.com rather. I'm sorry. Not the NFL network.
Oh, it is. Oh, it is on. Oh, it is on. I can't have sound, obviously, but because it'll go in my ear. Goodell's talking to everybody.
Well, he's got to do something to try to up his his credit.
Ice Cube. Ice Cube is in the crowd, and he's getting asked to come up on stage.
And of course, my laptop.
Roger Goodell just invited Ice Cube up on stage. He's wearing a Raiders number 22 jersey. Hyping up Vegas. Okay. What are they, in a hangar?
No, they built a thing right outside one of the casinos.
Ah. Yeah. Oh. Oh, you're gonna call Derek Carr up? Okay. Didn't you just say the Raiders don't even have a pick?
Vegas. Nope. Unless they traded into one in the last couple of days, I didn't catch it.
No, they traded away their first round pick for Davante.
From New Orleans.
Here comes his saying.
They would have had the number 22 pick. The Green Bay Packers are there. It says from Las Vegas. So I'm assuming that's the pick.
The 2022 NFL Draft is now officially open. The Jacksonville Jaguars are now on the clock. So the 10-minute clock has started. Are you able to see it, Frank?
I am. If I look at it on.
If you can't, that's fine. I'll keep you. If you can't, I'll keep you up to date, and then you can actually pull up the player's bio, and we can discuss the player when they draft it.
Well, I restarted my laptop because it was acting kind of shitty. So hopefully I'll be able to pull it up on my laptop. Usually I have my laptop and everything open, actually watching my stream, but.
Where the hell are they at?
I saw it earlier. You know that EarthCam YouTube channel they have, where it shows a lot of like, the time lapses of people building shit.
Yeah.
They actually had a live camera of the stuff going on in Las Vegas today. I was watching it for a minute.
Doesn't look like it's as windy as they thought it might be. I don't know. The palms are still moving pretty good. Maybe it is. See how long it takes Jacksonville to get this pick in.
I don't imagine it'll take long. I think they've probably already said, you know what, the draft is what it is. They're not looking for a quarterback, so they're not taking one of them. They need defense, but more than anything else.
But they could still be trying to field trade requests. They could be trying to call teams up. Hey, anybody, you interested in the one?
Yeah, anybody want to pay $25 million for this thing? What's it worth to you? All I know is I've got plenty of alcohol.
Would it shock you with one of these teams that has 2 draft picks in the first round trade up both those picks for the number 1? I mean,
I can't see anybody that's in the draft though that you would do that for. I mean, if you're really struggling for a defensive player, maybe one of the edge rushers or a D lineman. There's a couple of wide receivers that are, I think, that are going to go in the first round this year that are good, but I don't think anybody's going to trade up to the number 1 spot to get them. So
right.
I don't know. There is no talent. There isn't that Joe Burrow out there. There isn't that stud wide receiver or stud running back. There isn't that guaranteed lockdown corner. I mean, this is a highly talented first round, but I mean, it's so full that you feel like you can wait and still get a good value. You don't have to trade up into the top 3 and pay a shit ton of money to somebody who you could get at pick like 11 or some shit like that. So I don't know.
Right. Okay, so basically, I've heard that the 2 names I've heard are Trayvon Walker and Aiden Hutchinson here at 1. Would there be anything outside the box of those 2?
No, not really. I mean, pass rush is becoming so important in the NFL right now that makes perfect sense to want to go after one of those guys. Because if you're not pressuring the guys like Tom Brady, if you're not pressuring Joe Burrow, those guys are just going to eat you up. So having a good pass rush is important.
Sure. Well, especially when you're in a division it's not entirely unwinnable. I mean, yes, the Titans and the Colts have made some moves and try to improve their teams, but Houston's not going to win, and that means that Jacksonville could at least finish 3rd. Maybe they make the right moves, they move up. Who knows? Stranger things have happened.
Yeah. They have not popped it up on the website yet, so I'm trying to trying to keep an eye on all
and
this
TSS
stuff.
is right. Hi, Federico. TSS says this is the weakest draft for quarterback, but a strong draft for wide receiver and defense. That is correct.
That's something they've been saying for the last couple of weeks.
We're down to 549, counting.
If they're waiting this long, I think they're trying to trade it. Because, I mean, there's really only one of two guys you're going to get.
Yeah, well, like I said, that's what I'm saying.
So I would say just pick him. So they probably are trying to shop this pick around and saying, hey, guys, who wants to give us, like, either an NFL-ready talent and a draft pick or a shit ton of draft picks for this number one pick. But like I said, this is a deep enough draft for all these things that are available. Nobody's going to trade up to get one of these quarterbacks. Not number one.
No, and
so
I heard him talking about it after we got the phone earlier. I heard him talking about it on the radio how Jacksonville's been trying to shop the one, and nobody's interested.
It's not one of those years, man.
Next year's supposedly, next year could be a great year for quarterback, but still too early to tell.
He said, Beast Incarnate says Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud will go number one next year. I like Bryce Young.
Tex is in the chat. What's up?
What up, Tex?
Pick is in.
Here we go.
The pick is in. Now we're just waiting on Goodell to move to the podium. You want to take any bets on it?
I don't think they traded it. I think they didn't have anybody that really wanted it, so they just went ahead and took one of these edge rushers.
Okay, which one you going with?
Who's the one you were talking about? I think the guy from Michigan is going to go to Detroit. I think they're taking the other guy, and the guy from Michigan is going to Detroit.
So you're going Trayvon Walker. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, they're showing us the stage. No Goodell yet. Everybody wants to know who's number one. Hey, don't know. Come on now.
Interested to see where Houston goes to.
Houston, a lot of them.
Because Houston kind of needs everything. so it's like, hey, we just take whatever.
Well, I was hearing today either Sauce or God, I can't remember the other name, like Slinky or Skinky or Stinky or whatever the fuck his name is, from LSU.
Oh, okay.
I don't know that I would want to. I mean, of course, I won't have the option, but I don't know that I would want to go to a draft. It looks pretty madhouse.
I wouldn't travel a long distance for one. I mean, like they had the one in Cleveland a couple years ago. It's like I would have gone up there, like if I'd have thought about it. But Mikkel says Aiden Hutchinson. Yep.
Well, here comes
Trayvon
Goodell.
Walker. They just updated NFL.com, says Trayvon Walker, defensive end, Georgia.
Oh, you gotta love how my feed is gonna be behind. Bastards.
And there you folks see it at the bottom of your screen. Assuming the NFL got it right, it's Trayvon Walker, defensive end from Georgia, goes number one overall to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yep, Trayvon Walker. Well, that's kind of where we expected one of those two. So that means that Detroit goes to Hutchinson goes to Detroit.
Yeah.
(6'5", 272, 4'5", 40.
My laptop is
overall
load.
An overall 80, 86 athleticism, 61 production, 37 tackles, 7.5 for loss, 6 sacks in 21, all career highs for the national champs. And he had a sack in each of the playoff games.
I would imagine this next pick is going to come pretty quickly.
Oh, it should be. I mean, this should be like, 10-minute clock hits and then boom, picks in. Well, why waste any time? See, Michael, you got it wrong.
I would imagine. Okay, Jacksonville went defense. I think Detroit's going defense. I think Houston's going to go ahead and go defense because there isn't a quarterback that they want to take this early in the draft. So they're going to suffer with that guy that they've got for another year, or maybe try to trade for somebody. I don't know. Maybe they end up trading for Baker Mayfield at some point. But I think the Jets could potentially go offense.
Yeah, they're going line.
Assuming, of course, they don't make the trade with the Niners for Debo, which I don't know. I think it's looking less and less likely that's going to happen. But
no, even if they do make that trade, it'll be for the 10th pick. It won't be for the 4th. I think they go O-line on their 4th pick because they need to protect the quarterback. So, see, that's the way you got to go. TSS says, unless you're the Vikings, who twice went over their time and forgot to pick a player.
Oops.
Beast Incarnate says Houston should take Evan Neal. I think Houston's going to take a corner.
I think they're definitely going to go defense. Because Lovie Smith just took over that team, and I think he's a defensive guy.
Detroit's pick is in, by the way.
Yeah,
we called that. Immediately the pick is in. Got to be Hutchins.
Bleacher Report, breaking news, number 1 pick. Yeah, we know that already.
By the way, those in the chat, I know you guys are going to be able to see this a lot faster than us, so if you can, kind of not put the names in the chat before we know about them, it kind of helps us out,
Yeah, we are working with a bit of a delay here.
We would appreciate it. Helps us really, get to take it in live ourselves. And the Rams have not had a first-round pick in 7 consecutive years.
That's pretty crazy.
And they just won the Super Bowl.
It hasn't hurt them, yeah. I mean, they're the best team in football right now.
So, Dell is at the podium, the 2nd pick. The Lions select Aiden Hutchinson. Yep.
No big surprise there.
Nope. Although even your monitor actually updated that before the pick came in. Damn it! Are we still scoring? What the hell? Yeehaw! 2-0 Cardinals. In the bottom of the 1st. Hutchinson won the Lombardi Award and the Ted Hendricks Award in 2021. First team AP All-American.
I may just have to.
He was the Big Ten Conference MVP, the Defensive Player of the Year, and the Defensive Lineman of the Year. 14 sacks in 21, which 3rd all for the whole college single-season school record for Michigan. Wow.
Dr. Nick, my man. What's up, brother? I know he'll be going live later on tonight. Go check him out as well. Yeah, I actually added Brody to the call, but it must be his old account or something because it said he wasn't available anymore or something. So, I don't know. I added him to the call. If Brody wants to, he knows how to find me.
.74 quarterback pressures in 21. 28 tackles, 18.5 sacks, 4 forced fumbles in his career. Yeah, that's what Detroit needed. So, does Houston take time, or does their pick go in quickly?
I think they're probably going to go pretty quick. I think they're just going to take the best defender they can get. That's my guess.
Well, right now we're on a run of edge rushers. Does it stay edge rusher? Or does it change position? Because I think they're going corner, but
I think there was a corner that I'd read that they liked. Oh, I can't do it like that.
So far it's been a boring draft. That's the only thing I was afraid of. I was hoping for chaos, and obviously we're not gonna get it in the first 2 picks, but
well, I mean, like I said, if I don't know, the Jets could do something in trade. I know they really want Salah really wants fucking Deebo Samuel, but I don't know that there's anything they're gonna put together in the next 5 minutes. It's gonna make that happen.
Well, for most of the experts, they think the first pick that would be a possible trade out will be the Giants at 5. For anybody who wants to move ahead of Carolina to get Willis. So that's where a lot of people think the first action will be is at 5. So let's see. That means that the first 4 picks could be kind of boring until we get to 5. Well, I just want chaos. I want to see trades. There's no way 8 teams are not going to take a pick in this draft. I mean, that's asinine.
I think they just took Mills.
The pick is in. Damn, they didn't waste any time either.
I think they just took Mills.
Mills?
One of the quarterbacks.
They took Sam Mills, not Sam Mills. What is his name? I can't believe I thought they were all hung up on their current quarterback.
Davis Mills.
No, that's the pick. That's their current quarterback.
Oh.
They're just talking about his. Yeah, he's their current quarterback. They have 2 first-round picks in each of the next 3 drafts. Wow. If you can't figure this shit out in the next 3 years for Texas, you guys got issues.
Honestly, if I were them, I would just blow up the defense in this draft. I mean, I'd be getting edge rushers, cornerbacks, and then next year when there might be another quarterback that I can get a hold of to be better, then I would go that route. Or I'll wait till after the draft is over and try and get Garoppolo. I mean,
I think they're high on Mills though, and he's still young. He was a rookie last year, so they got him for the next 3 years plus if they do a 5th-year option. So
they took tackle Titus Howard. Is that who they took? No,
I don't know. It doesn't
he's
say.
announcing it right now. Goodell's at the podium.
Not on my view, but everybody's ahead of me.
Derek Singletary, cornerback, LSU.
Singletary?
Yep.
That's what I said. One of the corners, as I figured. It's Stingley. Stingley is his name. Derek Stingley. Yeah, that's why. I thought Stinky. I was close.
I'm old. I remember Singletary.
That means, and they were talking earlier, Jim and Pat on moving the chains. They did a quick mock draft today, and I was listening to about the first 20 picks or so, and they actually had Sauce going here instead of Stingley. So, but they said it could have been either or. So, all right, really. I know you're from California, but isn't San Francisco more northern California, not southern?
And I was muted, so nobody heard that shit. But yes, I have a friend of mine who could go. I was muted because I didn't want anybody. Yeah, I know TSS. I just figured it out. I was muted because I was eating my chip. I didn't want to crunch in the fucking microphone. I totally forgot. But yeah, Jets are on the clock now, and whatever. But yeah, I have a friend of mine named Brandon Easterling who played for the University of Dayton as a cornerback. And he is projected to be a late 7th round or high valued free agent after this draft. So it is entirely possible that my friend Brandon could be getting drafted on the last day of the draft. And I certainly hope that happens because Brandon's a really cool guy, really nice guy. He worked really, really hard. He spent the last couple of months in New Jersey, like working out really hard, working with position coaches, trying to improve his game to try to help his draft stock. And that's what I was telling him last time I talked to him. I said, wouldn't it be cool if you got drafted last by the 49ers, you were Mr. Irrelevant. they would send you all to for all this stuff. I mean, for those of you who are subscribed, I did a video a couple of years ago about Mr. Irrelevant, about kind of like everything surrounding it. They send you to Southern California. I mean, they send you and your family to Disneyland. They have a big roast in your honor with a bunch of old NFL guys. They have a bunch of charity events in your name. I mean, they basically just spoil you like a brat for like a weekend. And, that you get, of course, the jersey that says Mr. Irrelevant and all that. But, yeah, so I have a friend of mine named Brandon Easterling who played cornerback for the University of Dayton, who graduated this last year, and he has actually entered into the draft. So, with any luck, someday I'll be hearing his name called.
Well, the last I saw, there were under 5 minutes left of the Jets pick, and it had not been put in yet. So
if you go to the NFL's website, go to NFL.com. It pops up in the bottom left-hand corner, a little window. I just expanded that, and I think I've got pretty much a live feed right now. I don't think it's going to last for the entire night.
NFL.com.
Yeah, I just went to the website, and there was I'm watching on my laptop, so I don't know if you're watching on your phone or anything like that, but
yeah. It's on my phone.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll work out the same, but that's how I'm watching.
That's what you're watching it on?
That's what I'm watching the draft on. Right now it says the Jets pick is in, so we're about to find out.
Come on. Yeah, it won't let me on this device. I have to sign in with a pro TV provider, which I have not. I don't have. Jesus, we are putting it on them. It's 5-0 in the bottom of the second. Cardinals over to Diamondbacks. That's what I'm talking about. Going back to this, to the NFL, at least I had a live feed. Might be behind, but at least I had it.
Well, they say the pick is in. They say the pick is in. But like 8.5 minutes left.
No, but that's actually for the Giants on the clock.
I just want them to announce it. Pick is in.
Once the pick goes in, the clock automatically starts for the next team. So even though we don't get the announcement from Goodell till probably a couple minutes later or whatever, the next team's already on the clock. So that was what you saw, that 8.5 minutes. That was for the Giants. Because I noticed that on the last one, because when Houston did their pick, he went to the Jets and it was like 5 minutes left. I was like, already? Sorry, guys. I can't pop back on. My brother only has a wireless headset here. Okay. Sorry, man. No, thanks for...
Hey, we're going to be on for a while, man. So if it's later on in the night, because I think the last time I did this, it went until probably midnight. So, I don't know. We'll be on for a while. KSC will probably pop back on later. He loves to get attention on other people's channel.
Oh, yeah. Subscribe to my shit. Oh. Oh, Brody wants to know how to join the call.
Can you add him? I tried to add him.
I don't think I have his thing either because he's changed it.
Yeah,
tell him to. Well, Brody, message me on Skype, and I'll get you added.
And the Jets' selection is
offensive. Oh, cornerback. They took Sauce from Cincinnati.
Ahmad Gardner from Cincinnati. There is that.
Yep, that's back-to-back corners.
That's a pretty dope-looking fucking green room, too.
Yeah. So I think this is where we get our chaos. If anybody wants Willis badly, this is where they move. Because Carolina, I'm sure, wants him at 6.
You forgot his hat or something
Who's
like
this?
that.
All right, let's see if I can get him added in here now.
Allowed 0 receiving touchdowns in coverage in his career.
Okay. Back up. What are we doing here?
Nice. All right. Let's go, Giants. Let's shake this thing up a little bit, baby.
Now that I've accepted him, now let's see if I can get him added on now. Add. All right, I'm adding you, Brody. Got to answer the call. There he is. Welcome to the call, Brody.
Good day.
So what do you think of this draft so far? First 4 picks in?
I, honest to God, until Nick called me a twat, I completely forgot the draft was even today.
It happens.
I've been more into the end of the hockey season and the early part of the NBA playoffs. I kind of forgot about the draft.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're a Cowboys fan. It's understandable.
Well, and this year there was no it prospect, if you will, for me that had me hyped to see, where's this guy going to go? And usually I really, in the quarterback heavy drafts, and there's not a lot of big name quarterbacks in this draft. So.
Wow, that Giants drafting looks dead as fuck. Like, they don't even know what the fuck they're doing.
Well, it's because they might trade it away, like I said. This is the first chance for chaos.
I think they probably already sent the pick in. I think that's why they're all just staring at the TV.
If they are trading it away, if they're not, they're
whatever the decision is, it's already been done. I think that's why they're all just kind of hanging out watching right now.
I think they go receiver.
No, I think if they're picking here, they're taking O-line. But hey, Brody, I give you shit about being a Cowboys fan and all that, but hell, we don't even have a first round draft pick, so the pick is in.
When you trade Debo, you'll get a
I think that would have happened already.
What did the Packers get for Devontae?
They got a first rounder this year. And the Chiefs did as well when they traded away Hill.
Yeah, they got the number 22 pick from Vegas.
We'll see what Carolina does. If Carolina takes a wide receiver, what are they at 6? If they take a wide receiver, then I don't know. If they don't take a wide receiver, they're going to trade for Debo.
See, I think Carolina wants Malik Willis.
Or I could be wrong. Carolina trades for Jimmy G, but I don't think Shanahan wants to keep Jimmy G anymore.
Well,
So,
but even if Carolina does, they're not giving up the first for Jimmy. Jimmy's not.
No.
I mean,
you give up a
they would-
second at most.
yeah, second or a third, second and maybe a seventh. I don't know, but
Well, the Giants' war room here looks pretty happy with the pick. There's fist bumps all around, which means they. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure they were fist bumping when they drafted Daniel Jones, and that's not.
Yeah, the guy who they didn't even offer the 5th round option. For the 5th year option, excuse me. They declined it. But I think this has got to be offensive line. They need to protect their quarterback at this point.
This kid's trying to get the crowd hyped. Look at it. Where is the draft this year? In Vegas, isn't it?
Yep. Next year it's my place in Kansas City. And who is that? Somebody coming out with Goodell.
I don't know. This kid is trying to get the crowd
Is that
hyped.
fucking Harry Styles or some shit? Who the fuck is that?
I don't know.
I have zero interest in even going to an NFL game, but it's just from everyone I've talked to, they're like, "Oh, the NFL's so much better. It's so much better."
Oh, he's a Make-A-Wish recipient, Sam Prince.
Okay.
Oh, well, you get the crowd hype.
Well, he's working his 15 minutes of fame as much as he can.
Well, shit, you might. Well, no, I'm not even going to go for that joke. That's.
He gets to announce the first pick of the Giants. Look at that.
Yvonne Thibodeau.
Thibodeau, the edge rusher from Oregon.
That's a good pick. He was projected to be the first overall pick going into the season. But I'm trying to think, did he even play much this year? Or did he play at all this season?
I don't know.
Because he was high going into it. I should know, being I'm a Pac-12 fan. Fight on, baby, go Trojans. Oh.
Well, this kid, he has this. He's kind of like Randy Moss, where he's like, "I'll play when I want to play" or something.
Oh yeah, he did. He did play last year, but he didn't play the full year.
Come on, turn off.
Oh, I forgot the Giants had the 5th and the 7th pick.
I'm guessing the first quarterback's going to be coming here in just a second.
I don't think Carolina takes a quarterback.
Do what?
I don't think the Panthers take a quarterback. I don't think there's a quarterback good enough to take at the 6th overall pick. You ride it out with Darnold one year and let him shit the bed, because there's good quarterbacks coming out next year. You got the kid from Alabama will be coming out next year.
Well, they say Malik Willis could be good with a year, on the bench. So why not? If you already got Darnold for one more year, you could have this kid ride the pine for 1 year, just like we've done with Trey Lance. I mean, the only thing is that Malik Willis is not NFL ready for this year.
Well, Carolina NFL ready.
Yeah, Carolina's not NFL ready for this year. So the entire team is not NFL ready for this year.
Well, they said of all the quarterbacks coming out this year, that only one was considered NFL ready for this year, and that's Pickett.
The top 5 are all defensive players. When was the last time that even happened?
I can't recall. I expected offensive linemen by now. I mean, so I've been off the last 2 picks. The Carolina maybe surprises me here now too. Basically, I've heard that if Carolina doesn't take Willis, Atlanta will at 8. But the Giants could take him at 7 since they didn't take Jones's 5th year option. So
remember, the Seahawks are still looking for a quarterback too.
Yeah, a lot of the rumor is they're gonna go get Baker.
I don't know if Seattle drafts a quarterback and they're off the market for Baker.
Well, sure, if they draft a quarterback, but I mean,
I feel like if they were going to get Baker, they'd have made that deal by now. I don't think they're interested in Baker.
You would think.
I don't think anybody's interested in Baker.
I don't think Baker's mama is interested in Baker. Even Baker's mama went out and bought a fucking what's his name? The guy that just signed. Why am I drawing a blank? The guy they just traded for.
I mean, first off, is Deshaun even going to look good in Houston, in Cleveland? I mean, really, not a lot of quarterbacks have looked good in Cleveland because of the weather.
That's what I've been saying to some people online. They were just like, "Oh, now they're going to contend. They're going to win 12 games next year. They're going to run the division." I'm like, Cleveland is where quarterbacks go to die.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, they haven't had a solid quarterback since at least the fucking early 90s.
Well, they've never had a quarterback as talented as Deshaun. Baker's not as talented as Deshaun.
But no, it's because the way the stadium's built, the wind gets sucked into the stadium and flies onto the field.
With that being said, why do road teams not struggle there?
They do.
Like Ben Roethlisberger, I'm pretty sure, puts up big numbers when they came to Cleveland.
They, I mean, if you look last year? I think there were a couple of games where the games in Cleveland were like 6-3. I mean, it was ridiculous because of the wind.
I think if they would have had Deshaun Watson playing last year, they were a preseason Super Bowl pick, but people overestimated Baker.
Well, I mean, how much do you think Watson's going to actually play this year? I don't think it's going to be the full season.
I don't think he plays at all this season. And that's why they restructured the deal to make it next to no money this year.
He'll play.
I don't know. If he plays, though, it'll be 8 games at best, maybe 9. I think he loses the first 8 to a suspension.
I think he'll play, whether he's any good or not. That's
why you keep Baker.
If I'm Baker, there's no fucking way I'm showing up to camp. There's no way.
Then you don't get paid.
I don't care. There's no reason for Baker to stay. I mean, if you stay there, you don't play. Why not just not play and try to get traded?
Because he does play if Deshaun gets suspended. Right now, he's got no leverage. He'll just say, fine, we're not trading you. Fine, I'm not coming. Fine, you're not getting paid. We don't need you.
Well,
by the way, Brody, while we're waiting on the Carolina pick, I got to ask you, what did you think of our coverage as far as do you think that somebody will hit 3,000 again?
The pick is apparently in for Carolina, by the way.
Okay.
Maybe Trout. I don't know.
I don't think he's in his 12th year and he's got only 1,400 hits.
Yeah, but I was looking at it.
Even if he plays another 12 years, he's going to be short at that pace.
Yeah, but you also got to bear in mind the COVID season fucked that up. So he didn't play 162. So I was looking at his. And I'm not.
He was injured a lot last year and the year before the COVID season.
Big on 1,000 hits. So I don't think it's that.
Why? Only 33 people have done it. I mean, that's a pretty small amount of people.
I'm more into. I think 500 home runs is a bigger feat than 3,000 hits.
Too many. There's actually a whole lot more of them, thanks to the steroid era.
Yeah, I know, but still, it takes more talent to hit the ball far than. Like me and my dad get into an argument about Pete Rose all the time. Like he hit or Derek Jeter here, coming from a Yankees fan. Oh, Derek Jeter this, Derek Jeter that. Derek Jeter hit chicken shit little fucking line drives over the second baseman's head into right field. Not that impressive as watching. I stand by till the day I die that A-Rod is a more talented baseball player than Derek Jeter ever was.
Yeah, well, except that he needed performance-enhancing drugs, so
didn't need them.
I mean, I could argue that Barry Bonds was on his way to a Hall of Fame career until he decided to use steroids and go after 73.
Barry Bonds is still a Hall of Fame. So,
but he's not getting in. So,
which is ridiculous. Because if steroids made everybody good, how come Greg Zahn didn't hit 70 home runs?
Benito Santiago.
The cream always rises to the top.
Some guys don't use steroids to get big, though. Some guys use steroids to heal faster.
Yeah, which I don't see the issue with that.
Well,
it's not like we've had this argument before. It's not like many of those Barry Bonds home runs or even A-Rod home runs were just chicken shit little things that cleared the fence by 10 feet. Those things were rockets that were probably getting out regardless of steroids. And if guys can find a way to heal faster, good on them.
I think that before you put any of these roid players in, you're going to put Pete Rose in.
Well, that's a different argument. Here you go, first offensive player. The tackle from North Carolina State. He comes.
Really?
Wonku.
Ooh, really? The guy who's got a shoulder injury. Wow.
Yep. Ike Ekwonu.
Yeah, he's got a shoulder injury. A lot of people had him as a C- grade because of that shoulder injury. It's a risk. Okay. Well, I mean, Carolina.
Basically, Trout would have to play 17 years to hit 3,000 hits on the trajectory he's averaging, because he averages 179 hits per 162 games.
He's got to play how many more years?
The fuck is that suit he's wearing?
Well, he would have had to play 17 years if he had that average, but the fact that the last 2 years he only played 53 and 36 games kind of fucks that up.
Okay,
Right.
This guy they just picked, his suit looks like he's a general in a Central African country's army without the ribbons. It's like, it looks so weird.
Kind of reminds me of Farouk's thing from the Nation of Domination, but white instead of black.
Hey, look, and he's from North Carolina State, so he's staying at home to go to the NFL.
Three
They're
sacks
following in
allowed in
Detroit's
2021, 476 pass block snaps. It's going to help whoever they got at quarterback, that's for sure.
And maybe I misspoke, J-Man. I shouldn't have said the 500 home run club. I meant the 600 home run club, because that's pretty exclusive.
Or the 700, which right now only has 3 people in it. Maybe a fourth if Pujols gets 18 more, but
should have had A-Rod, but if he didn't get hurt that last season.
Yeah, but Pujols is a much better player.
Roger Goodell looks like he stayed out way too late drinking last night, got shit-faced drunk, and just woke up like 15 minutes before he walked in the door of the draft. It's like his hair's all fucked up. He's looking a little puffy.
Tex, the Cowgirls haven't picked yet, so if they do, even I don't even know if they have a first-round pick.
You hate to.
Number 24,
Number
okay.
24 overall. Yeah.
And we're only at 7, so we got a ways to go. Go ahead,
I hate
Birdie.
to see players that play too long. Like the fact that A-Rod played till he was 40 and hit 250 and 200, or those last 3 years he struggled, and then he finished his career 295, because it's like, no, A-Rod's a 300 hitter.
Yeah, I mean, Pujols has done the same thing, but it's.
And the steroids suck because he lost that whole year in 2014, but he hit 3,100 hits and hit 696 home runs. I don't care if he's on steroids or not. That's a Hall of Fame.
Yeah, well, Pujols' numbers is what? He's at 3,300 hits. He's got 681 in home runs and over 2,000 RBIs, like the third highest in RBIs. Just saying. No steroids. So,
yeah. No, you can't. Well, no steroids. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Kind of just like Mike Piazza was not officially ever on steroids, but a lot of his Mets teammates remember him getting shot up in the clubhouse. But he never tested positive, so he never did steroids.
The Giants pick is in, so we're just waiting on Goodell to go to the podium.
they've got to go offense here. Nobody's gone on other than Ekwonu. This has got to be Neal, right? Offensive lineman Neal. Somebody mentioned him earlier in the chat.
Keanu Neal. I'm hoping the first wide receiver taken off the board is Drake London from my USC Trojans, your USC Trojan.
Not mine, sorry.
There's only one guy smiling right now in the Giants war room, and he just stopped smiling.
I am a Kansas Jayhawks fan, no matter how bad they are in football. Evan Neal, that's who it was. Evan Neal.
Can you Oklahoma fans just get over it? It's getting sad. Like
get over what?
Lincoln Riley leaving for USC. I'm sorry, it's a better job.
Yeah,
I mean, if you say so.
But see,
Oklahoma's going to go to the
SEC.
SEC.
Make him look so good at NFL jobs.
But Oklahoma's moving to the SEC,
which makes the job even worse because they're going to get fucking torched in the SEC.
Oh yeah,
Here comes Roger.
But it's not
the podium.
Yeah, they drafted Evan Neal.
That's what I figured. Evan Neal. I guessed that one right. So I think I've got 3 right out of the whole draft so far, out of 7 picks.
I haven't tried to guess. I'm going to get them all wrong.
Why I think he's going to do great at USC is he recruited like crazy for kids to come to Norman, Oklahoma. Pretty sure it's a lot easier to, hey kid, you want to spend 3 or 4 years in Norman, Oklahoma, or you want to spend 3 or 4 years in LA for free?
If I had to choose, I think I'd choose Norman, Oklahoma. But I don't want to fucking go to LA. Fuck that place. By the way,
if you're rich, living in LA is great.
I'm technically right on 4 picks. I forgot. I got the first 3. So that and Evan Neal gives me 7. I think that Atlanta takes Willis right here. I think this is where the first quarterback goes off the board. Malik Willis, number 8, to Atlanta.
If you're making $25 million a year living in LA, it's great.
If you
get that house up in the Hollywood Hills, you get to eat baby duck pussy lip tacos at Spago's.
Hey, shout out to Ron White.
Yeah, shout out Ron White.
I mean, you can go see Tent City if you want. You want to go to LA.
If you're an 18-year-old kid with high aspirations and you're going to get a nice NIL deal, so you're going to get free school, free place to live, free food, and I forget what quarterback's making right now from Beats, but I believe it's $1 million a year in NIL. So you're going to get $1 million a year and everything for free. Yeah. Or you could go to Oklahoma and play for who the hell's their coach? The defensive Brett Venables, the defensive coordinator from Clemson. And everyone says USC is dead. It is now, but college football was pretty popular in 03 through 05 when USC was in the national title.
Well, they were the best football team in LA for about 4 or 5 years. It's because the Rams weren't that good. The Raiders had left.
Rams weren't even there then.
That good.
I
3 Heisman trophies in 4 years.
Yeah, what'd those Heisman Trophy winners do in the NFL?
Carson Palmer had a pretty good career.
He did all right.
He was an all right career. It was okay.
Reggie Bush.
He was Jimmy Garoppolo-esque.
Reggie Bush had a decent career.
Yeah.
Couple thousand.
Well,
couple thousand.
He had
couple
a couple
thousand
of years.
He had like
2,000 yards.
And then they took his Heisman away from him anyway. So,
which is ridiculous.
God, Atlanta's carrying a record like $40 million dead cap hit for Ryan after trading him away.
Oh yeah, because they're stupid.
God.
Yeah, that was I saw that deal and I'm like, really? You not only gave him away, but you ate all the money?
I mean, at that point, you may as well just kept him.
Right.
Because it's not like he's a bad quarterback. It's like you could have went ahead and, kept him for another year, maybe drafted a quarterback this time to kind of be his understudy, and then built up your defense or your offensive line. And then by the time he's ready to retire, he just goes away, and you've got a quarterback who's already been there for a couple of years as his backup, ready to step up.
Oh, I'm
Or
going to
they
tell you right
think
now, you just expect Matt Ryan to have a comeback season this year in Indianapolis. With that O-line protecting him, shit.
Or they think this year's draft class is really weak at quarterback and it's decent at wide receiver. So they take a kid like Drake London here to line up with Pitts. You have one shitty year, and then next year's supposed to be, like I said, pretty deep at quarterback. Take a shot at quarterback next year. Basically tank this year.
Yeah,
So
but there's always like I said, they've got Marcus Mariota. So you draft Malik Willis here to sit on the bench and sit behind Mariota for a year.
The pick is
They can still get because they can still get wide receivers later on in the draft because there are plenty. So, but Malik Willis is not getting out of the first round.
The Falcons pick is apparently in, and Seattle's now on the clock. Just so you guys know.
Yep.
And for those of you who are slandering Reggie Bush, did he live up to the hype? No. Could anybody have? No. But he had a career 4.3 yards per carry, which nothing to not write home about.
It's
and
not horrible, no, but...
And he averaged... He had... I mean, he was career average... 10 years, he averaged about 600 yards rushing and...
Drake London, wide receiver, USC.
Oh, called it. Best player in the draft right there.
Okay, well, even though I've been wrong on all the picks except for 4, half the picks, it's still been a boring draft.
I really expected the Jets to trade that pick. If not for...
This is the pick
Debo.
that the Jets would... This pick for number 10 is where they would trade if they were getting Debo. I'm telling you. I knew it wasn't going to be 4. But can we have any trades? Can we have some chaos, please?
Usually day 2 is a crazy day.
No, but this was set up to be a crazy day with 8 teams not even having a number 1 pick, 8 teams having multiple picks. With all those players out there, Garoppolo, Cleveland, Baker. Then you had the wide receivers. You had DK Metcalf, Debo Samuel, A.J. Brown. I mean, these are 5 players that could have got traded today. So there should have been a lot of chaos.
That's why I think that those guys will all be traded day 2 because those are like second-round pick worthy players.
Disagree. Debo, if Hill and Adams can get a first-round draft pick for them, then Debo should get a first-round pick.
If Debo wants to be all-purpose like he has been in San Francisco, but I've heard he wants to play wide receiver and is just a straight-up wide receiver. He's not Devontae. He's not Tyreek Hill. He's not any of those. You put him in the money.
He still had 1,400 yards and 6 touchdowns through the air as a receiver. So I wouldn't, you still can't knock him down for that.
No, but that's impressive. Like I said, he's impressive, but he's not.
By the way, that's with Jimmy G throwing the ball. So, give him a better quarterback. Who knows?
Jesus Christ, I'm just watching this clip of Drake London as a high schooler completing a 540. That's crazy athleticism.
A 540?
Yeah.
A 5-second 40?
No. A 540 dunk, like a 540-degree dunk.
Oh.
1.5 rotations in the air. That's pretty good athleticism for, what is he, 6'4", 6'5"?
You want to impress me, Stevie Wonder, take the wheel.
Stevie Wonder ain't blind.
Okay.
Haven't you heard that bit?
Yes.
Which, Jack? Yeah,
I can't remember who did it. I can't remember who did it, but I remember hearing it.
He'd been faking it for years.
Mm-hmm.
He's 6'3", 219 pounds. Drake London is.
He was not projected as the first wide receiver off the board. I heard Jameson was.
Depends who's mock draft. Charles Davis had him as the first receiver off the board.
Yeah.
The first ball handler does not come off. He barely into the top 10. Number 8 to Atlanta.
Mm-hmm. The first offensive, well, yeah,
The first
because there was an
skill
offensive
player,
tackle.
position player. But yeah, that's pretty crazy. It's been a while since we've had somebody, nobody draft a ball handler, a position player until that late in the draft. It's been a while. Rose, I don't know who's using the microwave. You must be hearing beeps in your head. I thought I heard something. But I wasn't paying attention.
I think Brody is actually, and that's why he's muted.
Maybe some food, Brody. But a lot of love to the chat. What's going on, everybody? Mikkel, happy birthday to you, Mikkel, by the way. I think Drew was in here earlier. He's probably still watching. Steve Callan, Beast Incarnate, what's up? TSS2. D. Welsh in here kicking it, what's up? Tex, my man, what's up? Who else is in here? Somebody came in here recently. I forget who it was. Brody obviously just popped in. The Rose. What's going on, my man? Derek Hance just popped in. Yeah, we are now waiting on the pick from Seattle. And then
did we miss something? We had
Jets.
Did we miss something? We had 9 watching. Now we only have 4. Where'd those 5 go? We boring you? What the fuck?
Baseball talk.
Hey, you got. Well, that's bullshit because baseball's the best fucking sport.
Well, the stream is still certainly up because I'm watching it on one of my devices, so it's still there.
You got most of the words right there. Baseball was the best sport.
Yeah, it still is in my opinion, but...
Me too. Yeah, the stream is still up and good, so we're not having stream problems. That's a good thing.
Hockey is a far superior sport. The league is a different story. The NHL is a joke.
Right.
Hockey as a sport is probably the best sport in the world. You have to be athletic, and you don't have to just be able to run like all the other sports. You actually have to be able to skate.
Well,
no, Rose. Miami is not 20 picks away. Miami traded their pick. It says 29 is actually Kansas City from San Francisco via Miami. So, no, Miami does not have a first-round pick.
Right, because they gave away that pick for Hill.
So you are watching for no reason if all you're doing is waiting around to see who Miami picks.
But we appreciate it.
Yeah, but we're glad.
But I tell you what, though, with the additions that Miami's made this year, they might be a team to reckon with. Just saying.
They're still a quarterback.
Well, they might be, but Hill can make any quarterback look good. Look what he did with Patrick Mahomes. Because I'm going to guarantee you right now, Patrick Mahomes is going to have a down year coming up without Hill. I mean, look at the receivers they got now. McCole Hardman, Juju Smith-Schuster, and the guy from Green Bay, Valdez Cantlin. Woo! Doesn't that excite a defense?
Still got Mahomes and Kelsey. Rodgers is going to have a down year too, though.
Mahomes is not as good as everybody thinks he is. Been saying it for years. Go back and watch any game film and watch Tyreek Hill running his route. He looks back and goes, "Oh shit, that ball's not where I want it to be. I need to turn direction." Patrick Mahomes is very much inconsistent with his passes.
I don't think he's as good as everyone says he is, but I don't think he's as bad as you're making him out to be.
Yeah, I think last year the last couple of years he came back to earth a little bit. Next year is going to be interesting, though, because if he has another slightly off year next year, I think a lot of people are going to start saying, you know what, maybe you were all hype. Maybe you're a good quarterback, but you were all hype and not a great quarterback.
Right. I agree. And I think he will with that receiving core.
Oh, so you're saying he's a system quarterback?
Not a system quarterback, just because it happens a lot in sports. It's like, and this is one of the reasons why I'm watching Ohan Otani really closely this year, is because the first time someone comes on the scene, they tear things up, and then you get tape on them. This is one of the things I thought happened to Kaepernick. It's like he comes on the scene, and because of some of his talents, people didn't have tape on him. But then he comes in for the next year as a full-time starter, and they're like, wait a minute, we've had the entire offseason to watch what you're doing. We've got defenses to deal with you now, and now you're not nearly as versatile. And Seattle has just taken Charles Cross, the offensive tackle from Mississippi. But
okay, so
yeah, I think
Jets are on the clock.
Yeah, so I think that's I think that's what it is. I think that big first year is fun, but when you get that kind of attention, people are going to look at you and say, okay, now we're going to plan for you. And when they plan for you, and when you've got a defense full of the best players in college that are all on the same team now coming after you, I think it makes you look really human really quick.
Well, and here's I've been saying this for years. The quarterback who takes the record-setting deal ends up out of the playoffs within 3 years. It's undefeated. And Patrick Mahomes took a record-setting deal.
We'll see what happens, because basically every year, every quarterback deal now is going to be a record-setting deal.
Maybe. Brady never did. Why do you think he was able to go to so many Super Bowls? The most money he ever made was with Tampa.
Because the league wanted him to.
Well, that too, but he
different. Always... Not everybody's got a wife that makes $25 million a year, too.
Well, granted, I'm just saying that when you take a record-setting deal, it hampers the team with the cap, and then eventually that quarterback can't be with the team anymore. Look at Russell; he took a record-setting deal, and now he's in Denver. What do you want to bet that Patrick doesn't stay in Kansas City the rest of that deal?
You know, me and my friend Brandon were having this talk a while back because, when we were talking about, him being eligible for this draft and all that and possibly getting drafted in the 7th round. It's like we were talking about, players taking deals like this, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why not take a team-friendly deal and help them be a part of helping them facilitate getting more talent, because you end up winning more, you end up looking a lot better, because it's really nice to get paid $25 million a year, but if you're on a team that loses 75% of its games every year, what are you really getting? I mean, you're going to make it up in like endorsements, you're going to make it up in bonuses, you're going to make, what's the difference between making $10 million and making $9 million other than $1 million? When you're talking about numbers that big, it seems kind of silly to want to break the bank. I mean, because that's why a lot of people were like, years ago, I remember it was like A-Rod ended up going to play with the Texans, with the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, $250 million on 10 years.
It's great to make $25 million a year. He's like, but you don't make the playoffs. He's like, you play
right.
162 games and you're done. That's it. Your season's over. You don't play in the games that more people are watching. You don't play in the games that make Hall of Fame careers. And I think that's why he got smart. It was kind of like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here now and go to the Yankees.
And what'd that benefit him? One World Series title. That's it.
That's more than he would have gotten in Texas.
No, I agree, but I'm just saying that's my point.
Owns an NBA team now, so I think it worked out pretty well for him.
But yeah, I would rather. To me, because like I said, it depends on what you're after. Are you after money or are you after legacy? I personally want the legacy. That's just how I am. I'm okay making $5 million a year instead of 15. I want to win. I want rings. I want championships. I want that. I'll make the money in endorsements. I mean, hell, Michael Jordan very rarely was making more in his yearly salary than he was in endorsements. He always made like 10 or 12 million a year from the Bulls, but then made like another 100 million a year in endorsements from Nike, Gatorade, whatever watch company, car company, whatever.
McDonald's. Yeah,
McDonald's. I mean, whatever he was doing, he was making all of his money in endorsements. He didn't have to break the bank for Chicago.
In fact, he was never the highest paid player in the NBA.
Yeah.
False.
That's true.
I don't
False.
know, to be honest.
No, it's true. I've looked it up. He was never the highest paid player.
So
unless it
1998 made more than $30 million in salary, because that's what his salary was his last year. Made $30 million.
Well, I'm going to go look at this real quick because now I'm curious. I think Justin's doing the same thing. By year. Highest paid player in the NBA by year. But this is from OpenCourtBasketball.com. And the Jets pick is in, so now the Washington whatevers are on the clock.
Okay, so I sit corrected. He was actually the first player to get $20 million, and in fact exceeded $30 million as well in seasons 96, 97, and then 97, 98, where he earned $33 million, and that was a record he had held for 30 years. So I sit corrected.
It's okay.
It's all right. I mean, But you think about it. But he
underpaid in the first part.
Right, because he didn't become the highest paid player in the NBA until 96, 97.
Wow, it happened fast too. The higher look, because from what I'm looking at, Patrick. I'm sorry, let me go back a little more. David Robinson in '92 was the highest paid player in the NBA in 1992 at $5.72 million. Then 5.74. Then the very next year it was Magic at 14.6. Then Ewing at 18.7. Then Jordan at 30 and 33 respectively in 96 and 97. Then Ewing again in 98. That was I think that was the year that he retired. Then Shaq at 17, Garnett at 19, then Garnett again in the 20s, Shaq 27, and it only goes up from there. I mean, now under the new CBA, Kobe, LeBron, Steph. So Steph has been the highest paid player in the NBA for the last 4 seasons. Of course, the salary cap's also gone up a lot too.
So Jordan was the highest paid player for 2 seasons of his entire fucking career.
And people could say, "Oh, he took less money to win more," maybe. Or
I mean,
most people don't have a deal with Nike where for every one shoe that you sell, you get $1 for every one Air Jordan that's sold.
And but that's taken Garrett Wilson, wide receiver from Ohio State, with the number 10 pick.
But we're talking about the best of the best. Like, he only made $93 million in his career, and he's a billionaire because of endorsements. But not everybody is the greatest of all time, or in argument for the greatest of all time, where they can just print endorsements like crazy.
But that's what we're talking about. We'd rather have the lesser contract, the more endorsements, and win more games.
It's easy to say that as poor people that can't imagine being the chance to be that wealthy. To me, I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to get paid. I don't care.
Well, but if you look at it, all these sports stars the average is broke within 3 to 5 years after they retire.
That's because they don't know how to. Well,
they don't know how to put that money to work.
Right? They don't realize. And that's the other thing that people don't realize. Like, say, well, we'll use Michael for example, and I know it's hard for us poor people to think, but basically, of his $33 million a year, realistically, probably seeing $10 million a year, which everyone would be like, "Oh, $10 million a year." Yeah, I understand that that's a lot of money, but most
you know how much insurance costs on a motherfucking Ferrari?
not only that, the average Joe like me wouldn't think of taxes. They'd say, "I'm making $33 million a year. I'm going to spend $15 or $20 million a year," not realizing by the time you pay your taxes, you pay escrow, you pay your agent, you pay this, all of a sudden, you ain't making that much money anymore.
That's what screws lottery winners too.
Well, only in your country. No, we don't pay. We don't pay taxes on lottery winnings in Canada.
Oh, no,
it's not income.
It's not about taxes. It's about the way they fucking spend it. It's like you get $100 million, you're like, great, so you spend it. You go buy the Ferrari, not understanding that there's costs that come along with owning that Ferrari, because you can't just go to Jiffy Lube and get an oil change for $50 like you can with your Nissan Sentra. Those oil changes for a sports car like that cost something like $10,000 or $15,000. There's only, I think there's only 4 or 5 places in the U.S. that can even do oil changes on sports cars like that.
That was my.
Sorry, and you buy the $10 million house, and then you forget to pay your yearly fucking tax rate on it. You know, yeah. I mean, a lot of people don't realize a lot of that shit.
Well, that was the one thing I'll never shit on Trump about is everyone's like, his dad gave him $1 million loan. I'm like, yeah, but he turned it into $1 billion.
Yeah.
Or Donald Trump. You give Donald Trump $1 million, or any billionaire. Let's say any billionaire that's investable. Mark Trump or Cuban there. I went on 2 different sides of the aisle. You give them each $1 million, they turn that into $1 billion. You give the 3 of us $1 million, we blow through that fucking money so fast.
Oh no, I'll put that money to work.
No, I would. Yeah, I was
going to say that money into more money.
Mm-hmm.
We would try. I guess.
I already have ideas. No, I'm not saying that. Like I wouldn't. I'm not saying I would be successful. But like I'm saying, I would put that into business-making endeavors.
I guarantee that even if we tried our best to invest it, not even spend it, highly likely that the billionaire that's done it once is going to make more money than us because they know what to do. So that's why I've said, like, the people that get rich, like, they're predisposed to get rich a certain way. Now, I digress about
there something? I want $2 million. Give me $1 million to do with what I want, and I thought the other $1 million I'll go to one of those billionaires and go, hey, how do I turn this into $1 billion?
Chiefs look awful fucking happy in their war room, so I'm assuming that they just sent the pick in.
Are they going quarterback? Nobody's gone quarterback yet. I know might be a little early, but some people had projected Carolina.
So here's what just happened. The Saints just traded into the 11th pick.
What? Oh, they did. You're right.
Washington had the 11th pick. They just traded up to get Washington's 11th pick.
So they traded 15 to 11. Yeah, so they're drafting quarterback.
They moved up like 900 points. They're drafting a quarterback here. Probably Pickett.
I don't know exactly. I haven't seen yet what just happened, exactly what they traded. But they've got 3 minutes left on the clock from what I'm seeing.
Who's their head
Derek
coach?
Hans, I forgot. Derek Hans, if you're talking about the Niners, the Niners do not have a first-round pick.
Not barring some kind of trade, the Niners do not have a pick in the first round. I think they pick. I don't have the full draft thing in front of me. I think they pick in the first 5 or 10 picks of the second round, though, for what it's worth. I do not yet know exactly what they traded for it, but
if they move up 4 picks, I mean they're getting a quarterback. And I'm thinking Pickett. And you're just talking about the 49ers.
They got the 11th overall pick for the 16th pick, and the 3rd round pick this year.
Dennis Allen is the new head coach.
Derek, by the way, the 49ers, we gave up our first round pick this year and next year when we moved up to 3 last year to get Lance.
Yeah.
And barring somebody making some trade for Debo, we're not going to have a first-round pick this year. Because definitely nobody's giving us a first for Garoppolo. So,
yes, Washington did move down to the 16th pick where New Orleans was.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure there's other picks, but they're probably outside the first round, so I don't give a shit what they are. Pick is in.
Pickett. That's who I'm going with. Pickett.
They might.
Quarterback.
If they do, because they've already got what's that one guy? That one.
Jameis Winston.
No, not Winston. Well, him and the other guy.
Yeah, but they've already figured out that the other guy's not a quarterback. He's just a tight end.
Yeah.
So they got Winston for 1 year. So at this point, getting a quarterback in the draft wouldn't hurt them. He can ride the pine for a year.
Okay, so New Orleans received the number 11 overall pick. Washington got the number 16 overall, the number 98 overall in the 3rd round, and the 120 overall in the 4th round.
That's to make up the 9 or 1,000 point difference or whatever from 16 to 11. There's a chart, and I had it up, but then I put it back down. I don't know if you've heard that, but there's an actual draft chart so you can actually figure out what's a good trade. So they're not really overpaying here. They're moving ahead because they're afraid that Minnesota or Houston is going to pick the guy they want. Minnesota, I can't imagine, is going after a quarterback. They just did that deal with Cousins.
And here we go.
Maybe they want Jameson. I don't know.
Maybe they do. I think either New Orleans goes quarterback here or Houston goes quarterback. I don't think Minnesota's going to do it.
Minnesota's got to go defense. I feel like they already have a great offense.
There's Tony Gonzalez, by the way, up on stage. Hall of Famer.
Why is he on stage for New Orleans?
No idea.
He was a Falcon and a Chief.
No idea. No idea. He's a popular player amongst everybody. So.
Well, yeah. Why is he up here and some other guy in a Kansas City jersey?
Yeah, Derek. It wasn't
just another
about,
Make-A-Wish.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe. But Derek, it wasn't about him getting any snaps this year. They drafted Trey Lance knowing he was going to be a project player, and it was going to be a year or two at least before he actually took over the team. So what the Niners probably did is they looked ahead to this draft and said, "There's not going to be a lot of great quarterbacks we can go after. We have to make our moves to get one now." So they made their moves to get the quarterback now that they like, and Trey Lance, hoping that in a couple of years he'll be ready to go and he'll be the future of the team.
If only they would have done that, 2 years ago or a year ago, whatever it was, 2 years.
The Ohio State University.
Do what?
They took Chris Olave.
Okay. I said Jameson, so I was thinking wide receiver if they didn't go quarterback. So, but no, I think if it's like the 49ers should have done it 2 years ago when they could have gotten the guy in Chargers, Herbert, and he would have been worth giving up 3 first-rounders for. Just saying.
Both Ohio State wide receivers who were absolute studs this year went back-to-back.
So why would they? I'm just curious though, because Minnesota wouldn't have taken him. They already have a good receiving core, so why would they have moved up that far unless they thought Houston might have? But
Houston,
weird.
Minnesota could have, maybe. Houston, they need everything, so maybe they would go ahead and take a chance on him, hoping it would make Davis Mills look a little better. Baltimore could probably use some receiving help. Philly, again, could probably use help in a lot of different angles. Receiver's probably one of them, so they were probably looking at these and saying, yeah, maybe I need to get my receiver that I want now.
I know that the rumor was Detroit, by the way, just moved up to 12. Wow. What do they want here at 12?
I dropped my thing.
I need to know what they traded away because that's moving up from 32. That's 20 picks. They had to give up a shit for that.
Here's a little bit of that chaos. This is the chaos we wanted.
Yep.
It's there's no way you trade up 20 spots and not draft a quarterback.
Well, why?
Stinks.
I don't know. I mean, you still have Goff for one more year, but damn.
The Lions didn't have a pick until the bottom of the first round, so I mean, Houston.
No, they got Hutchinson in too, so they got their first pick because they had the second overall pick as well.
Oh, that's right. But you move up because if you think about it, who's going to draft between then and now? You've got Houston, who could potentially go quarterback. The Ravens won't. The Eagles, maybe not. Washington, who just traded back into 16. I don't know. I don't think they think that the golf is the long-term future.
Take a quarterback. Pittsburgh could take a quarterback.
I think Detroit decided to. I think Minnesota jumped back because obviously they wanted Olave and didn't get him. So now it's like, well, we don't need to sit here anymore.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I'd love to know what they gave up because they had to give up a shit ton to move up 20 picks.
Well, we're going to find out here in a second.
I'm just trying to think. Washington might take a quarterback.
Well, they just traded for Goff or whatever from Detroit, or not Goff, but not for Detroit, but the guy from Indianapolis they had.
Carson Wentz.
Yeah, Wentz. But I can't imagine that they think Wentz is going to be a long-term solution either. So I could totally see them drafting a young quarterback now and saying, you know what, we're going to take a Trey Lance approach. We're going to go with Wentz for a year or two, let this guy kind of work into our system, and then after we're done with Wentz, we go ahead and just don't re-sign him or release him, and we've got our guy. And take a couple of years to build up your offensive line, your wide receiving core, your defense, whatever, and then you can make a run.
Because, I mean, they've got talent in Detroit. Like, DeAndre Swift's a good young running back. Amon-Ra St. Brown had a really good year as a rookie. He had 900 yards receiving.
And you don't count the tight end out. Hawkinson's good, too.
Yeah.
But it's got to be a quarterback. You don't trade up that much in a draft for anything else. Then you get your
Okay, so pick the quarterback.
Guy.
Who do they pick? Is it Willis? Is it Pickett? Who do they pick?
It's got to be. I think it's Pickett.
Okay.
Because I think they trade up there because maybe he's their guy, and I don't think he gets past Pittsburgh. That's why they trade up. But
TSS thinks Willis because then he can back up Goff for a year. Because Goff is still under contract for one more year.
It has to be a quarterback though, because the more I look at it, Houston could take if you're Detroit and say Willis or Pickett is your guy. You're looking at the board and you're saying Houston probably could take a quarterback. They take one more year on Willett or on Davis Mills and see what they got. Washington could. New Orleans could still take a quarterback. Pitt. There's 4 teams right in front of you that could take a quarterback, so you trade up.
Trying to see what my buddy John says about this Lions jumping 20 picks, but he hasn't responded yet. I would think he's listening to it or
Jameson Williams, receiver, Alabama. They traded up 20 spots to take a receiver. That is such a Detroit thing.
They took Jameson
Williams, yeah. I mean, I guess
wow.
If he's your number one receiver, because then Philly probably would have took him. That's why Philly probably would have took him, because then they would have paired him up with Devontae.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, I was hearing them talking about that on the radio today. They were talking about pairing them.
Pair up the two family receivers. But that's great. I did it show what they gave up, because that's a. And he's coming off a torn ACL. Like, he was an absolute stud.
Yeah, in January.
I mean, you never know. When did Adrian Peterson tear his ACL, and then he was back the next year and won league MVP?
20. Let's see. It was the same year that Peyton went to Denver. 12.
I thought it was whatever it was. He was back in under a year.
Derek, the Giants took Evan Neal with their pick number 7 overall, if that's what your buddy's all giddy about, which was a good pick.
Yeah.
I mean, now you got Jameson Williams, you got Amon-Ra St. Brown. That's a decent receiving core. Hockley, Swift. They've got a lot of good skill position players, but Goff is trash.
Okay, so my buddy's watching. He says he ain't mad.
How bad is that draft class for quarterbacks, by the way, if Dak is the number one quarterback taken, if they do a redraft and Dak, all love to Dak, but Dak middle of the pack. Wentz is.
I mean, so how do you feel about the Lions here? 2nd and 12, getting Hutchinson and Williams. Do you think this is a pretty good draft for them?
It's good pieces to build around.
Yeah, I mean, it's something.
I mean, they already got young pieces. That I mean, Campbell's really got them turned around. They lost 7 of their games last year by single digits.
With average quarterback play at best.
Mm-hmm.
Goff is going to have no fucking excuse next year.
No.
I'm not expecting them to win the Super Bowl or anything, but if he doesn't go out there and at least put up like a 500 season and some pretty decent numbers, I would say, dude, you're done. Your NFL career's over.
What's the specs on Williams? What's his size?
He's 6'1.5".
6'1.5", 179.
I don't know. What's the deal with these small receivers?
6'1's big.
Tall, but skinny as shit. He won't be able to take very many hits. 179?
He can always add some bulk.
I mean, remember, Rice was 6'3", 230, and he was considered the prototype when he came out.
Great.
I think it's gone to more of a speed game, though. You want to get some of these smaller guys that are a lot faster, so they can just outrun these guys like the Shermans or the
So
whoever the top 5 or 10 cornerbacks are. I mean, you mean they can run with you, but if you can just run past them, then you end up getting open deep, and it goes for those big plays. That's what the NFL wants because it's flashy.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Michael,
I still rather
over.
I still think I want the guy who can climb the ladder.
Oh, this guy's crazy athletic.
Maybe, but we'll see how he does after coming off the ACL surgery. So,
but how many routes do they really run over the middle anymore? Like you said, how many Michael Irvins that are not that fast and push off all the time? But
I digress. Is that where you're going to go to?
So right now, Philly is on the clock with Baltimore and Houston.
This is first of Philly's 3 picks in the first round.
You know what? Speaking of football and advice, I thought I was watching a TV show that shall remain nameless because I'm embarrassed that I like it. But the one brother was trying to give advice to the other brother, and he put it in a way that I never thought of. And they were referring to the Buffalo Bills of the early 90s and how we all know they make up Super Bowl championship memorabilia for both teams prior to the game and then end up sending that stuff to Africa. And this guy's down on himself. And the brother goes about the Bills, and he's like, they never won. And the one brother goes, there are some places on earth that think the Buffalo Bills are the greatest dynasty of all time because they won 4 Super Bowls in a row. Like, oh shit, I never thought of that.
I thought they stopped doing that long. Oh, okay, so what happened was Philly got the number 13 overall pick. Houston got number 15 overall, number 124 overall in the 4th round, 162 in the 5th, and I missed the last one because it cut away too fast.
Oh, that's right. Philly did jump up 2 spots. Okay.
Yeah.
That's our 3rd trade in a row, by the way.
So now here we are with Philly, Baltimore, and Houston. The next 3 picks, Philly is on the clock at current.
Wait, where did Amari Cooper end up now? Was he in Cleveland too?
I don't think he signed with anybody yet.
Yes, he signed with Cleveland.
Oh, I didn't hear.
That was long ago.
Remember, we're a good move by the Cowboys. Too much money. I wish we could dump the Zeke contract, but
he was traded.
Yeah, they traded
March 16th in exchange for 2022 5th round pick and a 2022. And they swapped 2022 6th round picks. So he was traded to the Browns for a 5th, and they swapped 6th. That was in March. That's how long ago that was. Yeah, I know. So long ago. It's only 28th.
The only part that scares me about that is Gallup got hurt last year. Now you're banking on Gallup coming back and being what he was. And
I think you're banking on your young receiver to finally have this is the 3rd year.
Well,
it's time for what's his name to have his breakout year.
CeeDee?
Yeah, CeeDee Lamb.
Yes, Derek, as of right now, Baker is still sort of without a team. He is still technically with Cleveland, but, And the pick is in for Philadelphia, so now Baltimore is on the clock.
In CeeDee's defense, his rookie year, he had 935 yards and 74 catches, and this year he had 79 catches for 1,100 yards. So he's averaging almost 14 yards a catch and 6 touchdowns. Oh, terrible.
Not terrible, not exciting, but... Oh, so my buddy thought the same thing. I told him, I said, I thought he was going QB after they jumped 20 picks, and he said him too, but like he said, I ain't mad.
I'm curious what Philly thinks that Houston...
Well, more or less what Baltimore is going to... That's what I think it is. It's what they think Baltimore was going to do. It's got to be wide receiver. So who's the next guy in line for wide receiver?
I was not... Let me try to find the...
Because Williams is gone. Both Ohio States are gone.
Yeah, but they've got a wide receiver. They've got a quarterback that's not that good. They've got a quarterback that's not that good. Yeah, but they've got a quarterback that's not that good. Yeah, but they've got a quarterback that's not that good. Yeah, but they've got a quarterback that's not that good. Yeah, but they've got a quarterback that's not that good. Yeah, but they've got a quarterback that's not that good. Yeah, but they've got a quarterback that's not that good. Yeah, but they've got a quarterback that's not that good. Yeah, but they've got a quarterback that's not that good. Yeah, but they've got a quarterback that's not that good. Yeah, but they've got a quarterback that's not that good. Yeah, but they've got a quarterback that's not that good. Yeah, but they've got a quarterback that's not that good. Yeah, but they've got a quarterback that's not that good. Yeah, but they've got a quarterback that's not that good. Yeah, but they've got a quarterback that's not that good. Yeah, but they've got a quarterback that's not that good. Yeah, but they've got a quarterback that's not that good. Yeah, but they've got a quarterback
Yeah, but they were planning on, like I said, there was talk of them going after Williams to begin with, so I could pair him up with Smith. So I mean, obviously, if they wanted Williams, they still want a wide receiver, and Baltimore probably does too. So they figure we better get ahead of Baltimore.
I can't believe they ran the ball over 60% of their plays. That's crazy in the NFL.
That's because the quarterback ran most of those.
Fucking Eagles, I swear.
Trust
and
me,
here comes
the
deity.
I know a lot of fucking. Go ahead, Didi.
Here comes Eagles are picking a defensive tackle from Georgia. Guarantee it.
Oh no, I think they're going wide receiver.
Well, you don't think Rager is good enough?
They're picking Larry Tate, linebacker, Office.
What?
They're picking Larry Tate, the linebacker from Office.
Is that your guess, or is that?
You all don't remember Larry Tate, Office linebacker?
No, not at all.
Linebacker from The Office?
No, he wasn't in The Office. They were skits. Larry Tate, Office linebacker.
I don't remember those kids.
And here's a bunch more kids that are wearing all different kinds of jerseys that for some reason need to go stand up by Roger Goodell and get their picture taken. Just announce the damn pick.
Good call, Diddy. George Davis from Georgia.
Yeah, figured.
Who?
Jordan Davis, defensive tackle from Georgia.
Okay. So they went defense. All right. Well, that could still. Actually, that still fits because Baltimore was talking. They talked about Baltimore going defense as well.
This motherfucker ran a 4.7 40 at 300 pounds.
Yeah,
that is a scary motherfucker. I'll tell you that.
Right. Right. Think about that.
I kind of wish the Raiders kind of might have picked him up, but we don't even have a first round. So
yeah, well, join the club. We don't either. So
yeah, really.
I'm watching the NFL Network feed, and they grade the stuff, and they had his overall at an 84 out of 100, his production at a 74, and his athleticism at a 90.
My God, look how he chased him down. What the fuck?
One of 3 Power 5 interior defensive linemen with 20-plus tackles and no missed tackles last year. So basically, if he got his hands on you, you weren't...
you were down. Yeah, you were going down.
Holy fuck, that's a big guy. Holy
God damn, bro.
He looks serious. Usually, you see everybody all smiles. It's like, I'm about to kill somebody.
Yep. So guys, we've had 4 trades in a row. Is this just going to continue? Does Baltimore now drop down because the guy they wanted is gone with Jordan Davis?
I mean, I doubt it was just the Ravens who wanted him. So I think everyone's going to be like, yeah, fuck this.
I mean, it started out as a boring draft, but it's kind of picked up a little bit. I still have yet to see any names get moved yet. So
when was the last draft the first quarterback was taken this late? I know the Geno Smith draft, was he late first?
Let's see, latest.
Or was Geno a first round pick? I want to say wasn't EJ Manuel the first quarterback taken one draft, and he was like
I think so, yeah. EJ Manuel from Florida State. That's where the Eagles are already always getting good defensive tackles, I swear. I'm shocked the Giants went oh no, they got OT, okay. Oh, there goes Drake London. That's nice. I like Drake London, but I don't think he's as great as people make him out to be. He looks good, but not like holy shit.
As someone who watched every single snap he ever played in college, he is that good. Bear in mind how of a clusterfuck USC offense was the last 2 years under Graham Harrell. It was a gong show.
I could never get these damn Google to understand what the fuck I wanted to trying to look up I put in latest QB taken in any draft, and yet it's talking about this year's draft and the 2021 draft. It's like, fuck you.
I'm
Fuck
just
Google.
going back at drafts. I'm back to 2015, and the first quarterback was Gabbard at 3. Or Bortles, sorry, at 3. Gabbard, Bortles, same fucking thing.
CSS thinks that the first quarterback comes off the board at Washington or Pittsburgh.
Yeah, maybe not Washington, but if I was Washington, I would still draft a QB. Carson Wentz isn't exactly my future.
So Emmanuel
And neither's Tyler Heineke.
EJ Manuel was taken at 16 in 2014 draft.
Who?
So EJ Manuel.
That was the highest in that draft was 14 or 16, I mean?
Yep.
I guess that wasn't a good year for quarterbacks either.
I'd have to go back and see.
You're back. We still have yet to have a quarterback off the board, by the way. Just
nice.
Although TSS thinks Washington or Pittsburgh will draft a quarterback.
Pittsburgh definitely should. That's for sure.
Right.
If Pickett's there, they've got to take Pickett.
Well, that's the one everybody says that because he basically plays he's been playing in their backyard or whatever for a while. So
what happened the last time the goddamn Steelers passed on a Pitt quarterback that they could have took? Didn't they pass on Marino for someone else?
Well, I know a lot of people passed on Marino because Marino was like 24th, I think, that year.
Well, there was that year. Elway was taken before him as a quarterback, and Jim Kelly, which is fine. Then Tony Eason.
The pick is in for Baltimore.
The Jets took Ken O'Brien. That's such a Jets thing.
Such a Jets thing to do.
Yeah, so Elway went number 1.
Yeah,
of course, the rights were traded to Denver.
They took Gabriel Rivera.
The Chiefs took Todd Blackledge at 7.
So the Steelers, who didn't take a quarterback when they could have got the pick guy Marino, took Gabriel Rivera, who played in 6 NFL games. Although he's a college football Hall of Famer. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, how do you let Marino fall all the way to 27th?
I don't care what anybody says. If I redraft that draft, I take Marino number 1 overall.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. I think he was better than Elway too.
Dan Marino's the best thrower of football I've ever seen.
But he was definitely better than Blackledge and Jim Kelly and Tony Eason.
Houston wasted no time.
At least Kyle Hamilton.
Baltimore got Hamilton, the safety.
Kyle Hamilton, the safety from Notre Dame.
At least in the 83 draft, Jim Kelly turned out to be something, and Elway was good. Ken O'Brien, I think, had a few good years. The Brady draft, what was it, 7 quarterbacks taken before him, and they all fucking stunk. Like, every single one of them didn't do anything, at least with Marino. 2 of the guys taken in front of him were Hall of Famers.
Derek, we were just looking that up, and 2014's draft had the first quarterback off the board at 16. And as far as what happened to the offer the 49ers could refuse, well, I mean, obviously they could refuse it.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I mean, maybe they refused it because they feel like they're making some headway and they're actually going to get Debo to stay.
According to TSS, the Ravens have traded Marquis Brown to the Cardinals.
Huh.
Oh, wow.
Hollywood.
Like
moving out to the desert, huh?
Oklahoma connection.
Well, maybe the Cardinals were like, hey, what if we get you Brown, will you stay? I'll put all your social media back up saying Cardinals. It was for the Cardinals' 23rd pick.
I'm telling you, everyone's gonna start, trading their shit for players because they're like, there's no great quarterbacks. There's not really great, where you could just be like, this guy is gonna be a fucking Hall of Fame. Like,
what the hell?
It's
Brady draft.
This is interesting because when I addressed 5 players I thought should get traded, Marquis Brown wasn't one of the 5 players. Although I'll be honest, I didn't expect Garoppolo getting traded today, so there's that. But Baker could have possibly gone today, and any of those 3 wide receivers, A.J. Brown, Deebo Samuel, and D.K. Metcalf, I could have seen in this first round. I guess still can happen, but
I guess the league's changed. In the Brady draft, the first quarterback of that draft went at 18.
Oh, really? In 2000?
Chad Pennington.
At 18? Wow.
1 pick after Sebastian Janikowski.
Yeah, how many of the 31 teams are kicking themselves for not drafting Brady higher than the 6th round?
Oh, and then you get that jackass.
Okay, so Arizona got Marquis Brown in the 100th overall pick in the 3rd round, and Baltimore got the 23rd overall pick.
There you go. Thank you, sir.
So Houston just drafted Kenyon Green, guard from Texas A&M.
I guess Lamar
Jackson.
I guess Lamar Jackson is going to be throwing a trash cans this year.
Well, I mean, he's been all they had to do is just add more tight ends, right? Because that's all he throws to anyway. If he's not running the ball,
could have been.
I already said that Lamar Jackson does not have a good long ball game.
He doesn't.
And that's that's a problem if you're trying to get deep into the playoffs.
Well, not only that, that's Hollywood's game. Hollywood is fast and burns guys. And now if you're fast and burn guys, and that's a bit of a problem.
I thought I covered that up. So here's the question. If you're Kyler Murray, do you feel that Brown is better than Kirk?
Oh,
that's basically what you just did. That's basically it. You traded Kirk for Brown. That's what you basically did.
Oh, yeah, I'd take Hollywood over.
Oh, God, yes.
Okay. Well, maybe he stays. We'll see. I'm so tired of that too. Really, I'm so out of this place. I'm taking all that team info off my social media. Like, really, you big ass baby. Come on, finish your contract like you're supposed to.
Yeah, no.
Move on after that. Jesus.
Completely disagree.
Well, I mean,
Why?
with so many teams having to deal with players who are acting a fucking fool, why would you want to sign somebody who acts like a goddamn baby whenever he doesn't get his way?
No, that's not even what I meant. Finish your contract, like you said. All right, then the team should have to finish their end of the contract if the player's underperforming. Why does the team, if they sign a guy to a big money deal and the guy doesn't live up, why does the team just get to go, you know what, that was a bad contract. I don't actually owe you what we signed, so we're just going to cut you and not pay you. But the player,
I'll be honest with you, Brody. I think that every league, no matter what it is, basketball, hockey, baseball, football, all the players should be on a 1-year deal. And you know what? You did great this year, so you get a big money deal next year. You did shitty this year, you get a shittier deal next year. I mean, 1-year deals.
Washington's pick is in.
I mean, Washington needing a quarterback, they would do something stupid like get a guard or a wide receiver.
Well, CBS.com says that their best fit is an offensive lineman, a linebacker, or a cornerback.
This is Washington we're talking about.
They need a lot of stuff. So, I mean, they said the best fit is Tyler Linderbaum, the offensive lineman from Iowa, Nakobe Dean, the linebacker from the University of Georgia, or Andrew Booth Jr., the cornerback from Clemson. That's what CBS has as their best fit.
How much you want to bet they do something stupid?
I don't think they will. No.
They
I
haven't
don't
been
think they will
overly
do
smart
so.
for a while, so I think that's probably a good bet to take.
I disagree with that. The last couple of years, drafting wise, they've been pretty good, and that's because look at their head coach.
Yeah, they don't listen to their owner.
Don't take
That's what
don't
makes
take don't take away from Ron Rivera. Okay, the guy knows how to coach.
Well, that's why.
Yeah, but sometimes they don't have any they have input, but they don't have any final say in who they draft.
No, it's usually in the front office, but I think Ron Rivera, I think they were paired, the front office and Ron Rivera, so I think they're going to be on the same page when it comes to these draft picks. I just don't see them going quarterback because I bet you they're waiting until next year for that.
I still think the Commanders is a stupid
maybe.
name.
Do what?
I still think the Commanders is a stupid name.
It is. But it's still better than the football team.
No, I think the football team was better.
So they've added Carson Wentz, the quarterback, the guard Andrew Norwell from Jacksonville, and a defensive end. They lost, I don't know, who did they lose? They lost Kyle Allen, one of their quarterbacks, Ricky Seals-Jones, and I don't know. They put that shit up there so fast and take it down so fast I can't read it.
Right?
God damn it.
And it wasn't because of the racial undertones. Even as a kid, before I understood it, I always thought the Redskins was a stupid name. It didn't make any sense to me. But
well,
it's
not offensive, but you know.
Look, the moment they announced the name change, I called it. I said they're not doing this because they want to be woke. They're not doing this because they want to be nice to anybody. They're doing this because there's some shit that's coming from the Redskins and they want to distract. And what's been happening ever since then?
Yep.
They only changed the name as a distraction. They didn't do it for anything else. That's one of the reasons why I don't care.
And they threw the Raiders coach under the bus in the process, just to try to distract to get some more.
Yep.
Well, let's call a spade here. Yeah, that leaked out. Gruden threw himself under the bus.
Okay.
Right now, they see Daniel Jeremiah's best available. The best quarterback available is Pickett, and he's ranked 24th. Everybody else is defense, one wide receiver.
One wide receiver? I would say they might.
It's still available in the top 20, top 25.
Damn, I thought maybe 2 or 3 have gone by now. So
well, they've gone. It's just like who's still available. The best player is still available. There's only one quarterback and one wide receiver in the top 25 still available on that guy's list, and the rest of them are all defense.
And Derek Hans, no, Debo's never said why he wants out.
But it wouldn't shock me if they.
I heard it was because they want to keep playing him at running back more like they were, and he just wants to be straight up.
Washington has taken Jahan Dotson, the wide receiver from Penn State.
Wow, stupid, huh?
I told you they weren't going quarterback. That would have been worse.
So his overall was an 82. His production was an 80, which is pretty good. I don't like seeing my wide receivers with an athleticism of 60.
Right.
I mean, they're showing here he's good. He's a great route runner. Good double moves. But
they've already got Terry McLaurin who tears off the top. So I don't think that this guy doesn't need to be the guy that goes deep.
And when all your highlights are you torching Maryland, that's
whoa! The Eagles just traded for A.J. Brown according to TSS.
Wow,
that would put the Titans back in the first round. No, they would give them a second in the first round because they already have a first round.
Shit.
I don't know because I'm not hearing of it.
They haven't said anything about the Hollywood.
Let's see here.
Ooh, that's a nice one-hander. That's not bad, but I mean, that's not.
Oh, you're right. It is Ian Rappaport.
Do what?
Eagles are trading for Titans A.J. Brown and Tennessee, the 18th pick. And
yeah, you got all muffled. What was that?
Sources, according to Ian Rappaport, Eagles are trading for the Titans, A.J. Brown. Tennessee will get the 18th pick and more.
And that means that the Titans will be up in the next pick if that goes through.
Chargers drafted Zion Johnson, guard, Boston College.
Yeah, they're going to need him.
Their only reason they struggled last year is because they couldn't which makes Herbert even better, by the way. The fact trash offensive line and he put up the numbers he did.
And I'll tell you, that's another thing I predicted. I think the Chiefs will finish last in the AFC West this year. Anybody want to doubt me?
Yeah, they'll finish second.
No.
I don't know about last.
The Raiders.
Well, I mean, every team got better, but the Chiefs got worse.
Yeah, but the Raiders still have Carr. They've got the shittiest quarterback in the division.
They got Carr. Wait, hold up. You've got. I'll help you out here, Deity. They've got Carr, and they've added Devontae Adams along with their stud tight end they already have. With
who wants a trade?
Waller.
Apparently, he wants out. Waller wants out.
That's false. That's false. That's false.
That is false. That is false. And then they got the other guy, wide receiver that just catches every third down reception.
Hunter Renfrow.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I'm sorry,
Go
but
back to they got Carr.
yeah, but Carr and Adams
Top 10 quarterback. What do you mean?
Carr is not a top 10 quarterback. You're dumb.
Name 9 QBs better than Carr. And keep in mind, Carr had 4,800 passing yards, almost 5,000 passing yards this past season with the whole Gruden thing and all this crazy shit. So
9 quarterbacks better. The 3 in his division better than Carr. Right there.
I don't think I like Herbert, but I don't think he's better than Carr. He hasn't even made a playoff game yet. But go ahead.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean nothing. I think Herbert's still the best. I think Herbert's actually the best quarterback in that division, despite his not making playoffs yet.
Wait, you think I don't think he's better than Patty Mahomes, who's been to like 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah, you weren't on the call when I was already dissing on Patrick Mahomes. Just saying.
There's those 3. Rodgers is still better. I'd rather have Rodgers than him. I'd rather have Brady still.
Okay.
By the way, the Tennessee Titans are on the clock, so they did make that trade.
Rather have Joe Burrow.
5.
Okay, we have to be nice now, guys. BJ's in the chat. That's my regular co-host, Jeremy. That's his mom. She's a wonderful woman. Who, by the way, BJ, I don't know if Jeremy had told you or not. I haven't brought it up to him except for a couple times in passing. I keep forgetting to try to hash it all out. But I really want you to come do the Downton Abbey: A New Era review with me and Cora. And probably Jeremy, since I'm sure he'll take you to see the movie anyway. So that's the official invite. If you want to come do the review with us, that's going to be probably about a month away still, I think. But there's the official invite. Jeremy's mother will hopefully come and do the review with us. But anyway, what were you guys saying?
So I got the 3 in his division: Brady, Rodgers, Stafford, Allen, Burrow.
Okay, so Tennessee got the number 18 pick and the number 101 overall pick in the 3rd round, and Philly received A.J. Brown.
That's all they got was 2 picks for A.J.?
Wow. We were looking for... We expected some of this shit to happen, early.
Right?
Like the top 3 or 4 picks. No, they...
Well, I think that they wanted to see how things went down first.
True.
Deshaun
hasn't even played football. What do you mean?
Doesn't matter. He's better than
He's better at fucking masseuse people. Yeah, maybe. What do you mean? That dude has been out of football for almost 2 years now. He has no stats, so that's wrong.
How is it wrong? Who's a better talent? You take the off the field issues aside. You're going to draft and start a team. You're going to want You're going to want Derek Carr over Deshaun Watson. You're delusional. Because I guarantee.
You're going by his stats from 2 years ago. So if you want to do that, Derek Carr had an MVP season in 2016, but no one gives a shit because that was 2016.
He missed 1 season. He missed the 2021 season. He's only missed 1 season.
Well, right. and half his rookie year.
The pick is in for Tennessee, just so you guys know. That means that that New Orleans is now on the clock. Excuse me.
So the funny thing about the deity here.
Hold on a second. Does Tennessee go wide receiver here since they just traded away A.J. Brown?
Well, they just traded Robert Woods, but
they don't have Julio Jones either. So there goes A.J. Brown and Julio Jones. So they better get someone.
But I can guarantee that if we're not even having this Derek Carr, Deshaun Watson debate with Deity, if Deshaun Watson's drafted and is playing his whole career with the Raiders, he would be the one going, Derek Carr over Deshaun Watson, you're out of your freaking mind. But
look, I disagree with Deity on top 10, but he's still good enough to lead this team into the playoffs. He did it last year, and that's without AJ or Devontae Adams. Now he's got Devontae Adams, who he went to college with. I mean,
yeah, but Denver's a better team in the division this year than they were last year.
Okay, and so's the Chargers.
The Chargers are a better.
So are we?
That's why I say I think the Chiefs finished last, because I think all three teams got better and the Chiefs got worse.
Yeah, but the Chiefs were so much better they could still regress a bit. They're not.
I don't think they can regress that much. Their receiving core is shit now. I don't think they can regress that much.
Well, we'll see. If Mahomes is what everyone says he is, then he'll be fine.
Well, that's the thing. Is he what everybody says he is? That's the question. Because when he came in the draft, everybody said he was sporadic at best.
Give me Lamar over Derek Carr.
I disagree on that.
Oh, you've lost your mind.
Carr?
Wait.
I think Jackson is a better runner, but not a thrower.
Derek Carr almost won an MVP in 2016. I remember Lamar winning an MVP, so there's that.
Yeah, I don't care about that. Most of it was based on his running ability. As a passer, he's what? He's the guy from Florida that played in Denver. What was his name?
Tebow?
Yeah, Tebow. He's about as good as Tebow as a passer.
You are out of your mind. He's a way better thrower of the ball than Tebow.
I promise you, unless the Ravens get a top 5 defense, Lamar Jackson will never see the AFC Championship ever.
And I can say the same thing about the Raiders. Yeah, they drafted Trayvon Burks, the receiver from Arkansas.
I told you they'd go receiver to replace AJ. Look at that. I got another one right. Well, like 5 out of 18. I'm not doing so hot, but, I'll take it.
They need a receiver.
Especially since most of my studying was today.
I take Trevor Lawrence over Derek Carr.
By the way, we're at 19 and still no quarterback off the board.
And I think Steelers will probably be the first ones. And Trevor Lawrence, really?
Tennessee has taken Treylon Burks, the wide receiver from Arkansas.
Welcome to the conversation, Frank. We just mentioned that. I think Pittsburgh's got to be going, damn, we didn't have to move to get the guy we wanted.
Could see New Orleans.
What do you think, Pittsburgh? I think Pittsburgh wants Pickett.
I mean, if you're the Saints, do you trust Jameis Winston?
Well, he was doing it right until he got injured, so maybe. You still only have him on a 1-year prove-it deal, so why not?
I guess.
You don't lose much if he actually comes out and has a great year.
I don't know. If I was the Saints, my hand would be shaking like shit.
Well, but again, none of these quarterbacks, maybe Pickett, but most of these quarterbacks really aren't going to be ready this year anyway. So, do you want to draft a quarterback this year when you can wait till next year?
I mean, I know that the class of next year is a lot stronger than this year, but there has been so many quote-unquote NFL experts that they're like, for example, some guy, do you remember Jimmy Clausen from the Panthers? Yeah. I don't know who, I think it was Mel Kiper who was like, I guarantee my nutsack this guy is the next Tom Brady. Like
Isn't he the one that was like 28 when he got drafted?
And it's not just him. It's all these other supposed experts. None of them have ever hit on a quarterback except maybe Andrew Luck. And even then, Andrew Luck isn't going to be in the Hall of Fame. So all this quarterback talk where they're like, we never really know when the next quarterback of the future is going to, be drafted. We can only guess apparently.
Andrew Luck's defense, if they would have had the offensive line they have now, when Luck was coming up, he wouldn't have got beaten to high hell and then retired young.
No, I agree with that. But I still think when these so-called experts try to try to call out the next Tom Brady, they're always wrong. They're always wrong. Like, didn't you say when was Marino taken? When was Montana taken? In what round or what?
I think Montana was taken in 79th overall in the third.
Yeah, I think third round. That's all I remember.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
But you also got to remember, he sat his first year.
Mm-hmm.
He was not a starter his first year. He was behind Steve DeBerg.
The Giants have locked up their new number one wide receiver, A.J. Brown, to a 4-year extension worth $100 million with $57 million guaranteed.
You mean the Eagles?
The Eagles?
That's what I meant, the Eagles. What'd I say?
You said the Giants?
Oh,
I was like, already? Damn, that didn't take long. And New Orleans' pick is apparently in, so now Pittsburgh is on the clock. For a little bit of NFL draft trivia, as the NFL expanded in the 1930s, Philadelphia Eagles co-owner Bert Bell raised a significant problem with the other owners. His team didn't have the money to compete for the best players. He proposed a draft system that would help level that playing field, and the other owners agreed, and they got together on February 8th, 1936 at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel to choose from 90 prospective players, and that was the first NFL draft.
Thank you for that bit of information.
But it gets better.
Derek Kantz, by the way, I agree to. I think that, but I think Trevor Lawrence's problem was his coach, more so than anything.
And here's a little less known about that first draft. No black guys were drafted.
It's probably known, it's just not discussed.
Right, it's less discussed. Yeah, less discussed. Yeah.
But interesting thing is that if Bell's intention had been to give the losing team a leg up on the great players, he was in for a bit of a shock with his first pick ever, which was also the first pick overall in the draft. The Eagles went with halfback Jay Burranger from the University of Chicago at the top spot, and by all accounts, he was a no-brainer pick. In 1935, Burranger became the first recipient of the Downtown Athletic Club trophy, now known as the Heisman. An award is given annually to the most outstanding college player. But despite being set up for success in pro football, the Eagles weren't able to meet Burwanger's salary demands, so they traded their negotiating rights to him to the Chicago Bears. It turns out, Burwanger didn't sign with the Bears either. He instead chose to go to work as a foam rubber salesman and never actually played an NFL game. So the very first draft pick in NFL history never played in the NFL.
I'll tell you what, here's a fun fact for you. There are more players who were not drafted in the Hall of Fame than overall number one draft picks.
I believe
that.
Well, there's only one. Every year only has one number one draft pick. So you have to assume that of the other 200-something players, that at least two of them are going to go on to have decent careers or Hall of Fame.
Well, sure,
careers. So, I mean, statistically speaking, that makes perfect sense.
Sure, but you just said the first overall number one draft pick was in 1933. Is that what you just said?
Trevor.
30, let me go back to it. 1930. 36.
36. Okay, so 36 to 21. I guess you had to say 2005, give or take, because nobody between now and then is going to be in the Hall yet. So yeah, you're talking 80 years almost. 70 years. That's 70 number one picks. Only 20 of them are in the Hall of Fame. Or I'm sorry, only 17 of them are in the Hall of Fame.
And New Orleans has taken Trevor Penning, the offensive tackle from Northern Illinois.
Penning.
Iowa.
Northern Iowa.
Oh, sorry, I only had the I. I was guessing.
Pro Football Focus gave him a 99.9% run blocking grade and an 80 set, which was the best in the country, and 87.0 pass blocking, which was 12th. He only allowed one sack and 412 pass block snaps.
That's pretty good.
That's playing in Northern Iowa. So that's still Division 1 or is that Division 2?
That's Division 1.
So are we going Pickett here to Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah.
That's what I think too.
We're the 20th pick, and a quarterback is not gone yet.
Yeah,
a running back is not gone yet.
Yeah, but there's not. They've never said anything highly about running backs anymore. Running backs don't go till like second, third round because
late first or into the second round.
Hell, our starting running back last year was in the 5th round. So,
you think Green Bay is going to trade Jordan Love?
Because that's what probably would have by now.
If I was a team that needed a quarterback this year with this weak quarterback draft, I'd be like, maybe I'll fucking just trade for Jordan Love. At least he's been around the NFL for 2 years. He's further advanced than some of these other iffy ones.
Except that when we saw him against Kansas City, he looked like dog shit.
Well, we keep calling this draft class of quarterbacks weak. Watch like 5 Hall of Famers, all quarterbacks, come out of this fucking draft.
Oh man, write that down. We'll see if we can remember that 20 years from now.
Well, on that note, the 1984 and 1992 drafts are the only ones not to feature future Hall of Famers. Now, if you can get a Tom Brady with the 199th pick, that's where the real value is the first of the draft. But for the first 69 drafts, 15 of the players selected made it to the Hall of Fame. It is no surprise that every year delivers at least one Hall of Famer since the draft loads a few hundred players into the league. But in 1984 and 1992 are infamous for producing no one that went the distance. A supplemental draft in 1984 to sign college athletes who had already signed with the CFL and the budding USFL yielded Hall of Famers like Steve Young, Gary Zimmerman, and Reggie White. But the main draft did not produce anyone worthy of induction into the Hall of Fame. And the Pittsburgh's pick is in for right now. So Pittsburgh's pick is in and New England is on the clock.
I think it's got to be Pickett.
Probably.
He's been playing right there in their backyard is basically his career. So they were saying something about that today.
Well, could Tampa Bay try to take a quarterback?
Why? They drafted a quarterback last year.
Did they? Oh, that's right. They did, didn't they?
Kyle Trask with their late first round pick.
Do you guys believe that shit about Brady?
What shit?
About
basically
Miami stuff?
Yeah, how he retired because he didn't want to be in Tampa anymore. He wanted to go to Miami.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he wanted to. I heard he wanted to have ownership in Miami.
That was the plan. He was going to retire to force the trade, and then he was actually they were going to basically give him a stake in ownership and play for the Dolphins.
If that's
I don't know
true,
how much
that's pretty shitty.
The thing was that all came out after he came back to Tampa, and after he was also recruiting players to come to Tampa. So it was like, well, he's not getting traded now. Why would you say, hey, guys, come play with me, and then I'm going to go to Miami?
Well, they said that thing with the head coach had a lot to do with it.
With Arians retiring.
The black head coach for the Dolphins who was like, they paid me to lose.
They did just sign Mitch Trubisky as well.
So you consider Mitch Trubisky a starting quarterback?
No, but I don't know. You've got Trubisky, you've got Rudolph. They drafted Rudolph pretty high too, didn't they?
Yeah, but he hasn't done shit. I'm going Pickett here. I think it's got to be Pickett.
I think it's Pickett, and you play Trubisky for the year.
I think it's 50-50. I wouldn't be entirely surprised to see them not draft a quarterback here. I think Pickett's probably the better choice. But I think it's 50-50.
Well,
I wouldn't be at all surprised to see them draft somebody else other than Pickett here. A non-quarterback, rather.
They said of the... Sorry, Brody. They said of the quarterbacks that were this year's draft, Pickett was the closest to being NFL ready. Everybody else needed to sit a year.
Is Trubisky as bad as we thought he was? Because Justin Fields was highly regarded coming out of college, and he looked like dog shit.
Did they trade to the Packers?
Who?
Did the Steelers trade their pick to the Packers?
Not as far as I can tell.
Is that jackass that never caught the ball, or it shouldn't have counted? Is that Franco Harris up there? With an illegal...
the immaculate reception?
Yeah, it could hit the ground, or it hit his own player. Should have been an incomplete pass. Replay today will return that call.
Yeah, it hit his own player, and that's why it shouldn't have qualified.
Just like there's a false start in the Ice Bowl when Starr ran in for the game-winning touchdown. I think it was the left or right guard flinched early. But
so,
he's going to call that.
What are you? You were saying something about a trade between Green Bay and Pittsburgh? Yo, deity.
What's up?
You were saying something about a trade between Green Bay and Pittsburgh?
Yeah, that's what I thought happened, but I think it was just bullshit.
Okay.
The selection is in.
Yeah, Franco's.
This is it. It's got to be the first quarterback.
Kenny Pickett, Pitt.
See?
Yeah.
Told you.
Shocking.
They have taken Kenny Pickett, the quarterback from Pittsburgh.
First quarterback off the board at 20.
And there's Steeler fans booing in the crowd.
Wow. I mean, come on. He's got to be better than what they have.
Or had.
That's what they always wanted. Look at their parent, the dad in there, whoever, they're waving terrible towels. That's
like the third player of this draft to stay home. To go college to pros in the same city, same area.
Well, to be fair, Kenny Pickett isn't going to have a lot of quarterback competition, put it that way.
I wouldn't surprise me if he's the starter on day one.
I think it's Trubisky.
Well, we'll see.
What's the point of throwing Pickett into the Wolves right off the beginning?
See, I mean, obviously their offensive line sucks.
Pickett may already be better than Trubisky.
That's what I'm saying.
He does look good, though.
Matt Nagy is such a terrible coach. Who knows? We've seen quarterbacks that have looked like absolute dog shit, and then they get away from a shitty coach, and they're not that bad.
True.
Source: the Patriots are trading back.
Of course they are. That's normal.
That's all they do.
That's what. Well, yeah. Why don't you?
Patriots have traded. They traded their first round for 47 picks.
Yeah. That's what I do in the. That's what I do in the game. It's like I got my team. I don't need anybody in the draft, so I just start trading all my picks back until I get loaded up picks. Like I'm getting ready to come up on my next draft on my fourth season, and I've got like 9 number 1 draft picks. Because I'll pick one player, and then the rest of them I'll trade back, and I'll get future number 1s for it.
So the San Francisco 49ers have picks 1 through 10 in the first round.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yes, Kansas City has apparently traded into the 21st pick.
So gee, I wonder what they're going to get.
They moved. Kansas City moved up.
Yeah, they traded with
2.
Somebody wants the wide receiver.
Yeah.
Cardinals are up 8-2 on the Diamondbacks.
Well, thank you to the Cardinals for beating one of the National League West teams. I appreciate that.
Well, I mean, it's the one.
Wow,
of the
and they picked fast too. Whoever they picked, they had this person in mind already.
Well, yeah, that's why they traded up for him. And obviously, it's a wide receiver because they wanted to get ahead of Green Bay. They need wide receivers.
It's actually moving fairly quickly.
It has been. It's still not been.
Because I remember last year and year before last, I'm pretty sure I was streaming until probably like 1:30 in the morning. This could potentially be done by midnight.
It's not.
That's weird.
It's not the chaos I was hoping on. And we haven't had, anybody that didn't have a first round pick trying to trade back into the first round. So.
Well, while we wait for Kansas City's pick to be announced, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers once drafted the wrong player. That isn't to say that they picked a talented upstart who turned out to be a bust. That's normal. But the Tampa Bay Buccaneers picked the entirely wrong player in the 1982 draft when they drafted guard Sean Farrell, but had meant to draft defensive end Booker Reese. They narrowed it down to the 2 players, but with 30 seconds left to decide, a faulty speakerphone and background noise cost them the player they wanted. The director of player personnel, Ken Herlock, said, "We were not going with Sean Farrell. We're going with Booker Reese. Turn it in." But equipment manager Pat Muracasillo didn't hear the first part right or the second part at all, and the cussing commenced on the team's office when they heard a totally different name get called at the podium than what they intended. They tried to get it changed, but the league stuck by the rules, and they ended up with the player that they drafted.
Who probably had the better career, right?
Honestly, I don't know either of these players' names, so I don't know. I mean, it was only what year did I say this happened? 1980?
82.
82?
82.
I mean, so
that
it's
would
not
be
like it was so
funny,
long
though.
ago that I wouldn't have known their names. I feel like both these guys probably didn't really amount to much.
That's what I'm saying. Would it be any better if they both were awful?
Well, no, but I mean, I'm just saying it would have been better if they made the wrong pick, but yet the guy they ended up drafting had a better career. That just would have made it funny.
Yeah. This isn't a fairy tale, though.
I know. But to think about,
Fuck, there's a lot of people.
just to think 70 years of first-round picks and only 17 have made it to the Hall of Fame. I mean,
Tell you what,
first overall, excuse me.
Chat. What college has put the most players into the NFL?
USC. I think USC has the most Hall of Famers. Trent McDuff, quarterback, Washington.
Wow. USC isn't even in the top 10.
Trent McDuff. I'm going to put the poll in the chat, so don't say it out loud. Don't say it out loud.
I won't. But it ain't.
Trent, anyway, like they were just saying, Trent McDuff, the cornerback from Washington, has gone to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Corner, really? They did not go wide receiver. That surprises me. Although they definitely need corners with the receivers they're going to be facing in their own division now. Got to have somebody to stop Devontae Adams. So, Brody, did you actually look it up?
Don't say anything yet. I'm still putting a poll in. Washington. Okay, so let's see. We'll go this school. We'll go. Fat fingering keys left and right. I am not typing very well at all.
Okay, so I do stand corrected, by the way. I found an article on it, but so Brody is partially.
Yeah, I misspoke. We have the most.
Add an option. Let's see. I'll put in there. Let's see. What's up, JCS Foot Rub, my man? Woo! Always good to have you around, my brother.
I haven't seen him in our chat in Derail chat for a while. Oh, that's right. He has different names. It's hard to keep track of who's.
You think Packers go wide receiver here, right?
I mean, they better. Who the fuck is Rodgers throwing to right now?
All right, I'll put it out there to you guys. So the question is, what college of the 4 that I put out there has put the most players into the National Football League? And right now the Packers are I'm assuming their pick is already in because they're not wasting any time. So is it Notre Dame, the University of Texas, Kentucky, or Ohio State University? I'll give you guys the next couple of picks. We got, 7 people currently watching, so 7 votes. Come on. Let's go. Let's see. Without looking it up, come on. Don't be a douchebag. Don't Google it. Take a real guess.
I mean, I want to say Ohio State, but with these questions, it's always some stupid answer like Kentucky or something.
Well, vote your vote. I mean,
Put the vote in. We'll see.
Ooh, shit.
I mean, if Green Bay has 2 first-round selections, and if they don't take a wide receiver on either of them, I mean, if you're Rodgers, are you really happy that you stayed? You just lost your number 1, and then they don't even give you another wide receiver?
I don't think Rodgers cares. I think he cares about his personal stats and doesn't necessarily care about winning a Super Bowl.
Well, guess what? His personal stats are going to go down with the horrible receiving core he has right now.
But that's what I don't get about Aaron Rodgers is he cares about keeping his interception numbers low and throwing a decent amount of touchdowns and putting up a lot of yardage, but he doesn't really seem concerned with winning games when they matter. Because I look, it was nice to see the Niners beat the Cowboys. That made me feel really good. But it's like going into that game against Green Bay at Lambeau, I was like, there's no fucking way. There's no way the Niners can pull this off. Rodgers,
that's because you didn't have the confidence that I did.
Well, I mean, it's like I'm a realist. It's like, look, I'm glad we got the win. We hadn't been a good team all year. Yeah, we kind of caught fire in the last half of the season, but I was like, I'm a realist here. The Niners are not as good enough team to win a Super Bowl. But then they go up there and like Rodgers never could put them away. And I was like, how do you not put them away? It's like they're not playing very well. They're trying to give you the game, and you cannot put the nail in the coffin. How do you not do that?
I called it because of the fact that Rodgers had his own pressure on him. He's never beaten the team that he wanted to play for.
Green Bay has taken Quay Walker, the linebacker from Georgia, so now Baltimore's on the clock with Dallas and their first pick coming up immediately thereafter.
So look, they're already pissing Rodgers off. Fuck you, you're not getting a wide receiver.
Yeah.
But no, he's never beaten the 49ers in the playoffs. It's a team he wanted to play for his whole life, and he didn't get drafted by them. He swore he was going to make them pay for it, and he's never beat them in the playoffs. He's now 0-4 against them in the playoffs.
I don't believe that I'm muted right now. I'm looking at my my mixer, and it looks like I'm good. Let me turn my volume up.
Life, and he didn't get drafted by him. He swore he was going to make them pay for it, and he's never beat them in the playoffs. He's now 0-4 against them in the playoffs.
I don't believe that I'm not muted right now. I don't know what's going on with that, but yeah.
I was like, wow, I just heard.
Even if it's not USC that has the most players, we're the most where it counts. Most Hall of Famers.
I will give it until the end of Buffalo's pick before I close the poll. Thank you guys for voting the poll, by the way. 8 votes. Very, very happy. But, yeah. Also, if you guys get a chance, spread the stream around. Help us get some attention. Also, I said it earlier. I haven't been talking about it much, but any donation over $5, I'll give away $25 in free movie tickets tonight. Since that's usually what I do on my channel. I don't usually do a lot of the sports stuff. Hopefully more, leading in the next couple of years. But I definitely cover the first round of the draft every year. It just so happens to fall on Thursdays, which is the night that I stream anyway. So, yeah, absolutely. Any donation over $5 tonight, I'll put you guys in the hopper to win $25 worth of free movie tickets tonight. I have not been plugging that enough because I don't like it. Sounds like e-begging whenever I bring up anything for donations, and I feel like shit. But yeah, any donation over $5 tonight, and you guys will get entered for a chance to win $25 for free movie tickets, and that will happen tonight. You will find out whether you win tonight. So spread that around, like the stream, and do all that shit. Yeah, like I said, usually I do the movie stuff, but tonight me and the sports fans get together and we break down the draft. The last couple of drafts they've been kind of crappy. There hasn't been a lot of excitement. I think a couple of years ago was the first time that I actually sat down with my buddy Jacob Binge, who's the sports writer from Ohio State University. And me and him had some fun, but that was kind of a boring draft too. The only real shock was Green Bay drafting not Kevin Love, but
that would have been
that would have been crazy. But yeah, that was the only real shock of the first round, and everything after that has been kind of dull. The first round of the draft hasn't been all that exciting. But this year, there's been several trades that have been going around: New Orleans, Detroit, Philly, Houston, Tennessee, Kansas City, Baltimore. Minnesota have all traded some picks and moved around. So a couple of players have gone, a couple of big names. So this has been a fun draft to break down. And I've got a killer crew here right now of awesome football fans. The deity has popped in. What's going on with you, my brother? Brody from... are you even still doing your stream right now, Brody? your YouTube stuff?
Whenever me and J-Man did our last stream.
Yeah, it was like a year ago. I don't know. It was a long time ago.
But also J-Man from KC. I'm pretty sure I have your link in the description. I'm not sure. If I don't, I should. But yeah, go check out J-Man from KC as well on YouTube. He gives all his short stuff when he's out on the road doing all the trucker stuff. And Buffalo is still on the clock from what I'm seeing. They have about 4 minutes left. Buffalo got the 23rd overall pick from Baltimore. Baltimore received the 25th overall pick and the 130th overall pick in the 4th round. And that's why Buffalo is here right now.
By the way, no, I am not in the description, so you need to fix that.
I'll have to take care of that.
But Not Famous was saying he could hear me, but he just sees your lips moving. So I'm
looking at my mixer, and I just turned it up on my phone where I'm watching it, and it's all good right now as far as I know. So
okay,
I'm not exactly sure.
If y'all did not, so just in case if you guys did not hear Frank, he is giving away a $25 movie guard to anybody, or to a drawing for anybody who gives up $5 or more in donations.
Anybody who donates $5 or more tonight will get thrown in the mix for $25 in free movie tickets. I will give those away tonight before the stream is over. But
and Derek Kant says if it's only participating AMC theaters, the closest one to him is an hour and 10 minutes away.
It is whatever theater you want to go to. Basically, what I do is I send you $25 over PayPal. Generally speaking, you can spend it however the hell you want. But the whole point of me doing the thing, especially with the Patreon, is not because I'm trying to make any money off it. The Patreon is really designed just to kind of feed itself. So I make about $25 a month off the Patreon. I just send that back out there to anybody who supports the Patreon. Once that grows up to where I'm making $50 a month, maybe I'll up it to $50 a month. I don't know. I'm not really doing a lot of this YouTube stuff to make money. I'm really just doing it because I like getting together with my friends and talking about movies, and on nights like this, talking about the draft, and maybe some other nights there'll be some crazy shit go on. But Buffalo's pick is in, so we are just waiting for them to announce that. There are now 9 votes, and right now, most people say Notre Dame, with Ohio State coming up second, and the University of Texas and Kentucky rounding out the end with 11. But with 11%. Yes, the Titans have traded A.J. Brown to the Eagles for a pair of draft picks and selected wide receiver Treylon Burks. Thank you for being so late to that one. To update my feed there, Yahoo Sports.
If anybody can drop my link in the chat, I don't know how to do that. So,
give me just 1 second, and I will. I'm waiting for this Buffalo pick to actually get announced, and then I'll do that.
I won Frank's $25 one year, and I went to no, I didn't take a time machine. I want to preface it by saying that. I went to Smokey and the Bandit at the drive-in theater.
Hey, you know what? Whatever. Go see a movie.
You got to see the classic Burton Reynolds. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I was telling a lot of people.
I've seen that movie 100 times.
Yeah, I was telling a lot of people that if there is a silver lining to this whole pandemic thing, it's that it gave people a lot of opportunities since there's no movies being made, not a lot being released, to go back and see some of these older movies. Go back and watch some of the Howard Hughes stuff from the 30s and 40s. Go back and watch some of these great comedies from the 70s and 80s. Go back and watch some of these dramas or older films. They're all really, really good, but they all get kind of drowned out by the MCU, by DC, Star Wars, all the big stuff coming out right now. This younger generation, I was trying to tell people, go back and watch some of these older movies and see just how good they are.
By the way, speaking of movies, did you hear they've remade Firestarter? It comes out later this year.
Yes. I've actually seen the trailer.
Why?
It actually looks really good.
Why?
Hey, if it's good, good. My view on remakes is like John Campia's. You can remake anything. Any movie is open to be remade. And if they remake it and it's great, then fantastic. I've got 2 really good versions of the movie I can watch. If they remake it and the remake sucks, it doesn't really matter. I've always got the original to go back to. And Buffalo has taken Kaiir Elam, the cornerback from Florida. So they've taken the defensive back from Florida.
I actually kept up with his career. He's actually a pretty good defender. I'm watching his highlights right now, and man, this dude is a fucking ball hawk. Like, he knows exactly where to, like, if the ball's being thrown, if it's like short or over his head, he knows how to fucking go after the fucking ball. This dude's a monster.
The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock.
Swear to God, if they don't take off
they're on the cock?
Yeah, pretty much.
Although there's not really an offensive lineman here.
Excuse me. Thank you, everybody who voted in the poll. 44% of you said Notre Dame, beating out Ohio State with 33%, and UT and Kentucky coming in 11. And the answer is Notre Dame has sent the most players to the NFL in the draft. Of all the colleges to send players to the NFL, Notre Dame is currently at the top of the all-time dog pile with 520 draftees, according to DraftHistory.com. USC is a close second with 516. But every school below is playing catch-up. Ohio State actually comes in at 473, Oklahoma at 402, Michigan and Alabama are, as of the printing of this article anyway, are tied for fourth place with 387. I'm sorry, jostling for fourth place with 387 and 384 respectively. They are just looking at drafts from 2000 to 2020, however, Ohio State has... I'm sorry, if we are just looking at drafts from 2000 to 2020, however, Ohio State has led the charge, sending 141 players to the NFL with 31 tied with Alabama going in the first round.
Fucking Cowboys could be trading. It's all defensive players here.
So which convict do you think the Cowboys are drafting?
Well, I don't know.
Well, I thought it was funny how everybody likes to say the Raiders are the team with the bad apples, yet they did a thing on this. If I can find it, because I have the picture of it, but they did a thing to talk about since 2000, all the different players have been arrested by team, and the Raiders were like way near the bottom.
Well, I think it's because they have that old that history of the Raiders, especially in the 70s,
I don't know.
being
Killed somebody last year, so there's that.
Well, yeah. They may not be doing it the way they used to, but when they do it big.
Yeah.
What was he going, 150 miles an hour and fucking down the strip in Vegas?
I mean, that's Henry Ruggs we're talking about. Speed kills.
Yeah.
Literally.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh, they are taking their sweet time, huh?
Trying to trade out.
Probably.
Well, if you look at the board for the so-called experts, like everybody here of the 10 best available, they're all like linebackers and edge rushers. Like, that's not what the Cowboys need.
I wish the year that Jordan Love was drafted, you could have seen Aaron Rodgers' face. They need to have a cam that you could just pan to the quarterback of the team.
Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Since 2000, Minnesota leads all.
Minnesota.
With 50.
Minnesota.
Denver's second. Cincinnati. Of course, Cincinnati, they're at 43 roughly, but 10 of those were one guy. So, I mean, Pac-Man, yeah. And of course, a lot of Minnesota's was related to that gambling thing or whatever. The riverboat, whatever.
Sex boat thing.
Yeah,
hey,
sex.
Pac-Man played for the Cowboys too, so that's not helping our cause.
Oakland is at what are they at? They're 20. Not even half of what Minnesota has.
Let's look at the severity of the crimes, because a lot of guys get fucking arrested for possession of weed, and it's like, oh, for fuck's sakes. Just legalize that shit all over the country already.
Yeah, I would have, yeah. It's like, because being arrested for, stupid shit, or getting in trouble for stupid shit, it's like getting a parking ticket doesn't necessarily make you an asshole.
Yeah, they have license and traffic on here. That's the other thing. It was like, really? But the problem is that they count Henry Ruggs as a license in traffic, not a murderer or a
vehicular.
It should be.
Yeah, a vehicular homicider.
Yeah,
they could take picture law. He was drunk off his ass. He was speeding.
And of course, I'm guaranteeing you they don't have Baltimore's murder for Ray Lewis on there. But you know,
hey, he was found innocent, just like OJ.
He wasn't found innocent. He turned state's evidence on his buddies, and they were found innocent.
Oh, he actually did the right thing, but we went off the board. Tyler Smith, tackle, Tulsa. Oh, this is great. Usually they have the good things. He rolls his hips. He's a finisher, but he takes too many penalties. He'll fit right.
There it is. He fits right in.
Overall, 78. Athleticism, 75. Production, 74.
Wow, he's a great player. That sounds like a third rounder to me, but it's Dallas for you. And we'll expect another first. We'll expect another one and done next year too, for you.
To this day, I love Stephen Jones forever because I don't know if you remember the story, but Jerry was picking up the phone to call in the pick to draft Johnny Manziel, and Stephen Jones took the phone out of his hand and drafted Zach Martin.
Hey, by the way, Frank, you still haven't dropped my link yet. What's up with that?
I shall be right back. My skip the dishes just got here.
Your what?
I'm actually looking up different stuff to put a poll in the field. Some little bit of trivia.
Here's one for you. There's one Alabama has produced one Hall of Fame quarterback in its entire career. Do you know who it is?
Bama?
Yep.
Yeah, and he's not a.
I don't know.
And he shouldn't be, in my opinion.
Joe Namath. Namath, and he's not a Hall of Famer. He won one goddamn game.
He won one very important goddamn game.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a below 50% passer. He had more interceptions than touchdowns. The guy's in the Hall of Fame only because he guaranteed a win and they won. That's the only reason he's in there, and he shouldn't be. I would rather have Drew Bledsoe in the Hall of Fame than Joe Namath, but whatever.
And I'm also not a big fan of Joe Namath because of the whole Susie Cuthbert thing. That wasn't very cool either.
I barely heard that because you sound like you're in a hallway. So I'll wait till you get back to the mic.
I'm actually in an elevator.
Okay, either way.
Well, I was talking about the Susie Cuthbert thing, or Cuthbert. I can never pronounce her fucking name right.
Mute. Thank you. Oh, that wasn't even you, really? Who the hell's got the beeping going?
Yeah, what the hell is that?
Brody.
I thought that was Brody.
I thought it was too, but he's on mute now. Or maybe it just caught the last one before he muted. Okay. Man, I tell you, like I said, I've been bored with the draft. I mean, yeah, there's been some moves, but I really expected Debo and AJ and DK to go as well in this draft. And if we got a high second round pick, there's no sense in us trading now for one of these remaining first round picks. Frank?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm typing while I'm doing stuff. Trying to put your damn link in here, man.
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
let's see here. We got
in the description now. I just put it in there, so go check out J-Man's Red Rants.
Yeah, subscribe to my shit.
Subscribe to his shit.
Baltimore is on the clock. I don't see why they would trade for Debo. Tennessee just traded away AJ, so they're not trading for Debo. Tampa Bay is not even in the need for Debo. Green Bay's not trading for Debo because they just traded away their top guy that was going to get paid millions. So who's after the 28th?
Let's game this out for a minute. Here's where we're standing right now. We've got, let's see, where are we at now? The 25th pick, and this is Baltimore.
Yeah, who's left after Green Bay at 28?
So we've got Baltimore, Tennessee, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, back-to-back picks from Kansas City at 29 and 30, the Bengals at 31, and Minnesota at 32. That's what's left in the first round.
Yeah, none of those teams are going after
Are
Debo.
any of those teams going to trade for Debo?
No.
So
I don't see it. I
Said it
think
all
that-
along. He's going to get traded on day 2.
yeah, but what are you going to get for Debo? I mean, you can still get a first-round pick next year out of Debo, which is, I mean, whatever. But I figure if you're going to trade Debo, I'd want to trade him now, get a first-round pick this year to try to fill that hole. I mean, because you could get multiple first-round picks for Debo. Why not get one this year and one next year?
Right, and I would have done that a lot earlier in the draft.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And like I said, Green Bay, the Chiefs, those 3 picks are not happening, and neither is Tennessee, because all 3 teams just traded away their best wide receiver because of the money issue. So they're not going to pick up another wide receiver that's already due for a big contract. Tampa Bay doesn't need him. Baltimore, I don't know why they would.
Maybe he's not.
Baltimore got rid of Marquis Brown, didn't they?
Well, hold on. Here's a bigger question. It's not who of the teams that are left will go after Debo. It's if the Niners trade into one of these spots now, who are they really going to get? Because
all the big name wide receivers are gone.
Well, because at this point, you're not getting. There's not a whole lot of players available that you don't think might fall to you at the 29th pick, or not the 29th, but the 35th or 36th pick or whatever it is that they have.
Bet you that guy's pissed. He just showed on NFL Network. He showed a Titans guy standing in the middle of the crowd by himself wearing an A.J. Brown jersey.
Oops.
And the Cardinals won 8-3.
So CBS.com says that the best fit for Baltimore right now is wow, it just moved on me. The pick is in for Baltimore now. That's what I'm seeing. But
I bet it's defense.
They say that it is their best fit is Nakobe Dean, the linebacker from University of Georgia, Andrew Booth Jr., the cornerback from Clemson, and Jermaine Johnson II, the edge rusher from Florida State.
Yeah, so
that's
all
who
defense.
they believe is the best fit for Baltimore in this position. The pick is in for Baltimore. We're going to find out here in just a second. Are my donations paused? They are not. Did you use the Stream Labs or the Stream Elements? Because I forgot to take out the Stream Labs link. I'll have to go look at Stream Labs real quick. But
yeah, I was going to say, you don't have the $ sign on the...
He selected center Tyler Lindenbaum from Iowa.
They went with a center?
Really?
Wow. Okay.
Yep.
Wait, CBS was really on that one, didn't they?
Yeah.
They had 3 defensive guys. I guess they're trying to protect Jackson.
This guy's draft score, overall, 99. Athleticism, 89. Production, 91. He was the best center in the country last year.
So now Tennessee is on the clock with Tampa Bay following up after that. And
you know what that is?
Look at my...
I think Baltimore is going for more run blocking.
They should.
I mean, that's what you get in Iowa is running in a running game. Think about it. That's their school for running the ball and throwing the tight ends. So that's what Baltimore is: running the ball and throwing the tight ends.
Watching this guy film for a center, holy shit, he can move. And they pulled him a lot. Usually, you don't see centers pull because they're not athletic enough. Holy fuck, he can fly. He outran the tight end.
Did you see in that Green Bay 49er game when they pulled Williams on a run play? He just come trucking down the line and fucking blew up the linebacker trying to go after the running back. It was hilarious.
I didn't see it.
Oh, God.
He's the highest draft score in the draft. Second highest. The highest is a running back out of Iowa State.
I don't know if I can find that.
Good.
Boy, I'm getting
Jets are
blown up
picking
with
again.
notifications because of this draft.
The Jets just traded to 26, so that's their third pick in the first round.
The Jets just
Fourth.
traded into 26. Yes, they did.
Wow.
So the Jets are now on the clock, with Tampa Bay following them up.
They must have felt they needed to get in front of Tampa for some reason.
They traded the 26th pick and the 101st pick, Tennessee, for the 35th pick, the 69th pick, and the 163rd pick.
69.
Wow, Tennessee is so close to the playoff.
Okay, so Frank, you got to look at it says Trent Williams in motion on YouTube, and you'll see the play. He was actually lined.
Lamar Jackson just tweeted at 10:52 p.m. What the fuck? Oh, that's fucking great.
So you're saying he was excited about that pick, huh? And did the Jets just trade up?
Yeah, they did. That's what he was talking about. They just traded into the 26th pick from the Titans.
Interesting. That's going to be their third first-round pick. They really trying to go all in on, aren't they?
That what the fuck might be for Hollywood Brown being traded. That might be it, but who knows?
I think it might have been.
I wonder if the Jets are like, hey, 49ers, how about the 26th pick?
Yeah, but like I said, if you're the Niners, what can you get now that that may not be available to you in like another 10 or 12 picks?
But as you said, what if they get this pick plus next year's first round? Is that worth it to you?
I don't know.
I think it's for the Jets, so.
I don't know.
Do what? What's that, Brody?
Pick is in.
Okay, well, I don't know, man.
I mean, most teams that have traded their star wide receiver away, like the Packers or the Chiefs, they've always gotten a first rounder and a second rounder for them. They never gotten 2 first rounders.
Well, but see, the Chiefs got 5 draft picks for Hill. Yes, only one was a first, but they still got 5. And if you're going to tell me that Debo's not as good as Hill, I think you're nuts.
Well, no, I think Debo's better, but what teams are willing to offer is different, though.
No, I know, but I'm saying instead of 5 picks, only one of them being a first. What about 2 firsts and that's it? I mean, wouldn't that still be a decent trade?
I mean, I would take it. Yeah, 2 firsts. Yeah, you have a strong chance of getting possibly a wide receiver who's just as good or just as fast. Maybe not exactly Debo, but still good.
Jermaine Johnson II from Florida State.
Who's that? What position?
Is that a corner?
Defensive end.
Yeah.
Pass rusher. Okay.
The Jets are all over the fucking place, huh?
Who'd they get all together, their 3 picks? They got a corner and this pass rusher, and who'd they get at 10?
They got a wide receiver, a corner, and this pass rusher.
They got the wide receiver at 10. That's it.
So now Tampa Bay is on the clock with Green Bay coming up after that.
Wow. Tampa, what does Tampa need? Do they need anything? They don't need anything.
So we still have yet to have anybody trade into the first round that didn't have a first round pick.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
See what I mean? This is where the chaos I was looking for.
Tampa Bay didn't need anything because they just traded back to the first pick of the second round. Jacksonville traded up.
Oh, there's that.
But again, not one of the 8 teams that didn't have a first round pick.
If I'm the Bucs, I'd trade back too. And looking at what everybody has, no, never mind. The quarterback's going to go to Minnesota.
What? What quarterback? Malik?
Not Mills. Who am I thinking of? God damn it. The one quarterback. The one from Mississippi is still out there.
They're all still out there except Pickett.
Yeah.
He's the only quarterback taken so far.
Yeah.
Sam Mills is one, I think, or Sam Howard. Excuse me. Sam Howard, Malik Willis, and Dieter.
Yeah, Derek Hans did donate a minute ago. He just went through the Streamlabs thing, not the Stream Elements, because I forgot to take the Streamlabs link out, but that's my mistake. But he says that we should consider doing a sports show together. There's good vibes here. You know what? I want to do more sports content, but the problem is I work nights, and that's how that goes. The only nights that I have off, I'm doing my thing on Thursdays, and I'm doing Drew's on Sundays. I work just about every other night, and I have to plan to take like Monday nights off to do the spoiler reviews and discussions for the big movies. So, I mean, unless my schedule changes, there's not really much I can do during the day, because, I mean, the problem is Jennifer's been working from home for basically since the pandemic started, and her desk is 10 feet from mine, and she has stuff that she deals with, like, that is protected under HIPAA laws, so I can't really go live during the day, because I don't want her on the phone with somebody else talking about sensitive information, because I don't want her to lose her job, and I don't want to be the kind of dickhead that gets somebody fucked up for their personal information, because that'd just be mean. But yeah, I mean, I'd like to do more stuff, you know, with the sports stuff. But I mean, I gotta figure all that out. But I don't know. I don't think there's any plan for Jennifer to go back to the office on a regular basis. So what I'm thinking right now is that at some point by the end of the year, I might have my own dedicated studio space where I'm not like sharing a room with Jennifer in our desks. Hopefully that will work out by the end of the year, but that's still a little bit down the road. So, yeah, I'd like to do more stuff, but it's just difficult to do right now because Jennifer's working from home.
And I like to do more stuff too, but of course, being on the road doesn't help.
That doesn't help, yeah.
I'd like to do more stuff too, but when I'm away for 2 weeks, it's not so bad. But then I get home and I'm like, oh, I got 2 young kids at home and I've been gone for 2 weeks. So I don't have time for.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't blame you. I mean, you got to do what you got to do with the young ones.
The pick is in for the Jaguars, and the Green Bay Packers are now on the clock. So
here's something funny. Aaron Rodgers is actually on one of these YouTube shows right now as the draft is happening. They're interviewing him.
Yeah. He's on McAfee's show.
Yeah, that one.
They were planning on having him in and around when Green Bay made their pick. So,
you know what I said earlier? I wish I could see their face when they pick a quarterback. Come on, Green Bay, don't fail me now.
So, just to give you guys an idea as to what's coming up, Jacksonville's on the clock right now. Then we have Green Bay, New England, who got their pick through a trade with Kansas City. Kansas City with the 30th pick, the Bengals with the 31st, and then Minnesota with the 32nd and final pick of the first round. So that's where we stand right now with the last 6 picks. Jacksonville,
Wait a minute.
Green Bay, New England, Kansas City, Cincinnati, and Minnesota.
So think about this. Detroit and Minnesota actually traded picks in the first round. This is division teams. How rare is that?
Just trading draft picks? I don't think it's too unusual. Now, players is one thing. That's one of the reasons why all these people for the last several weeks that have been talking about trading Garoppolo to Seattle, I'm like, fuck that. Because, like, I don't want that kind of drama in my life.
You don't want to be able to beat him every year?
I am 100% certain that we would beat Garoppolo 9 out of 10 games, but that one game is going to be the one that we need the most, and Garoppolo is going to make us look like a fool. I don't want to tempt fate like that.
I got you.
I think if somebody lets Garoppolo unload, I think he's going to get a lot better. I don't understand why they've been so conservative with him. But Jacksonville has received the 27th overall pick, but the Buccaneers got the 33rd overall in the second round, and I didn't read the rest of it before it all went off. But yeah, so they traded out of the the Buccaneers traded out of the first round with their deal with Jacksonville into the early second round.
Making them the 9th NFL team this year with no first round pick.
Yes, sir.
I don't see Garoppolo getting better. He's 30 years old at this point. He is what he is.
Well,
he's middle He's a middle tier quarterback that throws a lot of freaking interceptions.
Look, I said a long time ago, one of the problems with Kaepernick, aside from all the other off the field kneeling and all that stuff, is the Niners didn't develop him right. They had a college-minded coach with a college-minded quarterback, and they tried to run the option. There's a reason why they don't run the option in the NFL. The defense is just, they sniff that shit out, and they're too good for it. That's why when you see guys, and I've had people tell me, well, why do other mobile quarterbacks and running quarterbacks have success? They're not running the fucking option. They're doing designed runs. They're not running the fucking option. That play is bullshit when you get past college. That play does not work.
The defenses are too fast for the option.
Yeah, they're just too fast for that bullshit. And that's what he was running. He was running a lot of option shit with Kaepernick. They got that tape on Kaepernick, and they were like, these guys are going to run option shit. We can pick that apart. We've got the best college defenders are third-string cornerbacks and linebackers in the NFL. There's no fucking way you can run that with regularity and expect it to do well.
Tell that to the Patriots when the Dolphins beat them, basically swept them running the Wildcat one year.
The Wildcat is not the option. The Wildcat still leaves a lot of things open. You can still drop back and throw in the Wildcat. The option is the option. That's all it is. It's a very one-dimensional play. And it works in college because you only have one or two good defenders on every team. In the NFL, you've got the best college defenders come up and play backup in the NFL. So they're
By the way,
too
Frank,
good for that.
I don't know if
you were talking about not getting close to midnight. We got 6 picks left. That's an hour, and it's 11:05 in your time zone.
We may not get past midnight in my time.
Oh, I think we will.
I don't know. They're not killing time with these picks. Jacksonville's pick is in, so that means Green Bay is on the clock, and then after that, there's only 4 more picks.
Now there's 5 more after that.
I don't know if I'd agree with you on your comparison of the Wildcat and the option. The Wildcat is very one-dimensional. Literally, the running back just fakes a handoff and runs the ball pretty much every freaking.
But who runs the Wildcat anymore? Nobody. because
a lot of people
too good
do
for
it.
That shit.
No, a lot of people still run the Wildcat. They'll run it once a game or something, but it's stupid because every time you see the running back in the quarterback spot, you know it's a run. Why even run it anymore? Because none of you're never seeing the running backs throw it anymore, especially from the Wildcat. It's like if you're going to line up in Wildcat, have him throw it occasionally.
Lloyd, linebacker, Utah.
All that for a fucking Utah linebacker.
All-American.
I mean, what's his face wasn't the guy from Notre Dame who had a fake girlfriend? Wasn't he All-American too?
He was almost a Heisman Trophy finalist. But it's a crapshoot. What the hell do you know?
That's right. He could be a Hall of Famer. You don't.
Jerry, where the hell did Jerry Rice go to school again?
Mississippi
Valley State.
Mississippi Valley State, yeah.
Mississippi Valley State. So if we were live streaming then, the deity would have went, Jerry Rice. They took a wide
like, Jerry who?
Mississippi Valley State.
I mean, wasn't that how it was for a couple years until you realized Jerry Rice is pretty fucking good? You're like, who the fuck did we just get?
By the way, he went first round, so
it was first round pick. Bill Walsh too.
So now Green Bay is on the clock with who am I looking at? New England is up after that.
And not only did Bill Walsh know, but he traded up to get Jerry Rice because the Cowboys were going to draft him otherwise.
Oh, God.
I guarantee he'd have gone to fucking Dallas and they'd have ruined him.
No, that was still Tom Landry days. He would have been fine.
Yeah, that's true. Working under Landry, he probably would have looked good.
He was the 16th overall pick in the 85 NFL draft.
Keep in mind, fucking Jerry Rice was still playing around 2004, 2005 for the Seattle Seahawks, and that motherfucker was catching shit still. So
he wasn't quite as fast, but he was still a great route runner that last year that he played.
He wasn't very good in Seattle.
He ran good routes because he got open a lot.
I think I've seen somewhere where he said he probably should have retired a year earlier. But
Matt Hasselbeck wasn't exactly helping him either.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why I don't know why Maybe that's why Pittsburgh people aren't freaking out, because the comparison they made on the draft to pick it was Matt Hasselbeck.
So the 49ers traded with the New England Patriots to get they move up from the 28th pick of the draft to the 16th to get Jerry Rice.
Nice.
Because they knew that Dallas wanted him at 17.
These last two drafts that I've been on Frank's show right now, you remember last year, Frank, when I said I really hope the Raiders get Micah Parsons, and then the Cowboys ended up getting him, and he's now a Pro Bowler. And then the year before that, I said I hope we get one of the best wide receivers, a CD Lamb, who's now on the Cowboys.
Yeah.
And they ended up getting Henry Ruggs, who's now in jail. Yeah. And
that's funny.
Was it last year's stream I was on with you that we had Mikel?
I don't know.
Or
maybe it was last year.
Or maybe it was the year before. I think it was last year because it was shortly after the end of my previous show, I think.
Well, I'll tell you what, the 85 draft must not have been a big one for wide receivers. There were only 4 taken in the first round that year. Al Toon went 10th to the Jets. You remember him, right? He was huge.
He was a long-time Redskin player. He put up pretty decent numbers, too. Wasn't he a Pro Bowler more than once?
I can't remember. Eddie Brown went 13 to the Bengals.
Green Bay's pick is in. New England is now on the clock, just so you guys know.
And then Jerry Rice to the 49ers at 16. And then the last one of the first round was, where is it? Jesse Hester to the Raiders at 23.
Different league, though, in 85.
Oh, yeah.
Well, sure. But, obviously, of those 4, 3 of them had, what is it? 3 of them were Pro Bowlers, and only 1 was a Hall of Famer. So Jerry Rice was he wasn't the only Hall of Famer of that draft, but wide receiver wise was.
Got another Raider in the chat. We got AJ Raider. He says Charles Woodson was drafted 4th overall in 1998 to the Raiders. That's true. Woodson bounces around a lot to a few teams, though. I know he ended up with Green Bay at one point. Who else did he play for? I want to say Minnesota. I don't know if that's right, though.
No, he only played for Green Bay, won a championship with them, then came back to the Raiders.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow. I am sitting corrected on myself here. By the way, there were 2 wide receivers in that draft that went to the Hall of Fame. Holy shit, this is a whole 12, round 12? Jesus. They still did that. Yeah, there were 12 rounds in 85. There were 2 wide receivers who went to the Hall of Fame. So Jerry Rice is one. Anybody know who the other one was?
What year?
1985.
Oh, man.
And he was picked in the 4th round.
Give us a hint. Can you give us a hint?
Andre Reed.
It was Andre Reed. It was.
You see, I almost said
Bills.
Rison, but the years didn't add up. I was like, was it Rison? It didn't. I think Rison was after that.
But the number 1 overall pick was Bruce Smith from the Buffalo Bills.
Green Bay has not selected a wide receiver in the first round since Javon Walker. But there's apparently, I don't know if they're trying to say that they think they're going to take a wide receiver. Right now, CBS.com is saying that Bernard Ryman, the offensive lineman from Central Michigan, Boy Mafi, the defensive lineman from Minnesota, and Devontae Wyatt, the defensive lineman from University of Georgia, are the best fits. But we're about to find out.
I think they might have got Devontae Wyatt.
And see, folks, that's why the Bills made 4 Super Bowls in a row. Because that 85 draft, they drafted 2 fucking Hall of Famers. And the year before, they drafted a Hall of Fame quarterback.
So overall, in the entire 12-round draft in 1985, 5 players made it to the Hall of Fame. Kevin Green in the 5th round to the Rams. Andre Reed to the Bills at the 4th round. Jerry Rice. And these are all the rest for first rounders. Jerry Rice at 16. Chris Dolman to the Vikings at 4. And Bruce Smith at number 1.
There's a couple of good defensive guys.
I think. Let me do the Casey is Raw. And Kevin Green in the WWE Hall of Fame.
Guess that's all he knows is video games and wrestling.
Yep.
I'm surprised he didn't pop back on. I figured he'd have come in here just to hang out and be a part of it all.
83 draft still blows my mind that there was 8 Hall of Famers in that draft. Devontae Wyatt from Georgia. Another defensive tackle from Georgia.
Yep. Devontae Wyatt.
6'2" and 7'8", 304, 477, 40.
Looks like Aaron Rodgers won't be throwing to anybody this season.
I thought they just traded for a while. Well, hey, bear in mind, there's still some good free agent wide receivers out there. Like, isn't Jarvis Landry the free agent? I forget who else was available.
I mean, you're trying to get someone who's going to replace Devontae Adams' production.
Well, you can't fully replace it. You got to do it by committee. Those who wonder, 83 NFL draft, the Hall of Famers, John Elway, Eric Dickerson, Jim Covert, Bruce Matthews, Jim Kelly, Dan Marino, Darryl Green, Richard Dent.
Yeah, they also had 42 Pro Bowlers.
New England is now on the clock, and CBS News says that their best fit would be Nakobe Dean, the linebacker from Georgia, Andrew Booth Jr., the cornerback from Clemson, or Daxton Hill, the safety from Michigan. It's got their team needs listed as cornerback, wide receiver, linebacker, and safety.
So you're Green Bay, and you signed your quarterback to a deal that is painfully going to hurt you down the road. And you traded away the best wide receiver he had. You also lost MVS, and you get 2 first-round draft picks, and you draft defense. Okay, that makes sense. I'm with you on that. Not really. By the way, the most Hall of Famers in one draft was 1957. 9. Paul Hornig, Len Dawson, Jim Brown, Jim Parker, Tommy McDonald, Sonny Jurgensen, Henry Jordan, Gene Hickerson, and Don Maynard. There have been several drafts with 8, including 81. Lawrence Taylor, Kenny Easley, Ronnie Lott, Mike Singletary, Howie Long, Ricky Jackson, Russ Grimm, and Sam Mills. That's a hell of a Hall of Fame class, or draft class.
Oh, the defense. Speaking of Ronnie Lott, there was a guy on Twitter that shared a tweet that said,
Wow.
Oh,
Frank's back.
So he said with Auburn having Frank Thomas, Bo Jackson, and Charles Barkley, the other school who has a better top at each sport of the big 3 sports. So I commented, and I said it's USC. I had Big Mac for baseball, Ronnie Lott for football, and Cheryl Miller for basketball. And this guy posted on Twitter saying how Auburn had the best, like if you take the best player to ever come out of their school at the big 3 position, or the big 3 sports, basketball, football, and baseball, he thinks Auburn was the best school because they had Frank Thomas for baseball, Bo Jackson for football, and Charles Barkley for basketball. And I said it was USC because they have Mark McGuire for football, Ronnie Lott for baseball, Ronnie Lott for football, and Cheryl Miller for basketball. And he said they take the L in basketball, but I have to agree with the other 2. Bo was a better athlete, but Ronnie Lott's career was undeniable. I disagree with basketball because Cheryl Miller is the greatest female basketball player of all time, but To me, if you're the greatest of all time in what you did, it trumps a middle-of-the-pack basketball player in Charles Barkley. Gender be damned.
Yeah, Derek, we were talking about that earlier. He says, didn't Rodgers only stay in Green Bay because they were going to make moves? Fuck no. He stayed there because he's going to put up numbers. It has nothing to do with the moves they were going to make. He just wants to keep his interceptions low and put up solid numbers because they know he's going to win another MVP based on his name alone. That's one of the reasons
he's not
I really
putting
don't
up
want to see
numbers.
him. Well, I mean, he'll put up decent numbers. I don't think he's going to put up the kind of numbers he's going to want to.
He's not going to have MVP numbers. That's for damn sure. Not with that receiving core.
Oh yeah, they got nothing. I don't I mean, he can make receivers better, but not the way that Brady does. Certainly not to the level that Brady can. So
he doesn't trust anybody else.
I don't see him putting up another MVP season next year.
I mean, what was it? In the playoff game against us, he had like 22 completed passes, and like 20 of them were to Devontae Adams and Aaron Jones. I mean, he doesn't trust his other wide receivers. So who the hell is he going to throw the ball to? Yeah, he still got Jones.
The pick is in for New England, so that means that Kansas City is on the clock with pick number 30, and we're just waiting for them to walk up and let us know who New England's taking.
I feel like J-Man wanted to say something about my Cheryl Miller take.
Oh no, I didn't. I was going to say that you're any argument when it comes to college, you're going to be always about USC. Just saying.
Well, okay. Ronnie Lott's the best safety that ever lived.
Beep.
I mean, let's see. No, I'm not arguing that, but as far as I could throw my name in the ring for two of those sports. I mean, Wilt Chamberlain played at Kansas and was pretty much one of the greatest basketball players. And how about the running back? What's his name? Gale Sayers.
Gale Sayers
played. I mean, so I could argue that, and that's from Kansas, which really doesn't have I don't know about baseball, but let's see, best MLB player.
If you wanted to be honest, though, it would probably be UCLA, because you take Kareem for basketball. Jackie Robinson, I believe, played college baseball at UCLA. And football player, I'm sure there's been Troy Aikman played there, but I'm pretty sure there's some other.
Yeah, see, we haven't had a lot of KU players in baseball,
New England has taken Cole Strange, the guard from Tennessee.
From Chattanooga.
Well, I only get part of it on here, damn it.
Yeah, it's Tennessee. Well, it's because it's Tennessee Chattanooga is what it is. Yeah, most of these names I've never heard of. Just looking up, they had 16 names out of KU that made it to the major leagues. But let's see here.
Can we also mention that Reggie Miller might be the most overrated player ever in the history of basketball?
Overrated?
And the Chief selects George Karlatifis from Purdue. Yeah, Reggie Miller's wildly overrated. His numbers aren't even that good.
I think if he'd have been on a different team, he'd have won at least 2 or 3 titles. And yes, Kansas City wasted no time getting George Galifianakis from wherever the hell.
George Galifianakis?
I don't know. Carl Eftis.
Oh. An edge rusher. See, they again didn't go wide receiver either. Both them and the Packers, neither of them picked a wide receiver with their 2 first-round draft picks. Interesting.
They say this class of wide receivers is really, really deep. So if you don't get one in the first round, you'll probably get one in the second or third.
So
but
we have blown through the last 7 or 8 picks in probably the last half an hour. Because we were just talking about 25 minutes ago about how we might not make it all the way to midnight. We've only got 2 picks left. We've got the Cincinnati Bengals right now on the clock, and then Minnesota immediately after that.
I guess it all depends, J-Man, on what you determine, because I think I would actually give it to UCLA. Think about it. Go with Kareem, Jackie Robinson, and then for their football player, you go with Jonathan Ogden. One of the best fucking offensive linemen in the history of football. Hall of Fame offensive lineman, 11-time Pro Bowler. Or if that doesn't work for you, then you take Troy Aikman.
You guys
Looks
have
like,
about another 5 minutes if you want to go ahead and try to put in a $5 donation to get your name in the running, or else I'm just going to give Derek Hans $25 for movie tickets. So,
damn.
Ooh.
I thought Jackie Robinson played at UCLA. I guess I was wrong. Troy Gloss, Garrett Atkins, Trevor Bauer. Where the hell did Jackie Robinson play college baseball? I thought or maybe he was going to.
I don't remember where Jackie played college ball.
My Cardinals have drafted a lot of these KU players. That's pretty funny. I still have yet to find any with good, anything with even a decent career.
Yeah, he did play at UCLA.
Jackie did?
Yeah.
Hey,
ran track at UCLA too.
Hey, Frank, is Brett Bochy Bruce's son?
I believe so, yes.
He played for Kansas. I didn't know that. And he played for the Giants.
Well, we are, 30 picks into this now? And there are actually 262 picks in the 2022 draft. The number of overall picks depends on the number of teams, the number of rounds. The very first draft in 1936 featured 81 picks. That is 9 rounds for 9 teams from a pool of just 90 players. So could you imagine being one of the fucking 9 guys that wasn't picked? The 2022 NFL Draft features 7 rounds for the 32 teams with 262 spots in total. And thanks to some of these special compensatory picks in the later rounds, the Jacksonville Jaguars, who went the league worst 3-14 in 2021, will pick first. And the San Francisco 49ers will have the last pick of the final round. So we get Mr. Irrelevant. Yay!
Okay, Jay, man, I've settled the argument. It's done.
All right.
It's North Carolina.
What was
North
the
Carolina?
argument?
Best college to produce the big 3, best players for the big 3, basketball, football, and baseball.
So you take
I mean, obviously you're saying Jordan for basketball. That would make the most sense.
Yep.
And who are the other 2?
Football. I'll go baseball first. Catfish Hunter.
That's a good pick.
And this is what is the creme de la creme, the best football player of all time.
Coming out of North Carolina? Okay, go ahead.
Lawrence Taylor.
I mean, can't argue with that name.
So they've got Michael Jordan, Lawrence Taylor, and Catfish Hunter's a Hall of Fame pitcher.
Spitballer.
You know what's sad? Looking over this list of 26 players who have played at KU and went to the MLB, Tom Gorzolani is probably the best career of all of them. He played from 05 to 16. Started with the Pirates.
Wondering who Catfish Hunter was, you youngins. He was an 8-time All-Star. He won 5 World Series. He won a Cy Young. He threw a perfect game, and he had 224 wins and 2,000 strikeouts in the Major League.
And he had one of the greatest mustaches in the history of the game.
Totally.
Absolutely. They've had some other decent players in recent memory. They had Brian Roberts. He was a good player.
But you know what? For Kansas being mostly known as a basketball school, to have Will Chamberlain and Gale Sayers in that argument, I'll take it. We We may not have had a baseball player, but we got the 2 out of the 3. And as Meatloaf says, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
North Carolina.
Cincinnati has taken Trey. I'm sorry, that's not right. The pick is in. They have not picked yet. Sorry, I was getting ahead of myself. But the pick is in, so now Minnesota is on the clock with the last pick of the first round.
Go ahead, Brody.
I'm going to say North Carolina. I don't know. I think the 2 out of 3 are the. I think I take the Carolina 2 for being a basketball school as well. Gale Sayers, very good running back. Lawrence Taylor.
Well, but you got to remember, Gale Sayers' career was cut short because back then they didn't have ACL surgeries. Had they, who knows? He probably would have been the greatest in the game. You can't argue. You can't argue. Will Chamberlain could be right there with Michael Jordan if you think about it. I mean, 100-point game. Nobody's ever touched that.
For the greatest offensive player ever. Although a lot of the early part of his career, he was playing with a bunch of white dudes that were.
And he slept with over 1,000 women. So I mean, that's got to take count in something. It's like my argument with Babe Ruth. It's like, how great was Babe Ruth actually when he was playing with a bunch of white farmer dudes that chain smoked darts, because a lot of the most athletic people in the country weren't allowed to play in the league because of their skin color. But who knows? Well, he was a cigar smoker and didn't eat healthy at all, and he was overweight most of his career, but still could hit that long ball.
Daxton Hill, safety, Michigan. Although I've heard recently some of his home runs might not have actually been home runs. That's the urban legend. Some Yankee Stadium tended to count ground rule doubles as a home run.
Oh.
For the Babe.
Wow. Well, there used to be talk about the Negro Leagues player that was supposedly hit 800 home runs, but that's been debunked too. So,
well,
I can't remember his name, but
that's the weird thing, though. It's like I don't remember when. And what's up, Arthur? I just now noticed you popped in. I don't know who you are, but thanks for popping in. I hope you subscribe and hang out. But yeah, I've heard that there's this guy in Japan. They were talking about most home runs in a year after McGuire set the record several years ago, and they were saying that if you go by a calendar year, there was some guy in Japan that actually hit like 80. And I was like, well, that's not really how it goes, because calendar year and individual season are kind of two different things. But
right, and actually, I'm sure if you went calendar year, McGuire still would have been more. Just,
I mean, I don't know. I mean, calendar. I don't know. I mean, I'd have to. I don't know where I would go to find those stats, but I'm even calendar.
Well, what did he hit?
It's
365
days.
Right, but I mean, when you look into the fact that in one year, the year before he hit 70, he was at like 59 or something like that. Now, I don't know how many of those if you went from like June to June or whatever, but because obviously, for baseball, a calendar year really includes the entire season. So,
I mean, you could go from July of one year to July of the next one.
And Arthur, I used it in its proper turn, not the actual bad word. So, just saying.
What are you saying? Did Damien just say the N-word? Did you say Negro Leagues?
I did.
Okay. Yeah, it's the Negro Leagues. That's what they're called. I mean, there's no...
That's what they're called.
Yeah. I wasn't listening that closely to listen to... Oh, the pick is in for Minnesota, apparently, so we'll be finishing up the first round here in just a moment. But, yeah, I heard Negro Leagues, which is what the leagues are called.
Yep. I've actually been to the museum. It's pretty fucking phenomenal. If you haven't, take the trip to Kansas City. It's worth it.
You mentioned Japanese players. I'm just looking. Can we talk about how amazing Ichiro's rookie year really was?
His entire career was phenomenal. Did you see? Was it a week or so ago? He threw out the first pitch or something like that, and threw like fucking 90. I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
Like I'm looking at his rookie year. He broke in at 27, but he had 242 hits. This is what amazes me. He had more stolen bases than strikeouts. He stole 56 bases. He struck out 53 times. and he hit
Well,
350.
I mean,
Those Japanese
he didn't
players
even
no
come over
joke,
to the.
man.
Didn't he not come over to the majors till like he was 30, and he still ended up hitting 3,000?
He was
Hey,
27.
right. 27. Okay.
But then even a couple years later, in 2004, he had 262 hits and hit 372. That's fucking absurd.
Yeah, that guy's
So
always been ridiculously good.
Ichiro's the best hitter that ever lived.
So
I think
I
so.
was doing the. So Brody, I was doing the numbers. 33 3,000 hitters. Of those 33, 22 have happened in my lifetime. 18 of which I can recall. So more than half. But then when we went to 300, game winners for pitchers, there's only been 24 of those, and there'll never be another one of those, by the way. and only 10 of those happened in my lifetime.
See, like my only thing for 3,000 hits is, I don't know. Like I think of some of the guys that hit 3,000 hits, and I'm like, okay, they were good players. But when you think of, and I know it's the steroid thing, but whatever. Put the steroid use aside, but when you think of the guys that hit 600 home runs, you're like, holy fuck. But I see like a guy like Cal Ripken Jr., and I'm like, yeah, he was really good, but Cal Ripken never gave me the wow thing. But he also played for fucking 21 years.
True.
Well, and he didn't miss a game, obviously, for a long time, which
Like,
that's another record that'll never get broken either.
He only had over 200 hits twice in his whole career.
Well,
So
let's think about it. Think about it this way.
200 hits is a bigger deal. 200 hits in a season is bigger deal than 3,000 hits in a career.
I don't know that I agree with that. I mean, you're talking about 130, almost 140 years of baseball, and only 33 people have ever hit 3,000. How is that saying it's not that big a deal? We've had probably 1 million people take a bat in that time frame, right? Give or take.
This came St. Georgia. That's
the draft appears to now be over, as I'll have to scroll through and look, because that pick just dropped in and it completely reset the whole draft ticker that I had. So,
from Georgia. But like you said, J-Man, so Cal Ripken hit for 3,000 hits, but he only went over two. He went for 21 years, so he averaged 172 hits a season.
Yeah, do you want to know how difficult that is? Even today, they don't average that anymore.
170 hits, even? Well, what's Mike Trout averaging?
Take a 14 something divided by 12. Even though technically you could probably say 14 even and divide it by 11.
Mike Trout is averaging 179 hits over 162 games for his career.
So 7 more hits for Mike Trout, who you consider to be one of the greatest players ever. He's only getting 7 more hits a year than what Cal Ripken did. And you're saying Cal Ripken's like, you got 3,000.
He is meh. When you think of Cal Ripken, do you think of Cal Ripken, the 3,000 hit guy, or maybe I'm jaded by Cal Ripken because I don't think his claim to fame is that big of a deal.
The Iron Man thing? Yeah,
Whoop.
I mean, think about it. Name some records in baseball, not pitch related, because most of the records pitch related are never broken or will never be broken. But name some records you think will never be broken in baseball.
Lou Gehrig's hit streak.
You mean DiMaggio's hit streak?
DiMaggio, sorry.
Yeah, DiMaggio's hit streak.
The 56 gamer, okay.
The home run records will never be beaten or broken, even though the league is all out.
So no one will pass Hank Aaron at 755?
No one will pass.
I'll tell you what, we'll get into this here in just a minute. I'm going to go get some more ice and use the restroom real quick. You guys go ahead and talk away for a minute. I'll be back and we'll go into the top 25 sports records that will never.
Okay. Because I mean, obviously, you could, if you wanted to go into the pitching records, Cy Young's 5'11" is never going to get touched, ever. Nolan Ryan's 5,000 plus strikeouts is never going to get touched.
No, because they don't. Fucking Nolan Ryan played for 25 years, or however the hell long it was.
The wins in a season is never going to get touched. What is that, 36? I mean, first off, if with the 5-man rotation, the most starts you make in a season now is 33. So you can't even tie it. So complete
Johnson's
games,
110.
huh?
Walter Johnson 110 shutouts.
Yeah.
Bob Gibson's 1.12 ERA. They changed the goddamn mound because of that.
Right. The complete games record is like 879 or something like that by Cy Young. I mean, it's like ridiculous. No one's going to touch that because nobody pitches complete games anymore. But I can tell you right now, as much as you hate the Iron Man record, it'll never be touched because nobody plays 162 anymore, let alone go several years doing it.
They focus more on resting for the playoffs.
Right.
You can.
I mean, if you look right now, I bet you there's not there might not even be a player right now who's played every game this season, and we've only got 13 games in, 15 games in. DeRose says the saves record from Eric Gagne was at 50.
I wasn't muted. I was muted, but he says 84 straight saves. Is that the record? I'm not sure off the top of my head, but I'll have to look into that real quick. Give me 1 second. I got to pull this up on my computer since my laptop decided to lose connection to the internet.
We started talking baseball now. He's all pissed that he can't get back on. He doesn't have a headset.
Well, I mean, let's break down the draft real quick. The top 10 picks, there wasn't really a whole lot of surprises.
And it was
we kind of expected maybe Atlanta or Carolina to go quarterback. They didn't. Instead, Carolina took an offensive tackle, and Atlanta took a wide receiver. But
only one quarterback got drafted.
Yeah, a whole lot of trading going on. A lot of people moving around in the second half of the draft, and after the 10th pick. New Orleans, Detroit, Philly, Houston, Tennessee, Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore, the Jets, Jacksonville. All of them moving up and down in the draft, in and out of the first round for a couple of them, all over the first round to get the guys they wanted. Only one quarterback, and that was Kenny Pickett, going to the Pittsburgh Steelers from the University of Pittsburgh. Several wide receivers, no running backs. Let's see.
Again, I'm not shocked about no running backs.
I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4,
a lot of Georgia players.
5 offensive linemen, 2 in the top 7.
I think Georgia had the most players this first round.
They had they won the defensive players taking the first round.
I mean, when you just win the national championship, that's usually what happens.
Yeah, it looks good. But I mean, are there any surprises that happened in the draft for you guys? I mean, anybody that went too high, anybody that didn't, weird draft that any of the team made? I mean, J-Man, what do you think? What surprises you from the first round?
My surprises were the fact that we didn't get enough chaos. We didn't have. I mean, DK Metcalf doesn't get traded. Debo didn't get traded. Baker Mayfield didn't get traded. We had 9 teams that at the end of the day didn't even draft a player in this first round. So none of those, one team dropped out, the Tampa Bay Bucks, but the other 8 teams, none of them tried to get into the first round, or at least that we're aware of. So I was like, to me, the surprise was not enough chaos.
Brody, what about you? Any surprises from this first round?
Well, Cowboys drafting a tackle that I'd never heard of was surprising. The one quarterback, and then, I mean, we didn't see the big trade with Debo or stuff like that, but like seeing Hollywood Brown traded, AJ traded to the Eagles, and it was surprising.
Well, I'll tell you what, This is definitely this year's definitely the prove it year for Hurts now.
Oh,
with
yeah.
Smith and A.J. Brown as his receivers.
I would give Hurts a little bit of leeway because they're rookies, but at the same time, it's like you're adding a bunch of talent to a place where you didn't have a lot of talent last year. So if they don't make a good run at the division, I would imagine that guy's probably done.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to win at least 10 to 12 games and at least make the playoffs with a solid record.
And it's considered a weaker NFC too because of all the trades that moved players from the NFC to the AFC.
Yeah. But for me,
I think he's
Dieter, you still on the call or did you disappear?
He's gone.
Oh, damn it. Okay, well, I'll answer for the deity. I'll say I'm surprised that Las Vegas didn't draft another kicker in the first round. That would have been totally awesome. I don't know who did Vegas. Did they even draft anybody in the first round? I think they traded out of the first round. Yeah, they traded their number one pick to the Packers in the Devontae Walker thing, and they didn't have a pick in the first round. So yeah, way to go, deity. Your Raiders suck. But
but they're technically they had a first round pick. His name is Devontae Adams. So just saying.
Sort of, kind of.
I'd say that's a hell of a first round draft pick. Just saying.
TSS2 says the Cowboys pick was terrible. I now expect the Eagles to win this division next year. Well, I never expect. Look, let's be honest. The Cowboys won a really shitty division this last year. That's why I had no problem at all picking the Niners over them in the playoffs. I thought the Niners were just a better team. Sorry,
they were.
I don't think Dak is all that damn good. I think they way overpaid for him. I think that as much as I like Ezekiel Elliott because I'm an Ohio State fan, I think that he's been kind of a disappointment for the last couple of years. He hasn't been a killer. He hasn't been a mauler. I don't know. The Cowboys, I think they beat the hell out of a really bad division, and once they faced somebody in the playoffs that was a good team, they just couldn't fucking handle it. And to top it off, the Niners tried to give them that game in the fourth quarter. They tried like hell to lose that game, and Dallas still couldn't put it away. That tells me that Dallas is just not that damn good. All in difference, of course, to Drew and Casey and Mikkel, who were all Cowboys fans.
And Brody, who's also a Cowboys fan.
And Brody, who's a Cowboys fan.
Now watch this offensive. He'll become an All-Pro and Hall of Famer. But that's what I love about watching the draft. You got on the call or TSS going, oh, this is a terrible pick. Oh, like we know. Like we watched every snap from Tulsa last year.
Right.
I don't have a clue. We gather our information based on what the so-called experts say, and they're wrong 3/4 of the time too. It's a fucking crapshoot. Like everybody in that draft going into it thought a few years back thought the Bears made a good pick and trading up and getting Trubisky ahead of Mahomes, ahead of Watson. Well, time has shown that was a terrible decision.
We actually drafted ahead of Mahomes too and didn't pick him. So, but that's because we still had fucking Kaepernick. So,
yeah,
I mean Kaepernick. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Either way. But I don't know. What are some of the records that you guys think will never be broken? I've got a list here of 25 of them. We're probably going to blow through a few of them. But the first one is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers losing streak. There's a lot to be said about
26 straight.
Yeah, 76-77 expansion season for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Quarterbacked by current South Carolina Gamecock coach Steve Spurrier, the Bucs lost an NFL record 26 games in a row. They won the final 2 games in their second season, and all of Tampa Bay rejoiced. In 2008-2009, the Detroit Lions tried to make a run at that record, but came up just short to the relief of the entire city, losing 19 in a row. The 2001 Carolina Panthers lost 15 in a row to round out the 3 longest losing streaks in NFL history. Congratulations to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. As your feebleness lands you on the current list of unbreakable sports records, never again will this mark be approached. If we're talking about, I think baseball is probably really easy to break that record because all it takes is one really shitty team. But
I don't even think in baseball anybody could break 26 losses straight.
I don't think it. Let me go check real quick.
How old is this list? Spurrier's been for a while.
This is April 22nd of 2012.
Dude, that is old.
It is kind of old, but I can't imagine that a lot of these records will have been broken since
Uh,
then.
those 2 shitty years where the Browns went, they went 0-16, and didn't they go 1-15?
Baseball.
When they drafted Myles Garrett and Baker in back-to-back years, #1 overall, they lost 31 out of 32 games or some crazy thing.
Okay, so according to this, except for a close 20-17 victory against the San Diego Chargers in 2016, the Browns would have had a losing streak of 35 consecutive games. But they didn't, so this list here is from September of 21. Tampa Bay's 26 games still holds. Detroit at 19. The Oilers at 18, which was in 72-73, and you don't have that one. And the Oilers in 17 also. Wow.
The
Rams at
1961 Phillies lost 23 straight games. The 1988 Orioles lost 21 straight games. The 69 Expos lost 20. The 43 A's lost 20. The 16 A's lost 20.
Like I said, they're just
Boston
not.
Americans lost 20, and then after that we get into the teens.
You just, like I said, because you can accidentally win a baseball game. There's just,
Oh yeah.
They're never going to lose 26 in a row. And even the best teams, the winning streak for the most wins, I think, is 30 or 26, somewhere in that ballpark for baseball. And I don't even think that's ever going to get touched either. Because even the best team's going to accidentally lose one.
TSS is asking, have you seen his film? Because I watched after they pick him. He's terrible. Third most penalties, lineman in the draft, and got beaten overpowered against stronger defensive linemen. And he was a reach.
He was
simple.
a reach.
I'm assuming he's talking about that guy Robert Orr.
He's talking about the Cowboys pick for this draft.
Oh, okay. No, I have not seen his film. I have not watched. Honestly, the last couple of years, the only college football I've watched is Ohio State. I just haven't really been into it. But I try to watch a little bit as the draft, happens. But I can't really tell whether a guy's good or bad from just his highlights. So,
hey, I mean, that just means he gets a lot of penalties. That means he just fits on your team. Didn't you lead the NFL in penalties last year?
Well,
the older I get, the less I enjoy the NFL. I prefer college football.
See, Walter Johnson throwing 110 career shutouts. Do you guys think anybody beats that?
No, we talked about that one while you were gone, but yeah, that's not beatable.
Pitchers Roger Clemens with 46, Randy Johnson with 37, and Greg Maddux with 35. The only recent pitchers in the all-time top 100 career shutout list. So yeah, probably not that one. Lance Armstrong won 7th consecutive Tour de France. It was steroid-addled. Let's see. Cy Young's 511 wins. I don't think anybody's coming close to that. Let that sink in. During his 22-year career, Cy Young won 511 games. The next closest pitcher is Walter Johnson, who was 94 games behind Young's mark. Credit Young's record to the fact that he played a different era, debuting in 1890 for the Cleveland Spiders. Young retired in 1911 for the Boston Rustlers. Pitchers back then did not pitch every 5 days like they do in modern era. They did not. They pitched with much more frequency and less rest in between starts. In fact, Young threw over 350 innings 11 times during his career. He also started more than 40 games 11 times. No modern pitcher starts more than, I would say, 25 games anymore, 25 or 30, and that's if they stay healthy. Young's record will never be approached. In fact, Johnson, who is second with 417 career wins, will never be threatened for silver. Young, whose name now bears the award given annually to the top pitcher in the National and the American Leagues, will stand the test of time, as will his record. Do you guys think anybody ever gets near his Cy Young's career wins?
No.
No.
I mean, here, I'll tell you right now. See, 511, and let's say we divide that by 22. That's still that's 23 wins a year. At 22 seasons. No.
Yeah, that's never going to happen.
Because pitchers rarely get to 20 wins now. So they'd have to play probably 30 years to even come close. Let's take that. 30, it's 17 wins a year. It's still not achievable. I don't think that Pete Rose's record gets touched either, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to get near him either.
4,256 hits.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's
not going to happen.
I don't think anybody's going to get near that. But we're still rocking. Pretty good viewership for this late in the night. Pretty happy about that. So if you guys haven't liked or subscribed or spread around, oh, Haley's here. What's up, Haley? She says, has the draft started yet? Is Tom Brady still a New England Patriot? Well, that's what you get for living up there in New England, where time kind of passes you by, is you still think that Tom Brady's playing in New England. But yeah, the draft is now over. The first round of the draft, anyway. And it was relatively uneventful for the first 10 picks, but after that, there was a whole lot of trades, a couple of players moving around from teams for draft picks. So yeah, it was a fairly eventful second half of the first round, but just a lot of movement. Not necessarily a lot of shocking picks, just a lot of movement. But let's see, TSS2 says the pitcher would have to win most of their starts and pitch complete games to get to that mark. Not so much pitch complete games. They would just have to start a lot. And you don't see pitchers these days. Pitchers these days are handled a lot differently because players, I mean, look, back then, like you said, you could have a blown-out arm and still throw 9 innings every game on 3 days rest. Nowadays, they don't do that to pitchers. So they're just not getting the quantity of work to come anywhere near that.
Well, no, like I said while you were gone, the most starts a pitcher will get in a season is 33 because of the 5-man rotation.
Yeah.
That's not. I mean, that's why even the single season record for most wins by a pitcher will never be touched, because I think it was 36 or something like that.
Yeah.
If you include Ichiro's numbers in Japan, he's at 4,367.
Yeah, well, but that we can't. So
yeah, they don't
play
play Major League Baseball. So
it's major. It's professional.
But it's not Major League Baseball. It's Japanese baseball.
But they don't
not
say
the
all-time Major League hits. They say he has the all-time hits in baseball.
Yeah, well, he doesn't. So
he doesn't. But let's see, Secretary. The next thing that will never be broken.
That's just as bad as, to me. That's just as bad as when they talk about NASCAR. The dude he has like 200 wins, but it's across the Truck Series, the Bush Series, and the Winston Series. Like, no, it only counts as Winston Series. Shut the fuck up.
I don't think it's
Kyle
Winston
Busch
anymore.
Nobody watches NASCAR anymore.
Yeah,
it'll always be Winston. Just saying.
Let's see, Secretariat's 31 length victory at the Belmont Stakes. Does anybody care? I certainly don't.
No. I got some too, by the way. Byron Nelson, 11 tour wins in a row on the PGA.
Like golf. You don't watch his golf.
Well, hey, we're talking sports records, right? That
might be
golf
on the list. I don't know. I haven't gotten there yet. But right now, the next one is Bob Gibson. Bob Gibson pitches to a 1.12 ERA in 1968. Do you think there is a pitcher out there right now that could pitch to a 1.12 ERA for a season?
No, we said that. We talked about it. That's the reason why they raised the fucking mound, because of that 1.12.
Lowered the mound.
Or lowered the mound, excuse me. No, we agreed that was never touched. Never will be touched.
How about, let's go back to NASCAR for a minute. Richard Petty's 200 NASCAR wins.
Nope, never. You got to also take into consideration, for somebody who watched NASCAR like I did. I don't anymore, but I did. The competition that Richard Petty had back then was like three other drivers. There's like 12 to 15 guys who could win today. So no one's going to win 200 in their career. It's impossible. Hell, Jeff Gordon was probably one of the best of this era, and he only won like 97.
What did that fuckface that ruined the whole sport win?
Gordon?
No,
Jimmy Johnson. He's the reason I don't watch NASCAR anymore.
I don't think Jimmy Johnson
because of the because of the 5 in a row or whatever. I think he won 80 some races altogether.
It says
championships.
It says here the King's title is well deserved for Richard Petty, who is without question the greatest NASCAR driver of all time. He won 200 races in the modern and pre-modern eras of NASCAR. Petty also had 712 top 10 finishes. Petty's best season came in '67 when he won an astounding 27 races and at one point got the checkered flag in 10 straight races. So why is it unbreakable? The next closest driver is David Pearson at 105. The third closest is Jeff Gordon at 85 and counting at the time when this thing came out. So, yeah, there's nobody getting that one as far as I can tell.
Nope. Jerry Rice, 1,549 career receptions.
Well, I think that one might be able to be broken.
Really?
The amount
How?
of the way the league's played now.
Yeah,
But
it's yes.
Just have
It
like
is you're right. It is a more passer-friendly league now, but nobody plays 20 years as a wide receiver anymore either. And let's see, do the math. 1,549 divided by 20. Whoops, wrong. What the hell happened here? Oh, damn it. Didn't clear out the other part of that. 1,549 divided by 20 is 77 receptions a year. Now, I know that doesn't sound like a lot, especially in today's era, but you still have to play 20 years.
No, but when you have, like, let's say, for example, a guy like Cooper Kupp. So his first year in the league, he had 62 catches. Then he got hurt his second year, so he only had 40. But since then, he went 94, 92, 145. So
Okay.
he's at 433 catches, 71.
So you only need the 1,100 more to go.
And so 8 good years at 120, or 125, he's right there.
I just don't see the players lasting long enough.
You can tell Haley's got a kid when she says she's pulling for Lightning McQueen in NASCAR. Ka-chow.
I mean, when you think about the fact that, you know, you've had like Calvin Johnson, you've had even Randy Moss and Terrell Owens, and none of them even came close. Hell, the closest that I can recall of the current era would be the dude from Arizona, Fitzgerald, and he's still only like, what, 1,100?
Travis Kelce's at 700.
Yeah, he's not going to get there. He's what, his 13th season or 12th season or whatever it is?
1, 2. 9th season.
Oh, excuse me, 9th. How often do tight ends go 20 years? Oh, wait, none have.
They kind of don't. But moving on down this list, John Stockton's 15,806 career assists. I don't see anybody breaking that.
You can't look at the past like that because tight end positions played differently. They don't block anymore. They're basically a third or fourth wide receiver.
Obviously, you've never seen
Not
Kittle
on every
block.
team, they're not.
Kittle still blocks and still gets receptions.
There's the exception to every rule, though.
There's several teams out there that tight ends are predominantly there for blocking.
Right.
It
How about
really
the
comes down to the
Boston
coach's
Celtics?
philosophy. Do they want to use the tight end as another receiver? Do they want to use the tight end just as a blocker because they're a run heavy team?
Guys like Travis Kelce are just extra wide receivers. They're just tight end.
Kelsey might be, but there's at least a couple of teams out there that they just really don't use their tight end all that much. At least not as a receiver.
How about the Boston Celtics' 8 consecutive NBA titles?
I'm getting there. Can you let me get down this damn list before you start going ahead of things?
I've got a list too. That's why I was saying it.
Well,
but go ahead.
My list is in front of me. I don't care about your list. So right now we're on
My list.
Cal Ripken Jr.'s consecutive game streak.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Well, it's because you're getting ahead of me. Because you're
Well,
not
no,
letting you're not letting me control
I know.
this
I
thing.
know. I know.
Did you
We talked about that when you were gone.
Oh well. Stop
Say
talking
no
about
one-
going.
Did you say no one was going to get close to Jerry Rice's?
I said no one's going to break it.
Oh, I thought you said, and then after that, I thought you said no one's even going to get close.
No, I said closest right now that I've seen has been Fitzgerald. Where's he at?
1432.
Yeah, I think he's the second. He didn't even play this year. So his career's pretty much done, right?
No, he's done. But he also started an era. So, I want to see.
But he'd be the best example, and he's played in more of the passer friendly era than Jerry Rice did, and he still couldn't get there.
So DeAndre Hopkins, well, of the people that are, well, it says active, but Larry Fitzgerald isn't active. He's just hasn't retired. Antonio Brown probably would have done it if he didn't lose his goddamn mind.
He might have. Maybe.
Might have. Maybe.
He was at 928 receptions, and that was by his last season in Pittsburgh.
Beast Incarnate says, what a night, you wanted chaos and we got it. I don't think we got great chaos. We had a lot of movement. A lot of draft picks moving around, especially in the second half of the first round, but not really any chaos.
Yeah, I didn't see the chaos.
The chaos that I was expecting was Debo getting traded, was Mayfield getting traded, maybe Garoppolo getting traded. But
I could have seen him not today, because I could still see him go tomorrow, because I don't think he's worth a first. But DK Metcalf could have got traded. We had 8 teams that didn't even have a first-round pick, that one of those or more could have tried to trade into the first round. It didn't happen. We had 8 teams that had multiple picks, including one which had 3.
Yeah. So, yeah, there was a lot of movement. There was a lot of happenings, but there was not real chaos. There wasn't that one thing that blows people's minds or that severely altered the direction that the first round was going to take. There wasn't anything like that. It was still a very exciting draft to watch. And I liked all the movement. I liked all the stuff that was happening. But it wasn't really chaos. It wasn't anything really weird. Hollywood Brown trade shocked me, says Beast Incarnate. Yeah, that was a little bit of a shock, but
I felt the A.J. Brown was a little more of a shock than Hollywood, because I don't consider Hollywood to be that great of a wide receiver, to be honest with you, but just my opinion.
But back to some of these
records. As far as the consecutive games played by Cal Ripken, it'll never be touched because nobody plays 162, let alone 2,600.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, that and the way they handle players these days, they're investing so much money in them. They would rather give them a game off out of one game off for every 10 games. So you're not going to see anybody do that anymore. But
right.
Barry Bonds single season home run record, I don't care. I'm a Giants fan. Let's see.
Well, no, I don't think it gets touched because of the fact that nobody's on steroids anymore. So, look at the last time. I think the biggest anybody's done is like 55 since then.
Well, single season, I think, could potentially be. Look, all it takes is one hitter to go on a hot streak, and maybe not steroids. But I mean, all it takes is one hitter to blow up. I mean, I think Ohtani could probably conceivably do it, but they'd have to pitch to him. The problem is nowadays they don't pitch to these guys. Once you get a reputation for being a home run hitter, they're just like 4 balls, walk him. And that's what they do. They're just going to walk guys. I mean, baseball's gotten to the point where they will walk in a run with the bases loaded to avoid having to pitch to a guy. So as long as that kind of thing happens, then you're not going to. I mean, you got to if guys aren't going to hit like that, if they're so easily. If managers are so willing to go up there and throw up the 4 fingers and let them walk, then I don't think somebody's going to get it. But if they let him hit, maybe. But I just don't know if anybody's got that kind of power for a whole season that can hit 70-something home runs a year.
Since 2001, since his 73 homers in 2001, the best anybody's done was Mike Stanton, Giancarlo Stanton, whatever you want to call him, had 59 in 17. That's the closest anybody's gotten since that record was broke. Jose Bautista had 54 in 2010, along with David Ortiz had a 54 in 06, A-Rod at 07. Those are steroid players. So Pete Alonso, 53 in 19.
Haley talking shit in the chat saying the Giants suck. Well, whatever. I mean, we've won more World Series
they're leading their division
15 years than you guys have, so whatever, Boston.
and they're leading their division. Actually, I think you've both won 3 since the 2000s began.
We've won more World Series in the last 10 years than you guys have won in the last 100, or at least as many. So I think our rate of winning is a little bit better than your guys', but whatever.
Since 2000, both Boston and the Giants have 3 World Series wins. So
in the last 20, we've won 3. In the last 100, the Red Sox have won 3. I think that's a better ratio. I'll take that ratio every week.
Yeah.
Whatever, Haley. You're talking about your shit. How about this one? Since we got Brody on the call, let's go hockey. Wayne Gretzky's single-season points record.
Oh, yeah, that'll never be broken.
What is it, like 211 or something like that? I can't remember.
Let's see. Already on this list, the King and the Iron Man. Now we have the Great One, as in Wayne Gretzky, arguably the greatest player ever to lace up the skates and step foot onto a hockey rink. Gretzky averaged 1.92 points per game throughout his career while winning 9 league MVP awards. In the 1985-86 season, Gretzky scored an unfathomable 215 points. Gretzky had
I was close.
1,963 career assists, which equals more total points than any other player has accumulated in the history of the game. That is just in assists. Gretzky's record for points in a career at 2,857 and single-season points record will never be approached. I don't know, Brody, you're the hockey expert. What do you think?
No, that'll never be broken. You could take out every goal Wayne Gretzky ever scored, and that's how good Wayne Gretzky was. You could take every goal he ever scored and just erase it, and he'd still have the most points in the history of hockey.
Well, actually, just do it. You can do it better. You could be a player who gets 2 points per game and still never break the record. There's only 82 games in a season. That's 164. You're still off by 50.
Like, Connor had an unbelievable season this year, by all accounts, and he's got 125. But I think here's another one which I find more impressive than Cal Ripken's Iron Man streak is Keith Yandel. His just came to an end recently, but Phil Kessel's is closing in on there. Keith Yandel played 989 straight NHL games. To me, that's a way more impressive Iron Man streak than 2,000 baseball game.
What about Brett Favre's 297 straight starts?
No, he was texting pictures of his dick to reporters, so, you know.
Didn't Eli pass? I thought Eli passed that.
No one's passed it,
I
no.
don't think anyone's passed it. But what about Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game? You think anybody's going to get close to that? Yeah.
No. I think 70 is as close
Miller,
as anybody's got.
Daryl Miller did, LaMelo Ball did that in high school. Does that count?
No,
No.
I think they probably gave him the points. You know what though? It's like they were all like, "Hey, we want to be famous for being associated with this guy, so we're just gonna like let him score." That's probably what it is. I don't know. Fuck the balls. Fuck his dad. I don't know. It's just he's an obnoxious fuck. But let's see. The next closest effort was Kobe Bryant, who scored 81 back in 2006. That was in his last season where they were basically just letting Kobe score all the points. The next closest, Chamberlain, who scored 78 points during a game in 61-62. The next closest after that was, you guessed it, Wilt Chamberlain, who scored 73 points in a game. So Wilt Chamberlain has the top 4 individual games. He has 4 of the top he has 4 of the top 5 individual scoring games in NFL history, with 100 points for his best game, 78 points, and then 73 points. So he's got 3 of the top 4.
Yep.
I'm sorry, 4 of the top 5, including his 100-point game. And Kobe's in there with his 100-point game in his last year.
81, yeah.
Let's see, Nolan Ryan's career strikeout record.
No,
27 years in baseball. He racked up 5,714 strikeouts for his career. The reason why it will never be broken is that nobody's even close. Randy Johnson is second on the list with 4,875. He's retired. The closest active player is Javier Vasquez with just over 2,500, and he will not come anywhere close. So, yeah, I don't think anybody's going to scratch that either. John Wooden's NCAA championships. Do you think anybody's going to beat that?
Yeah, probably not. No, there's too much diversity. There's too much diversity now. I don't see it happening. Back when Wooden was the coach, they didn't. It was UCLA didn't have the competition that the schools have today.
True.
It's the same thing with the Richard Petty thing. You know, there's more competition today for an NCAA basketball championship than there was back when he was winning all them championships.
Doesn't hurt when you have Kareem and then Bill Walton.
Sure.
Too.
Well, here's an interesting one. This is number 20 of 25. Is Jerry Rice's career receiving yards. Jerry Rice was without question the greatest wide receiver ever to play in the NFL and one of the top players, period. No doubt about that. Rice's numbers speak for themselves. Rice is the all-time NFL leader with 208 touchdowns. He was selected to the Pro Bowl 13 times and named All-Pro 12 times in his 20 NFL seasons. Why did it suddenly get so much bigger on my thing? He won three Super Bowl rings playing for the Niners. His 1,549 career receptions are well ahead of Tony Gonzalez, who's second on the list. The record, though, that will never be broken is Rice's 22,895 career receiving yards. The mark is almost 7,000 yards ahead of his former San Francisco teammate Terrell Owens, who is now playing in the IFL for the. Oh, this is an old thing, so yeah, I don't think he's played since then. Rice's legacy speaks for itself. Most of his records will never be broken. I don't know. What do you guys think?
No, I mean, I take the 22,895 and divide it by 20, and it's 1,144 a season.
Yeah,
I think if
I don't see
he broke, I think it'd be the receiving yards over the catches.
You think that the catches could still be broken, but the receiving yards not? Is that what you're saying?
No, other way around. I think the receiving yards could be broken, but not the catching.
Ooh, I just don't. First off, today's receivers, yes, they're getting more action because of the passing game, but they're not having the longevity. So they're not playing long enough to even come close to these records. I mean, even Terrell Owens played in still a better. Yeah, it wasn't much off because he came in like 3 years before Rice retired, or 5 years, or whatever it was. So it was the tail end of Rice's career, and then whatever. It still was a more passing league in Terrell Owens' life than it was in Rice, and he was 7,000 yards short.
Yeah. The receptions number is possible. Total yardage, I don't know. I don't know about all that. Because it wasn't. Because one of the things that they started concentrating a lot on, like later on in Rice's career, was the run after the catch yardage. I don't know if they've always kept. They didn't. I don't think they started really keeping track of that stuff until probably like sometime in like around 1990, somewhere around there. But it's like Rice would not just run a good route and get open to catch the ball. It's like he could bounce off of contact or run away from guys that weren't already tackling him. So I don't know if there's a whole lot of receivers out there that do that these days.
So here you go. The active leaders, they still count Fitzgerald, 17,492. He's 5,000 away, and he's not playing again. Julio Jones is next at 13,300. He isn't even on a team right now. Antonio Brown, 12-2. Again, he's not touching it. Deshaun Jackson, 11-1. I mean, DeAndre Hopkins, this is probably the best guy, right? He's at 10,500.
No, I wouldn't say he's the best guy because he's getting up there in age. You got to look at some of the younger receivers.
Okay, let's see. Who's a young receiver on here in this list? Travis Kelce has 9,000 yards.
How about
That's
Jamar
9
Chase?
years. Huh?
How about Jamar Chase?
Not in the top 20. Stephon Diggs, 7,300.
What did Jamar Chase have last year?
1,500.
Now let's say he plays 13 years. What does that come up to be?
1,500 times 13. 19,500.
God, and he's good. He's one of the few young receivers I could think of that could possibly come close.
That was as a rookie.
How about Devontae Adams? 7 years, 8,100.
Yeah, but he's only got about.
And that was with Aaron Rodgers throwing in the ball every day.
I doubt it.
Michael Thomas was off to a hell of a start, but he missed a whole year. Because he had
2 years really.
Year, yeah. Because he has 1,500 yards in 100 or 510 games. No, wait, 510 catches. Sorry, he's played.
I'm trying to find a guy with short career. Amari Cooper is 6 years. He's got 7,000 yards.
So,
well, he's not going to put up big numbers in Cleveland. That's for sure.
Got Deshaun Watson. Yeah.
Here, Tyreek Hill, 6,600 yards in 5 years.
Michael Thomas in his first 3 full years in the NFL went 1,100, 1,200, 1,400. Sorry, 4 years. He went 1,100, 1,200, 1,400, 1,700. Then he got hurt.
Well, look Rice got really, really lucky. He got to catch passes from 2 of the top quarterbacks that ever played the game. Two Hall of Famers. Tyreek Hill? Yeah, 2 Hall of Famers. Is Tyreek Hill catching footballs from those guys? From guys at that level? No. Who's catching footballs from? That's the weird thing about Tom Brady. It's like all the receivers that he had in New England and stuff like that. That seemed like they were all like possession receivers. He just made them look good.
By the way, Cooper Kupp has 5,500 yards in his 5 seasons.
Yeah, but he's not going to have Stafford throwing to him for the next 10 years.
Nope.
Yeah, but even with Goff, he was putting up over 1,000 yards.
I don't know.
But right now he's on pace, but he's still got to, he's at 1,100 a season. But the problem is he's got to still play 15 more years. That's just to put him in the ballpark. I told you it was 1144 was what the average for Rice was for 20 years. And technically, you should divide that number by 19 because he really didn't play for Seattle that final year.
Yeah. Haley says, why does he have no team? I think she was talking about Julio Jones. He's just a free agent right now.
Yeah, he hasn't signed with anybody.
Nobody signed him yet. Frederico loves hockey. Well, the last part of this list, we're on number 21 right now. I know I skipped over a couple of the shittier ones because who cares about horse racing and golf. But baseball and hockey are going to dominate the rest of this list. The next one is Johnny Vandermeer throwing back-to-back no-hitters. Does that ever happen again?
I don't. Not back-to-back, no.
Well, when you've got managers pulling a pitcher when they're throwing a no-hitter, probably not.
You mean a perfect game?
Yeah.
Michael Thomas has 5,900 yards in 6 seasons, so he's not even at 1,000 a year.
Yeah. It says right here, you were there in 1938, weren't you? Well, I was. I'm the old fuck around here. If you were not alive...
No, I'm older than you, fucker.
Don't say 6 seasons. He played 5 seasons.
Me and Jerry are both old.
4, really. It's 4, really, but...
If you were not alive, you missed Johnny Vandermeer do something quite special with the Cincinnati Reds. Vandermeer threw back-to-back no-hitters. After shutting down the Boston Braves on June 11th, go to hell, Haley, with all your Boston bullshit, of that season, the Southpaw came back 4 days later and did the same thing to the Brooklyn Dodgers, fuck the Dodgers, in the first-ever night game at historic Ebbets Field. Vandermeer only lasted 13 seasons. I like how they say the only lasted 13 seasons was the average baseball career, or something like 7 years long, but whatever. In the league and compiled a 119 and 121 record, but the consecutive no-nos gives him a record that will never be broken. Vandermeer is not a Hall of Famer, but he will be in baseball's history books forever. You see anybody in baseball throwing back-to-back no-hitters again?
No.
Nope.
You know what? No-hitters are one of those things that are just chance. I always tell people, home runs are an accident. That's one thing that a lot of people don't realize. Home runs are an absolute accident. They never happen by design. What they teach baseball players is to hit the ball cleanly, to drive through the pitch, and if you're lucky, you hit it just the right way where you get plenty of air and the right launch angle, and then it leaves the ballpark. I think it's one of those things where if it happens, it's going to happen by accident. Now, are there pitchers out there that could do it? Oh, yeah. There's 5 or 6 pitchers in baseball right now that have killer stuff. I mean, Verlander, through his prime, is the guy that I think could have done it. Cole, I think, is a guy that with sticky stuff could have helped do it. I mean, there's lots of. I mean, Nolan Ryan's the guy that. I mean, Christ, Nolan Ryan threw a no-hitter he threw 2 no-hitters a year for most of his career, it seems. So Nolan Ryan's the guy that could have done it. I think a lot of it's just about luck.
That's another thing. That's what you want to talk about, the no-hitters. He's got 7, and that's another thing that'll never be broken. 7 career no-hitters.
Yeah. But if you get a really, really good pitcher who faces off against a couple of really shitty teams in back-to-back starts, that could happen again. But the problem is nobody's ever going to see it coming. It's just going to be something that happens. But I don't know. It could happen, but it's going to be one of those fluke things that happens. It's never going to be something that's planned. But how about this? Ricky Henderson's stolen base record. Nobody said it like Ricky.
No.
Lou Brock was the symbol of great base stealing, but today I am the greatest of all time. Henderson, whose career spanned 4 decades, passed Lou Brock to break the stolen base record in 1991. I actually know somebody who was at that game in Oakland when that happened. With his 939th stolen bag. To go along with 1,406 steals, Ricky Henderson also owns the post-1900 era record with 130 stolen bases in one season. Henderson also has the record for most career runs scored at 2,295. Juan Pierre is the current active leader with 554 stolen bases, while Carl Crawford is second among active players with 427. It's safe to say Ricky has a while before he needs to start sweating this one out. Nobody steals bases anymore, not like that.
Well, they're actually talking about making the bases like 4 inches bigger next year, and that could make stolen bases come back. So I'm gonna leave that one as a question mark for right now.
I don't.
Yes,
the managers
in today's
don't call
era,
for stolen
no.
bases as much.
No, but I think with them changing the bases, making them bigger next year, that could change that. They could be calling for, because I mean, you think about it, 4 inches doesn't sound like a lot, but how many close plays are there at second base for a stolen base that would have been safe had it been a 4 inches difference?
That's really hard to say, but I just don't think managers call for it. It's not that big a part of the game anymore.
I know. I'm just saying I'm holding a question mark for now. I don't think it'll be broken, but I have to see how they change. With the new bases, how that changes things next year.
What did I see he had in one season? Where is it at?
He said he had 130 in one season.
Yeah, 130
That's almost won a game
in one season.
Almost won a game. Yeah.
How many guys, modern day guys, who are really, really fast, steal more than like 50 or 60 a year? I mean, do you really think they're going to double the amount of stolen bases for the guys who run a lot now?
I mean, I don't know about double, but could you get close to 100? Maybe.
Yeah, but close to 100 is not breaking 130.
No, but remember the record we're referring to was his career record, right? If you can get, let's just say you get 90 a year with these new bases, you only need to play 12 years and you've broken his record.
I don't know. I feel like managers just don't use the steal much anymore.
Now I think it'll change if they start seeing it being more successful with this new basis. That's why I'm holding a question mark on it.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. If they actually, I don't know. I'd have to see the first couple of years with these bigger bases. I really don't want them to make the bases bigger. I think it's a stupid change to make, but whatever. I'm not in charge of bases.
By the way, Haley says 4 inches is plenty.
Well, I'm going to reserve my comments.
Yeah, me too.
Is that what you tell your boyfriend, Haley? But let's see. Going back to hockey now. Martin Brodeur's win total and counting. Again, this happened. This article is back from like 2012. I think Brodeur's retired by now. Isn't he, Brody? Where'd Brody go?
I don't know.
But anyway.
I'm looking here. He ended in 15. So, yeah. What was his total final?
Let's see. Martin Brodeur is the gold standard when it comes to goaltending. Brodeur has
691.
His entire 19-year career with the New Jersey Devils owns pretty much every goaltending record. Brodeur is the only goalie in NHL history with 8 40-win seasons. His win total currently sits at 695, so this came out definitely before he retired. And his shutout total is at 119. Most goalies today only play in about 70 of their team's games. Brodeur continues to play at a high level, even at the age of 41. I don't know how old he is now. But I don't see anybody breaking that record anyway. I don't know. Brody, if you're still on the call, what do you think? Does anybody break Brodeur's win total?
Did you say 695?
As of this, 656 is where he was at in this article, and this article is actually kind of old. So his currently, as of this article, is at 656, and his shutout total was at 119.
Yeah, so he ended his career with 691 and 125 shutouts. Okay. So
bottom line is I don't see anybody passing that.
What happened to Brody? He is not even on the call. He left.
I don't know. If he left, that's fine. I think we're probably getting close to wrapping things up anyway. But yeah, I don't see anybody breaking that, to be absolutely honest. I mean, look, how many games they play in hockey? Is it 75?
82 a season.
So 82 a year. I don't know. What's the average wins? I don't know. I mean, I don't know hockey like that, so I don't know what the average wins is per year. You'd have to play a while to come anywhere near this. And if he played until he was, I think he was 40. He was 43 when he retired, I think, right?
Okay, so right now the active leader in the NHL for wins by a goalie is 519 by Marc-Andre Fleury. He's still 180 off, give or take. Then next in line is Casey Price at 360.
Yeah, I don't see anybody anywhere near that.
No.
How about the Montreal Canadiens win 5 straight Stanley Cups?
No. Again, it's the same comment we talked about earlier. It's when you're looking at the competition today is larger than it was back then.
Yeah, I think there's too much parity in sports for anybody to win 5 straight championships anymore.
Right. I mean, hell, the NFL still never had 3 in a row.
Yeah, and they were trying for most of the last 20 years to give Super Bowl rings to New England. It's like even New England couldn't do it. So, I mean, yeah, it seems to me like nobody's going to win 5 straight championships at all. But
not in any league.
Yeah, not in any league. And the last one, of course, is the Boston Celtics winning 8 straight NBA championships. Yeah, nobody's coming close to that one. There's way too much parity in the NBA anymore. Especially now that LeBron's kind of on the way out. I feel like that you're going to see the power structure shift in the NBA. I think once LeBron leaves, they're going to want to start to spread it around a little bit more. But there's not going to be that one player that they're going to want to cater to like they do LeBron.
Well, it's not even just LeBron, though. I mean, going back to the 1979-80 season, it's only been like 14 different teams winning the NBA championship. Yeah. So it's the smallest parity of all the big four. It's not even close. By the way, Major League Baseball leads that category with the most parity since that season, followed by hockey, then the NFL, finally with the NBA. You know that the MLB has had 8 straight different champions. The last 8 World Series winners have been different.
Well, it's because baseball is one of those sports that has real parity.
Exactly, and they're the league with the least salary cap, if you will, because they don't really they have a soft salary cap. All the rest of the leagues have a hard cap. I was telling my brother that my brother's like, the MLB needs to get a hard cap. I'm like, why? All the other leagues have a hard cap. I'm like, yeah, but we have the best parity.
Yeah.
Well, the Yankees are always, they're always the same teams in the playoffs every year. Obviously not.
Yeah. Does he watch the NFL? It's basically been the Patriots and like occasionally somebody else. It's like, whatever.
What is this? San Francisco will win what?
Haley said Boston is tired of winning. Can one of you guys take over? Well, San Francisco will.
Well, if Lance turns out to be a Pro Bowler, then we have a really good chance. Yeah.
Oh, I want to be wrong about Trey Lance. I mean, if there's ever anything that I've wanted to be wrong about, it's that Trey Lance isn't going to be ready. But yeah, I don't know.
Well,
I
want to have.
What's the word? Starts with S. Why am I trying to blank? God damn it! It's 12:30 here. I'm tired. I don't usually stream this long on Thursday, so I'm starting to run out of gas. But I'm skeptical.
Yeah,
I'm hopeful but skeptical.
I want to believe that this was Mike Shannon's pick, and this is the guy he thinks he can turn into, whatever, the best he can come up with. I don't know. Why would you give up 3 draft picks for this guy otherwise? So they've obviously seen something in this kid that they believe will work, and
yeah,
I'm hoping they're right.
I don't know. I every time the NFL tries to make this movement towards a different kind of quarterback, it never seems to happen. It seems like for the last 10 or 15 years they've been trying to make the mobile, moving, running quarterback a thing, and they don't win Super Bowls. They just don't. Pocket quarterbacks win games. They win championships. Because Randall Cunningham was a really, really good quarterback who was mobile and could move the pocket. How many Super Bowls did he win? 0. Look at our own team. Look at the Niners. When Steve Young, who was a very mobile running quarterback, when did he start winning titles? When they got him to stay in the damn pocket and throw the football. I feel like running quarterbacks are a gimmick that they're trying to use, but when it gets down to it, when you get down to the play into the playoffs, when you're playing the better defenses, the more aggressive offenses that can put you against the wall on the scoreboard, that you have to have a guy that has pocket presence and can win the game with his arm. And I think that's one of the reasons why it didn't work with Kaepernick in San Francisco. I think it's one of the reasons why all these like Lamar Jackson. I really like Lamar Jackson, but I think they wanted him to be one of those running mobile quarterbacks, and he can't get there.
I think the thing that killed Kaepernick was not necessarily the option. I think it was more because they tried to force him to be a pocket passer.
Well, I think part of the problem was they couldn't figure out their identity. Because they had guys like Frank Gore, they had Hyde, they had all this great running game, but then they had this quarterback that had a cannon for an arm in Kaepernick, and no joke, that guy had a cannon. I mean, that guy could throw 80 or 90 yards in the fly. It was ridiculous the kind of arm power he had. So they would go and get these speedy wide receivers, but then they would say, okay, but we want him to run, and we want to hand the ball off to Gore, we want to hand the ball off to Hyde and all these other guys. It's like, well, do you want to be a running team or a passing team? Because you can't really be both, and they never really seemed to figure out what identity they wanted to settle on.
The problem with Kaepernick's ball, though, when he threw it, though, yes, he had a cannon, but it had no arc. So there was a lot more interceptions. There were line drives. He couldn't throw an arc.
But why would you go and get guys like Torrey Smith, who they had for a couple of years when he was still, a pretty good receiver? Why would you get all these speedy guys on the outside if you wanted to be a running team? If you want to be one of those ground and pound teams, why do you get a guy with an arm like that and then try to put speedy wide receivers on either side if you're going to be a running team? They never really figured out what they wanted to do.
Well, like I said, we shit the bed in 2005. We should never even had to worry about drafting Kaepernick because we should have drafted fucking Aaron Rodgers in 2005 instead of fucking Alex Smith. But I digress.
Yeah, but I mean, who's to say that right now Alex Smith wouldn't be in Green Bay with a World Series ring, maybe two, and that Aaron Rodgers wouldn't be the one who's out of the league because he ended up with Washington and busted his leg all up and was out of the league.
That's hard to
Steve
say.
Fulton, we are still live. We are still live, even though the first round of the draft is officially over. The last pick was made for the night. So that was, I forget who it was. It was Minnesota taking Lewis, what's his name? Lewis, I can't read my own writing.
Another Georgia player.
Lewis Survey, I think his name was, the safety from University of Georgia. Right now we're just talking about some random sports talk, so that we can fill some time. We've got good viewership, so I really don't want to leave the air yet. But leading off the top 10 picks for round 2 tomorrow is Tampa Bay, Minnesota, Tennessee, the New York Giants at number 4, Houston at number 5, followed by the Jets and Chicago at 6 and 7. The 8th and 9th picks of the second round are both going to be Seattle picking back to back. And the 10th pick of the second round is going to be Indianapolis, and then on and on and on down the line for the second round. I will not be live to cover the rest of the draft. I usually just cover the first round because it happens to fall on my usual streaming night. But thank you, Steve Fulton, for checking in. I hope you subscribe and stick around for all the cool movie stuff that we usually talk on here. But yeah, what were you saying, Jay? I'm sorry.
When's the 49ers' first pick?
I do not have it in front of me. Let me try to find it. I thought it was earlier in the first round, but I was wrong. I thought we had a top 10 pick in the first round, but I was apparently wrong.
Clearly not. 61.
Is that what it
61.
is? 61.
Yep. So we've got 61, and then we got 2 in the third, 93 and 105, which is a compensatory. So we have 3 picks tomorrow.
And one of them is the very last pick in the draft. Let's see. Steve Fulton says, well, the kid from the movie Holes that plays quarterback for KC is pretty good mobile quarterback. He does look like he does look like the kid from the movie Holes.
No, it's Darcy. It's Darcy from Roseanne.
That's funny.
Jesus, get it right. It's Darcy from Roseanne.
That is kind of funny.
Go look her up. That's what Patrick Mahomes looked like. He looks like Darcy from Roseanne.
But yeah, I don't know. I want to be wrong about Trey Lance. I'm cautiously optimistic, but I've seen it. I've seen too much football to know that sometimes this shit just doesn't work. And like I said, I want to be wrong. I want him to be the best quarterback in the history of the NFL.
Here's the thing. I don't need him to be a Hall of Famer. I just need him to be better than Jimmy.
Well, here's why we need him to be a Hall of Famer. Because that's San Francisco, and that's what we're used to.
No, I get that. But I'm saying at this point, I would take just better than Jimmy. Because remember, we agreed that Jimmy was right in the middle. 16, 15, 17, somewhere in that ballpark as far as the quarterbacks in the NFL starting. So if Trey Lance can be, 11, 10, 9, I'm going to be happy. Right?
I have whacked down most of this bottle of Bacardi while we've been sitting here talking about the draft.
We've been on this call for over 4 hours, and I've had a pee since we started. But
Go pee. I can vamp for a minute. All you got to do is say something.
Oh no, I'm holding it out. I mean, this is nothing for me. I've gone 11 hours straight without having to pee. Nothing new.
Haley says I need a haircut.
Well, if you saw me, then you'd think differently.
Yeah, Justin's got the Fabio thing going on.
Yeah, Justin's got lots of hair.
Steve Fulton says, Google, I'm the kid from Hole's image. I'm afraid to. I'm afraid of that, how it's going to work out.
Oh, I'm telling you, just bring up a picture of Darcy from Roseanne. You'll see what I'm talking about. The same curly hair, the same girly looks that Patrick has. Yes, I said girly looks because he does look sissified. I mean, he looks like a little girl. I mean, he's a pretty boy, okay? He's just a little tanner in the face than she was. Yeah, we still have 7 picks remaining. 3 tomorrow, and then we have one. We have a 4th, a 5th, and 2 6th. We don't have. Wait. I'm sorry. I need to look at that again because obviously I missed the 7th you were talking about. There it is. So we have. Wow. No, we have 9 picks remaining. We have 3 tomorrow because they're only doing rounds 2 and 3. And then we have 4, 5, 3 6s, and the 7th, which is 262. You said the last pick overall. And that, by the way, there are 2 of our 6 and that 7th are all compensatory.
Yeah, Rose, it is not very often that I hit a 5-hour stream. Usually my limit is 2 hours because I like the structure of what I do. The 4 or 5 main stories, like a giveaway, maybe an unboxing for Jeremy. I've told Cora she can do some like vamping every now and again if she wants, but she never really seems to want to. But the draft streams are usually a bit long. I'm actually kind of bummed that my buddy Jake wasn't able to come on, but follow him on Twitter because my buddy Jacob Binge, I think he just got named the editor of the sports editor at the Lantern, which is the Ohio State University newspaper. So I retweet some of his stuff here and there. But yeah, definitely go find him on Twitter. He's an up and coming sports writer. He's going places. He's a really, really good young guy. I've known him since he was in junior high. I coached his brother at baseball. His family actually lives about a block and a half, maybe 2 blocks from me. They're all really good people. So I was hoping that Jake was going to be able to come on, but he's been doing a lot of draft coverage tonight for the Lantern up at Ohio State. So, yeah, go check him out.
The Rose, we're probably about 25 minutes away from 5 hours. I know that the actual Skype call is 5:03, and we started I think 20 minutes before we went live or whatever. And as far as Haley, who are you talking about? Are you the kid that caught the shoes? That's what I want to know. Who?
I don't know what she's talking about.
I'm also realizing that Haley has yet to see me on camera because I wasn't on. So her first derail was a Sunday, and I wasn't on camera that night. So
you're kind of on camera sometimes, off camera some days. I don't know, but I don't know. If you watch Derailed enough, you're gonna see Justin in all his long-haired glory.
My golden locks.
Yeah, the golden locks. Look, I'll keep going for a little while longer. I mean, we've got good viewership right now, so I'm hesitant to I'm hesitant to cut the stream off when there's good viewership. There's plenty we can talk about. As a matter of fact, I will go to... I did have some stuff kind of pulled up as filler, but we've had such good conversation going on over the course of the night that I didn't really want to go to any of it. But let me go to it here instead.
The kid that caught the shoes in holes. I don't know.
I have not seen Holes in so long.
Right.
It's been so long since I've seen that movie. But let me go to... Where are my NFL Draft show links? Yeah, I had pulled down some just kind of random stories that would have been interesting to talk about over the course of this. Let's see. These 10 players made their mark in the NFL. Let me go to these links.
And no, Rose, J-Man does not need a haircut. Fuck off.
J-Man has had long hair and short hair. I prefer J-Man with long hair. That's just me.
Actually, J-Man has a bald head, too.
Let's see. How about the best first-round draft picks in NFL history? Let's see. The first one, they don't have them ranked. They just have them listed. Let's see. The first one is Jerry Rice, number 16 overall in 85. I don't think we need to talk about that anymore. Let's see. Peyton Manning, number 1 overall in 98. You like that one?
Not bad.
It worked out pretty well in the long run. I mean, he won a couple Super Bowls. Let's see. Lawrence Taylor, number 2 overall in 81. That guy was a fucking beast.
What is this? I found a ranker list, NFL ranking list of the all 52 number 1 picks of the NFL's common draft era. And this was, obviously I would say it's 4 years old, but close enough.
Well, for one, it's ranker, so ranker's going to be god-awful. There's a
reason. No, it's in it.
Drew pulls those up on his show because he knows it's going to piss me off.
No, it's NFL. No, it's NFL.com. It's not ranker.
Oh, you said ranker.
No, I'm sorry. It was a ranking of. Okay. So this is, and it's the overall number 1 pick. So they're at 52. They have Jamarcus Russell. Probably a good spot for him.
Yeah. Let's see. Another best pick is Walter Payton, number 4 overall in 75. Yeah, no doubt about that. I still think he's the best running back in the history of the game. You can give me some other names and throw them out there, and that's valid, but I'll take him today. John Elway, number 1 in 83. Yeah, can't argue that. It worked out pretty well. Ronnie Lott, number 8 overall in 81. Emmitt Smith, number 17 overall in 90. Deion Sanders, number 5 overall in 89.
You know what's funny? We were going, my buddy John and I were talking about if you could have the ability to go back in time and actually help your team draft with the knowledge that you know today. We were talking about, his Lions, because if you go back and look at some of the drafts that the Lions have had and who the players were drafted behind their draft picks, it's like the teams they could have had. We're like, man, the Lions could have had Brett Favre. They could have had both Emmitt Smith and Barry Sanders on the same team. Can you imagine that?
Jesus.
Just two-headed backfield. Those guys are good. With Brett Favre throwing the ball, okay.
The next one on this list I like. It's Anthony Munoz, the offensive tackle for Cincinnati, number 3 overall in 1980. I don't think offensive linemen get enough love. They have been more over the last 20 or so years as people have started to emphasize the importance of that trench warfare game in football, the defensive and offensive linemen. But for the longest time, offensive linemen got zero fucking love. The one after that they have is Ray Lewis, number 26 overall in 1996. That was before he murdered somebody at the Super Bowl. Here's the honorable mentions. Marcus Allen, number 10. Defensive back Marcus Allen, number 10 overall in 82. Dan Marino, number 27th overall in 83. Rod Woodson in 87. Michael Irvin, number 11 in 88. Barry Sanders. There's an argument for him as one of the best. There's an argument to be made that he's the best NFL player ever. Number 3 overall in 89. Jerome Bettis. I don't know about all that. Marvin Harrison. Tony Gonzalez. There's an argument. Charles Woodson. Randy Moss. Brian Urlacher. Really? They put Janikowski on this fucking list? He's a goddamn kicker. Come on. Oh, that is just stupid they put him on this list. Ed Reed, defensive back in 2002. Polamalu, defensive back in 2003. Aaron Rodgers, of course. Calvin Johnson, Adrian Peterson, J.J. Watt, Aaron Donald. So that's best first-round draft picks ever. I don't know that I agree with some of the honorable mentions, but whatever. Why did I put this one on here? Oh, best late-round draft picks. Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious who's going to be at the top of that list.
Yeah, Tom, Joe. Yeah.
I don't know. We'll scroll down this one real quick. Since we're getting close to the 5-hour mark, we're coming up on it here in a minute, but I'm going to look at this one real quick just to see if there's any names that jump out. So I shut down the laptop because it hasn't been hooked up to the internet for the last hour anyway. Let's see. Tom Brady, yeah, top of the list. Deacon Jones with the Rams, 14th round, number 186 overall in 1961.
I just dropped a bold statement in the chat.
Patrick Mahomes will never see another Super Bowl, at least not with the Chiefs. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Let's see. Deacon Jones, I mentioned already. Shannon Sharp, 7th round pick, number 192 overall by the Broncos in 1990.
Yeah.
And then his teammate just a few years later, Terrell Davis, 6th round, 196 overall in 1995.
See, and he's what I don't understand how he got in the Hall. He had 3 good seasons.
God, he was super dominant, though.
I understand that, and he got 2 rings, but he didn't. His career wasn't long enough, in my opinion.
I don't know. Bart Starr, Packers, 17th round, number 199 overall in 1956.
Look at that, 199 in the 17th round.
Yeah.
Think about that. We get to 262. We're at 262 this year, and that's 7 rounds.
Yeah, but in 56, they only had like 13 teams, though. Now we've got 32. So
I know it just sounds weird to hear 17th round 199. I don't know.
Let's see, we got one of the Cowboys, Roger Staubach, 10th round, 129th overall in 64.
Roger Staubach was a 10th round pick.
That's what it says here. 10th round, 129th overall, 1964. It says the Cowboys weren't the Cowboys until Staubach arrived. After serving in the U.S. Navy and touring Vietnam, Staubach joined Dallas in 1969 and became the full-time starting quarterback in 71. In his 8 full seasons as a starter, the Cowboys won 2 Super Bowls and lost 2 more. Looking back, his numbers don't pop off the page because of the era he played in, but he was simply a winner, going 85-29 in the regular season and 11-6 in the playoffs. Staubach was the first player ever to win both the Heisman Trophy and the Super Bowl MVP. That's what it says on him. Going back to the chat, let's see what we got going on. J-Man, his bold prediction. Haley says Tom Brady is her daddy. Well, maybe. Let's see. He may not. The Raiders are looking pretty good. The Raiders look better. I'll admit, they look better. But the problem is the Raiders are one of those franchises that try to shoot themselves in the foot as much as possible. And I'm thinking this coming season is not going to be as bad as the last one for the Raiders as far as the off-field stuff is concerned. But we're going to have to see. Here's one that I'm sure me and J-Man are both going to think is probably the best late-round draft pick ever made, and that is Dwight Clark, 49ers, 10th round, number 249 overall in 1979. The catch.
No, that's called it should be called the throw. Did you see that was at the I think it was the last NFL awards show that Dwight Clark was at before he passed. But they were joking. They were Joe Montana when they were sitting next to each other, and Joe Montana said, "You mean the throw?"
Well, I've always heard that story that Montana actually was trying to throw the ball away. And it was one of those things where it was like, I'm going to throw this ball there, and either he's going to catch it or it's going to fly off somewhere, and nobody's going to catch it, and we're going to go back to the next play. And it just so happened that Dwight Clark kind of caught up with it and made the catch. So, I mean, maybe that was the thing. I don't know. But all I know is it worked out great for us, and it kind of started the Niners dynasty. Richard Dent for the Bears, 8th round, number 203 overall in 1983. God, Dent was a brute. Dent's one of the few players I think could come into the league today and still just wreck people.
I'm just curious. I'm looking this up, but I'm curious whether you think more quarterbacks in the Hall of Fame have come from the first round or later.
Oh, it'd have to be later.
Think so?
Oh, I think so.
Okay.
I mean, your reaction tells me I'm probably wrong, but I
know. I mean, I can't tell you for a fact yet because I'm trying to count them up, but I guess I probably should have been counting how many are in there first. But
while you're doing your counting, let's see, it says Jason Kelce, Eagles, 6th round pick, number 191 overall in 2011. Probably still some time in his career. Antonio Brown, Steelers, whatever. He's an asshat. Screw that guy. And that's the last of the list, it looks like. But, yeah, just late round of the draft. That's kind of where it's at.
I've got 13 so far out of the first round.
Bleacher Report
maybe you
has
could
their
come up
for all 32 teams for the first round.
Maybe you can tell me how many quarterbacks are in the Hall of Fame while I'm counting. 14.
How many quarterbacks are in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
I'm sure I could look it up real quick.
Because then I can tell you how many of those are of the first round. Right now I'm at 14.
How many? Oh, damn it. One second. No.
Oh, that's it. It's just 14. So 14 of however many are in were first rounders.
How many quarterbacks are in the Hall of Fame? How many quarterbacks are in the Hall of Fame in the Super Bowl? How many players in the NFL Hall of Fame? Hall of Famers by position. This coming from ProFootballHOF.com. Well, for some reason, this one puts quarterbacks and running backs together. I don't know why. It says 26 quarterbacks.
Okay, then, and I just got one that's August of 21st. It says 27 modern era quarterbacks in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So see, you're proven wrong. Then more than half of them are in the first round. 14 out of 27.
This doesn't say where they were drafted, so I don't know.
No, I just want because I actually looked up where they were drafted and I counted up how many were drafted in the first round, and there were 14 that were drafted in the first round. So 14 out of 27 is just a little over 50%. So that means that, there might be, I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to go through the numbers to see how many quarterbacks have been drafted in the first round because I'm sure that's an absurd amount of money.
Oh, probably.
I would say that the percentage is higher that a later round draft pick makes the Hall of Fame as a quarterback than a first round, but more first rounds have been to the Hall of Fame than later round. If that makes sense. Because usually there's 2, 3, 4 quarterbacks drafted in the first round as opposed to later in the whole draft. There might be, 2 or 3, 4 in the first round, and then there might be 4 for the remaining 6 rounds, So I would say the percentage is higher that you make it to the Hall of Fame as a later round pick, but overall, more first rounders have gone to the Hall of Fame. And it's only by 1 over half. Did that make any sense at all?
A little bit, yeah. I'm trying to type and look at some stuff all at the same time because we have officially passed the 5-hour mark, which I'm pretty sure is a record. Maybe.
Well,
I don't know. I'll have to.
If you're going by what the streaming says, we're still not there yet.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm looking at my stats in my OBS, and it's saying we're at 5 hours, 6 minutes, and 40-something seconds. But I realized that I went live and then did some things while the thumbnail.
Yeah, it was I think it was probably about 7 or 8 minutes after you went live that we actually were talking. So
yeah, we're coming up on the 5-hour mark, but. Yeah, it was a pretty fun, eventful draft. Thanks to all of you guys for coming and hanging out. Thanks for Haley for popping in. We love Haley. Haley's fucking awesome. Thanks to Steve Fulton for coming and hanging out. We appreciate you. We hope you like to come by and hang out more often. It's just a little bit of a reminder for some stuff coming up. Next week, we'll be back to doing a little bit of the entertainment news stuff, but next week there's going to be a couple of stories. But next week, we're going to start breaking down the Jurassic Park film series, one film at a time, with our friend the Brooding Gamer, who is our dinosaur / Jurassic Park expert. He's going to be in here hanging out with us. He'll be here with me, with Jeremy, my hetero life mate Jeremy, and with Lady Cora. Also, I've got the first episode of our Downton Abbey breakdown up that Cora and I have been doing. We're working on those as well. We're pre-recording those and putting them out there because I know a lot of people in the community probably aren't going to be into a British soap opera, but me and Cora really like Downton Abbey, so we're going to break it down. In the lead up to Downton Abbey: A New Era being released here in the next month or so. So we're breaking down every season one by one. And then after that, who the hell knows? There's some stuff coming up on the channel that I really want to do coming up later in the year. I'll be releasing a little bit more of that as time goes on. Jeremy's actually doing some stuff on his Twitch now, so go down in the comments and jump on Jeremy's stuff. Grim Tuesday 23 across all platforms. Him and Rachel were just putting together the Lego DeLorean. For those of you who sat and watched what I'm pretty sure was probably 50 or 60 hours on our channel over the course of the last couple of months of them putting together the 7,500 plus piece Millennium Falcon in Legos. They actually sat down on his Twitch channel earlier and put together the much smaller but still very cool DeLorean out of Legos. Also, he's been playing through the new Star Wars Lego game that just got released over on his Twitch channel. So go check him out. Go check out Rachel. I'm sure she's linked over there as well. And yeah, there's plenty of stuff coming up. So come hang out. We really appreciate you guys sticking around. We have pretty good viewership all night long. I'm actually really surprised the viewership actually got better as the night went on. I really thought it would start to kind of tail off, especially after the first round finished up. But it's been pretty strong all night long, and I very much thank you guys for that because I'm really trying to grow the channel. I also want to remind you guys that 500 subscribers is the number. Once I get there, charity stream. And the charity that we're going to be working for is the Abandoned Pet Project. What they're doing right now is, with all the people that were out there buying companion pets through the pandemic for the last couple of years, a lot of these people are just returning these pets back to the shelters since they don't feel like they need them anymore. And unfortunately, some people are just releasing these animals out on the streets. They're getting in a fight with other animals. They're getting hit by cars. They're being injured. What the Abandoned Pet Project does is they go to some of these shelters. They find these animals that are, some of them are on the verge of being euthanized, being put to death. They take them into these veterinary clinics. They pay for them to get healed up, to get their health back to where they want it to be. And then they rehome these animals to families and to people that are going to give them the kind of love and respect that they deserve. So I really like the Abandoned Pet Project. That's the first charity we're going to be helping out. And I figure if every 500 subscribers, we're going to do a new thing and help a different charity. So we're going to start with the Abandoned Pet Project. That's one that I really, really like. And of course, you guys can go find them on the internet and donate to them at your leisure. They're a good charity that I really, really like. And also, we're on a run. I'm on a run to try to grow this channel now, guys. I've got it where I want to be. I really like my co-hosts. I like Jeremy and Cora. We have a lot of fun talking about movies. There's going to be some other stuff coming up, so I'm ready. I'm ready to try to grow this channel. I need your guys' help to spread the channel around. So please subscribe. Please send it out to all your friends. Do all the liking and the commenting and all the shit that pushes me up the algorithm. Because as I say in the description below, YouTube does absolutely nothing to help small creators like me, like small creators like many of you. There's also the links to several channels down there that you guys are really going to like, especially if you're movie fans. Guys like the Night Watch Zone, who they kill it with every stream. They're going live almost every day, and they put up a lot of really great content. There's a lot of other YouTubers I'm going to be putting in there over the course of the next couple of weeks. I've been telling myself I need to put their links in there. I keep forgetting to do it. And also, we're just having fun. We're having a great time here. So, so let's get ready to close things out now. I hate to do it because we still have good viewership, but I am tired as hell. I never actually ate dinner, so I really want to go eat a salad and watch a little bit of TV and unwind after what has been a really fantastic stream. Of course, again, thanks to you guys. So, J-Man from KC, where can the folks at home find you?
Well, you can find me on Twitter and Instagram at JManFromKC. And, of course, you can follow my channel or subscribe to my channel as well, J-Man's Road Rants, where I give you my unapologetic opinion on the news. I also throw in some shit about truck driving and stuff like that. I'm still working on some stuff that some people gave me some ideas. So trying to convince my daughter to go on the road with me one more time so she can help me video a couple of those. But somebody wants to see the shifting, since trucks are different than a car when it comes to shifting. So I got to have my daughter film for that, so she can stand behind me and actually hold the camera. But yeah, I'm working on that. And again, upon all unapologetic opinions, because I don't give two shits. I will cuss up a storm. If you like that, hey, come see me. J-Man's Road Rants.
He does all the news shorts. You can also find him, don't forget, many Sundays with me over on the Derailed podcast. Now, as for me, you find me here every Thursday talking about all the important stuff going on in and around the world of entertainment. There is no Johnny Depp update this week because of the draft. There is no Moon Knight update. I have not even seen this week's episode of Moon Knight yet. I'm actually going to try to watch that tomorrow before I go to work. But we will be giving you our Moon Knight updates next week as well. Also coming up a week after next, ladies and gentlemen, Doctor Strange, the Multiverse of Madness, is going to be dropping in about a week. So you guys can keep an eye out on the channel for that. That's going to be a big breakdown. There's going to be probably 3 or 4 other people on the channel with me breaking that one down if all my invites are accepted the way I hope they will be. But that's going to be a big discussion when that comes up the Monday after the film gets released. Other than that, you can find me on Derailed every Sunday at 9 o'clock my time. I don't know what time it is, your time, wherever you may be watching. Where we talk about all the other stuff going on around the world, different news stories, things like that. We have a lot of fun. We usually get drunk and start talking stupid later on in the night, so if you're all about listening to a bunch of dumb drunk fuckers talk, that's going to be us. And watch Casey fail, yet another challenge. The Rose in the chat says, I'm your gamer guy. Yes, the Rose is one of the links in the channel. You can go check out all his gaming stuff that he does. He also does a lot of work with the Extra Life charity, so go support him as well. That's another charity you guys can go support that helps a lot of people out. The Rose, since I've known him through YouTube, has done a lot of really great work helping out that charity and doing his part. So go support him as well, because he's doing a lot of stuff. Haley says, I'm your daddy. Haley, you can be my daddy whenever you want, baby. And we're going to end it on that. So thank you, folks, very, very much for coming and hanging out. I very much appreciate it. It was a fun, eventful second half of the draft. What did you say, Jay?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that even at the end afterwards, when we were talking other things, was nice too. So
great conversation.
It was my first time being on Frank's channel, by the way.
And it was good stuff. I had you and Brody, the two guys I like talking sports with a lot. I was really hoping that Drew would be able to pop in for a minute, but I don't know if he did a live thing tonight or not. I wasn't really paying attention. But yeah, he's got a family. He's got a life too, so whatever. But thanks to all you guys that came in. Deity was here earlier. Don't forget to go check him out as well. He's usually just on Drew's channel. He doesn't usually do his own stuff. Thank you, Frederico, for being around for so long. Haley, thank you very much. The Rose Gaming. Who all was in here? Steve Fulton, thank you for popping in. I really appreciate it. I hope you come back for more. God, who was in here earlier on? I'm getting really deep in the chat. Derek Hance was here. Tex was here for a little bit. Arthur, thank you very much for coming in. I hope you decide to subscribe and come back for more. AJ Raider was here. JCS Foot Rub was here. Mikkel Clow was here. Happy birthday, Mikkel. Not Famous was in the chat earlier. I hope he subscribes and comes back. What's that?
Beast Incarnate.
Yeah, Beast Incarnate was here. Jeremy's mom, BJ, was in here for a few minutes. We love BJ. Barbara is a wonderful, wonderful woman. She gave us My Hetero Life Mate. TSS2 was in here for a while. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you who came in and made this a really, really great stream. I'm very, very appreciative. And we will see you guys Sunday on Derailed, and then next Thursday back here, where we'll be doing a couple of news stories, and then we'll be breaking down the 1996 or 97 classic Jurassic Park with a very special guest. Thank you guys.
93.
Again. 93, is that what it was? I feel like it was younger than that. But anyway, we'll be talking about it next Thursday. So come back here and talk dinosaur movies with us. We will see you then. Adios.
Peace out.